Round 3 of the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships. The youngsters brought their A game as 13-year-old Akshita Gorty scored an upset win against Katerina Nemtsova. Meanwhile, tournament co-leader Ray Robson had his back to the wall against Jeffrey Zhang, but managed to save the draw against the as-yet undefeated teen sensation. U.S. junior champion Akshat Chandra was a huge underdog in his matchup against U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura, but got an upset draw in the end. Carissa Yip was in dire straits against international master Tatev Abrahamian, but America's newest phenom squirmed out of trouble to maintain a tie for the lead. Will the youth movement continue, or will the veterans bounce back? Round 4 coming up next.
Shot, you bite my head off. Welcome everyone, we are here in round 4 of the U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. A fantastic round. We see the players just getting inside the St. Louis Chess Club. It's gonna be great, but the highlights are very clear. Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces will be trying to defend against Fabiano Caruana, and in the women's section, Tatev Abrahamian, one of the leaders, will be facing with the white pieces against another leader, Nazi Paikidze. Very exciting rounds today. We expect great chess. They have not disappointed in the first 3 rounds. We expect them to continue, and for more analysis, we'll go with Yen, Yasser, Maurice.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Maurice Ashley. We are in round 4 of the 2016 championship.
As always, Jennifer.
Yeah,
looking forward to a great
been a lot
round.
of fun. And I expect we're going to have fun today because we've got a big matchup. And let's take a look before at the standings after round 3. So after 3 rounds, we've got 3 players at the top of the crest table. Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, no huge surprise there, but Ray Robson joining the elite players there in a tie for the lead. And we've got Hikaru Nakamura, our defending champion, got nicked yesterday for a draw against Akshat Chandra, probably a little disappointed about that. Meanwhile, Sam Shanklin also tied for 4th through 5th.
You really see all the favorites there in the open section, don't you?
That's right, and meanwhile in the women's championship, we also had some surprises. Carissa Yip still tied for the lead after yesterday's save against Tatev Abrahamian, and Naji Paikidze joins them with a nice victory yesterday. She caught up to the leaders. Meanwhile, our defending champion, Irina Krush, with 7 titles, not off to a great start by her standards, but on the other hand, yesterday she was very happy to escape against Alyssa Melechina.
Absolutely, a brilliant, brilliant save by Irina.
And let's take a look at the pairings for the championship today. I know a lot of you are tuning in just for the matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. We're really looking forward to that one. Another big one, Sam Shanklin versus Wesley So.
As well as Ray's going to have to keep pace. He's playing one of the tail-enders, Varuzhin Akopian, who has played very well in their matchup. So Ray, key game for him.
That's right, and now for the women's pairings, we also have some critical games. We've got Tatev Abrahamian playing against Naji Paikidze. These two are friends, but over the board I can predict a wild battle.
Absolutely, and look at that, Anna Zatansky, Alyssa Melechina. Anna is going to need to win to get herself back into contention.
That's right, well, we do have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for more on today's key matchups.
Well, yesterday's round was topsy-turvy, crazy, thrills and spills, missed wins, opportunities, had players almost in tears. Well, let's hope for more of the same today as an exciting round 4 is about to get underway. And let's take a look at this matchup, one that could easily be a world championship matchup. Well, let's not speak too soon, but these 2 players are certainly contenders for the world title. Fabiano Caruana, 2.5 points, tied for 1st, and he's facing off against one of his main rivals, Hikaru Nakamura, who is got to be not so happy with the fact that he only drew his game against one of the weaker players in the competition yesterday. This one should be a very interesting matchup. And on the other side, we have co-leaders, friends. Yeah, right. This is round 4 of the U.S. Women's Championship. Tatev Abrahamian, she was disgusted at herself yesterday for not defeating Carissa Yip, but she's going to have to face off against a woman who has not lost a game, not in last year's championships, nor in this year's championships. She will have her hands full against Dazi Pakidze, both of them there looking intense and ready to go, as we are for round 4 of the championships.
They got their game faces on, Jennifer.
Yes, let's take a look at the format that those of you who are just joining us, we are going to be here for 2 full weeks. We've got an 11-game round robin, there's 12 players, and almost $300,000 in prize fund for the championship and the women's prize fund.
Yes, very nice prize funds indeed.
But one prize no longer up for grabs.
No longer up for grabs. The Bobby Fischer Prize for those who run the table and make a perfect score of 11-0 would have gotten a bonus check of $64,000. Yesterday's round, nobody has kept a perfect score, and so the Bobby Fischer Prize waits till next year.
That's right. One of these days, we're going to get a little closer. There was one year where somebody was in contention for quite a while, I think.
I think it was Arena who had some really wonderful success, and then
yes,
got nicked for a draw or two. And again, I'm looking at this key matchup because Anna Zatansky, returning to the competition, so far has not acquitted herself well. She's undefeated, drawing all of her games, but she's been in trouble in those games, and to get back into the leader contention, she needs a win today against Elisa Melikina.
Now look at these two chatting as if they're BFFs there. What do you think? What do you make of that? That you don't see too often, honestly.
Yeah, but you know, before the round, a lot of my colleagues, even in many key games, just to get rid of the nervousness, we might, just chit-chat about like an opening ceremony or something.
I thought you were about to say opening.
Yeah,
so I was like, no, that's not going to happen.
Ceremony, no.
But look at that. They look like they actually like each other.
I think they do off the board.
That's right. We do have a lot of friendships here now. Akshita Gorti playing against Sabina Foiger. Yes. Akshita, really terrible start, 0-2. But oh my God, I gotta just go right to Carissa because look at that smile. She was just
She's
looking
a doll.
So happy.
Yes,
I love it.
And I have to say that really, in terms of Cinderella stories, her story is really amazing. A meteoric rise in the world of chess, playing in her first U.S. championship.
Right.
Breaking all kinds of records.
I mean, I feel like you said it though, her meteoric rise in the world of chess is what's impressive. Her result in the championship so far, very strong, no doubt about it.
Right.
But what's amazing, she did play the two of the lower rated players in the first 2 rounds.
To start, that's right.
And to me, what's just so crazy is these records that she keeps breaking, one after another. Youngest expert, youngest woman to defeat a grandmaster, including Judith Polgar.
Right.
And just then beating Irina's record and Ani Wang's record for the youngest female chess master. And finally, youngest person to win a game in the championship.
It goes on and on, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, well, what's the next one? Youngest female to get the grandmaster title from America?
Wow. Well, I'll tell you something. Confidence, success instills confidence, which creates more confidence. If she goes a few more rounds without losing, watch out, because she could be a real contender. Considering her position yesterday against Tatev, and the fact that, as Maurice said, she squirmed her way out of it, she must be soaring. She's got to be feeling great about her chances right now.
That's right, and Maurice likes to talk about the youth movement. I should point out that currently this weekend we have the National Junior High School Championship being held in Indianapolis, and a girl is leading 6-0 in one of the open sections.
Wow.
That's right, her name is Maggie Feng. You probably recognize the name. She's been part of, she probably was just in the bubble of getting invited to this championship, in fact. She's 2,300 U.S. chess right now. 6-0, those tournaments are not easy. Even if you're one of the favorites, it is not easy to go 6-0. So we might be seeing other young stars next year. I think she's 13 or 14.
Welcome. And there you see a little friendly smile. They had their game faces on at the start.
That's right. The more friendly they actually are, the more it's important for them not to be friendly at the board, right?
And there we have Hikaru Nakamura, the defending champion, getting into his serious look as he faces a key rival in this head-to-head matchup.
Right,
and
just a
E4.
rival.
I was about to ask what the opening move was.
Berlin.
Ooh,
Well, they did play
Berlin.
the Berlin and the Candid. Oh, I was wrong.
Open
Yes.
Sicilian?
This is
you
the
know it. Oh boy. Well, we are in for a treat, fans.
I love
this
being
is going
wrong.
to be great.
I love being wrong when I
And
guess
then-
the Berlin and it ends up being the Sicilian.
And a Najdorf, by the way, not any bishop b5 check, as Fabiano Caruana, one of the most well-prepared grandmasters in the world, is going to go right into one of Hikaru's favorite weapons, the Sicilian Najdorf. We're about to see the move a7, a6, essayed by Hikaru, and I'm more than curious to see how Fabi is prepared to handle this. F2, F3. Wow, the players aren't holding anything back as they're playing very quickly. They're at a rapid pace, I must say. And let me just bring up that board if I can.
So I was really predicting Berlin just based on history, the candidates, London, Fabi actually winning a game. And it looks like he actually said something there. Obviously, he's not up for a draw. I think he's preparing for his confessional appearance. Look at his expression.
So H7, H5. So it is an English attack. Let's see from the start how things develop. Fabiano Caruana considering his 8th move. So from the opening, we have a king-pawn opening by Fabi, and very quickly the Sicilian defense was played, an open Sicilian, and there's the Najdorf. This move, a7, a6, is the key move that distinguishes the Najdorf. And now the move f2, f3, a variation made popular by many of the English grandmasters, so it became nicknamed or known as the English attack. I remember Garry Kasparov telling me about it for his 1993 World Championship match against Nigel Short. He described the English attack as follows. It has one idea, and that is to play g2 to g4 and g4 to g5, and then he laughed and he said, but it's not a bad idea. Well, guess what? Right away, after e6, bishop e3, h7, h5, nipping the idea in the bud before it can even blossom.
And now black is just much better.
Is it?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Is he? Really?
The only reason I'm joking about that at all is because it does seem like Fabi has slowed down. So perhaps wasn't predicting this exact move. We've seen Fabi in the past. If he is in his exact preparation that he looked at, the day or the day before, he tends to make it immediately.
That's right.
So certainly he has looked at this move, but maybe not yesterday or today.
Right. I suspect he was more focused, if that's proper, to say that he was his preparation was more like on the sharper line b7, b5. But h7, h5, okay, it does basically ask White, what are you going to do other than play for the move g2, g4? And it's not an easy question to be answered. If you try to play in the style of Bobby Fischer and bring your bishop out to c4 and encourage this, well, the bishop is actually not that great on b3. It is eyeballing this pawn, but the only way to soften up this little target here on e6 square is to follow up with f4, f5, implying that you're lost a tempo, okay? So bishop c4 development isn't really key. So the next idea, okay, is let's play queen d2, let's play b5, let's castle, bishop b7, and now again, White is being asked a question, what's your development scheme? If you say, okay, I'm just waiting, I'll tuck my king in, I'll play king b1, Black says, look, I'm going to be playing a Sicilian Najdorf style, I'm going to bring my knight to to d7. I'm going to bring my rook to c8. I'm going to bring my knight to e5. And I want you, that is to say white, to start to generate threats. And it's not that easy. Black's game is, as many Najdorf players know, quite solid.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're kind of excited about this for Nakamura. I'm excited about it just for both sides. We can really
because I just like the double-edged sharp game.
That's right. This is going to be a real full-blooded battle, you know, with players who are. I'm not going to say clearly because Wesley is an elite player too, but these two are certainly in a class of their own in this tournament, especially in terms of experience. Yes, Wesley is ranked 9, which might even go to show how incredibly talented he is, but he hasn't played in as many elite tournaments as these guys.
Not yet.
He hasn't played in the candidates tournament for the World Championship. I mean, that experience
which they just did, yes,
is just so grueling in the preparation that went into that. So if these two are in a league of their own, sometimes you might expect that they would play something kind of dry, thinking that if the game petered out into a draw, no big deal.
Right.
But instead, they're both just going for each other, and you kind of have to love that.
Oh, without question.
I know Maurice loved it. He was like Berlin.
Cheering, yeah, I mean, he's doing backflips back there. But no, remember, just a few weeks ago, less than a month ago, in the candidates, when these two players faced off against each other, it was Fabi winning with white.
In a Berlin.
A lot to prove for both players here, as Hikaru actually trails in their matchups. I believe it's 5-2.
And here
we saw the graphic.
And here, Fabiano Caruana has indicated that he doesn't want to castle queenside, and he's played the move a4. Maurice, what do you think of this opening development?
Well, first of all, it's great for me to see it because it's one of my pet systems, the line with h5. But usually you play it a couple of moves later, not on move 7. So this is a quick deviation from what's normal. You play queen d2, you wait until queen d2 and castles and g4 is being prepared, and then you play h5. He played it early, did Nakamura, and suddenly this move, a4, I got to say, I've never seen this position before. It's now on the board, a completely different direction. Clearly now he's not going to castle queenside. He's thinking of castling kingside. He's going to try to prove that that h5 pawn is just a pinky stuck out there. He's going to try to take advantage of it. This is a wild opening already to start, very unorthodox. We see some wild openings on other boards as well. Here, guys, we love these kind of positions when they happen. We've got a Benko gambit. We see Anna Zatonsky with the white pieces. Alyssa Melahina coming off what was just a terrible miss against Serena Crush. But she's playing aggressively, nevertheless, with the black pieces, going for it. And Anna has been sitting for quite some time after seeing this setup appear on the board. So that's an interesting one. Speaking of Irina Krush, this game, talk about unorthodox direction. Agata Baikovskev has played this move, bishop to c4, instead of playing for d4 right away. She's playing like kids normally play. When I play them, the Sicilian, they don't know what to do. They just develop their pieces. Normally, the bishop is not well placed here because of e6 and d5 coming quite quickly. So we'll see what she's got planned. Is she going to play for d4 right after that? That could go into some wild lines. For example, e6 in this position, well, I guess it's black to move. If she plays for d4 and takes with e6, you can go into some Velimirovich attacks that's completely chaotic and wild theory. So that's a line that no doubt her grandmaster opponent is ready to play right into. And there's some strange positions on the women's side. Take a look at this one here, the way it started. It looks like some kind of Gerganidze system. Bishop g7, knight c6, c6. And then knight f3, but then suddenly d6 instead of d5, playing KG, a more modern type setup in the game between Abrahamian and Pakidze. This is the big game that we were trailing. And again, all over the board, odd openings. Take a look at another opening that showed up on the women's side between Aswita Esweran and Katerina Nemtsova. Not every day you see a Philidor on the board, d6. So all the classic openings we're used to, big Sicilians or maybe some Berlin Real Lopez's, the players have diverged and said, we're going off the beaten track, openings that have been seen, but not that frequently. Guys, we get a chance to talk about some funky openings. Normally we have to talk about that dry, typical stuff. It's going to be an interesting day here at the championships.
It's certainly shaping that way, boy. And we have our first caller of our show today.
That's right. We invite you to keep your calls coming, and also don't forget about our hashtag US Chess Champs. So welcome to our caller. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Jason from Tampa.
Hi, Jason.
Hi, guys. Really love the show. I've been watching probably since you guys first started streaming these events, so it's really great. Keep it up.
Thank you.
And my question today is, with Nakamura and Caruana playing on the board, is there any implication for the first board of the Olympiad team with the winner getting that spot, or is it like just the highest rating? And my other question would just be, are there any other boards, that like maybe board 4 that are up for grabs during this competition? I'll hang up. Thank you.
Absolutely, Jason. Thank you for your question. We addressed it in one of the earlier shows. Essentially, for the Olympiad team, as well as the actual lineup, who plays board 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, there is a ratings formula that is used, which is a combination of the United States Chess Federation's ratings as well as the FIDE's world ratings. And this event will be the final event for the USCF rating. So this event will be the cutoff, and most definitely the US Championships will have a huge impact on who plays board number 1 and who plays boards 4 and 5. Definitely there's a bubble for the 4th and 5th positions between Ray Robson, Sam Shanklin, Alexander Onishuk, and Gada Kamsky, who has recused himself from the Olympic team. But yes, definitely it's quite possible that the winner of the Fabiano matchup with Hikaru Nakamura may be the determining factor as to who plays board 1 and leads the United States in the Olympiad.
Right, and yesterday Yasser mentioned that he, regardless of a few rating points here or there, he really liked Hikaru on board 1 because of his experience.
That's it.
Experience for the U.S. team as well.
That's right, and it will be one of our it will be the most useful U.S. Olympic team, I think, that we've ever fielded. And I think in the Olympiad, which is a very long competition full of great drama and stress, that youthful energy really will bring a lot, and that's why we're, fingers crossed, very optimistic for, well, dare we say it, gold medals.
Sounds like a good caller.
Yes.
Now, that being said, I know that some veteran teams for the U.S. have had a surprising amount of success in the past, surpassing rating much younger and higher rated teams.
Right.
And you've been part of a couple of those teams, haven't you?
Yeah, 10, in fact.
The teams that surpassed expectations.
It's almost always a remarkable thing about the U.S. Olympic teams. If you look at where we were placed at the start of the Olympiad, oftentimes we're in the top 10, but more often than not, we've actually performed what our expected successes were going to be, and many times Olympiad team members gain a lot of rating points. I'll just point to the most recent and most obvious case, Sam Shanklin being a gold medalist for board 4 in the previous Olympiad.
And that's something really to be proud of, to have a gold medal, to work your way with the team, to represent your country. I noticed in Anna Zatansky's interview, she said that her most proud accomplishments was helping the U.S. Women's Chess Championship, the U.S. Women's Olympic team to medals in 2 separate occasions.
Wonderful.
Once silver and once bronze.
Yeah.
And yeah, for somebody who's won so many championships, including getting 8.5 out of 9,
right,
saying that that is her proudest accomplishment, being on a medal-winning team. That goes to show you that it's really something special being part of a team.
Without question, without question. And again, thank you to the caller, and we really do enjoy your calls, and we really welcome them, most especially during the first half of our show as we get started, and towards the second half of the show when the players are completing their results. We tend to take a lot more interviews because the players are finished than we do calls, but also our tweet and hashtags. We welcome all comments.
Oh, Yasser used the word hashtag.
Woo! I can't believe
God.
I said what I just said. Just a second. Okay. I didn't know what I was talking about. Thank you.
And Nakamura playing the Najdorf. It's a good round so far, you guys. You're going to want to stick with us.
Exactly. Well, interestingly enough, there's in the game, in our highlighted matchup between Fabi and Naka, we saw there earlier Naka kind of looking to the skies, trying to recall his files. the players are really have kind of outfoxed one another. This early move, as Maurice was saying, normally the move h7, h5, stalling White's expansionary ideas on the king side came early. Conversely, Fabi played the move a2, a4, delaying Black's most natural plan in the Najdorf, which is a queenside expansion. Again, in many, or most, I would say, Najdorfs with e6, the knight comes to the d7 square. Instead, the knight came to the c4 square, and then suddenly this Velimirovich/Fischer approach, bishop to c4, was played. And I'm not saying that the players are on new territory. I'm just suggesting that this was not their key preparation for one another, and that both players have surprised one another in getting into a pretty fresh original position.
All right.
And we have another caller.
Yes, a call from Belgium. Welcome to the show.
Hi, good evening. My name is Theo. I'm calling from Antwerp, Belgium.
Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I love your show, and I have a question for Yasser. You mentioned sometimes during previous shows about the post-mortem after the game, the players discussing how the game went. Nowadays, you hardly, or I never see it. Is this something of a died-out habit?
Very interesting question. Thank you, caller. What he had asked is that in my generation of players, it was very, very often, and in fact, virtually all my opponents and myself, following the game, is we would sit in what we would call an analysis room area and replay the game and share one another's thoughts and where we think we made a mistake. And those were incredibly valuable learning experiences for me, especially when I jumped into the big leagues and was playing against the really top players. And it was something I always looked forward to very, very much. Today, the players tend to literally shake hands, run away from the board, and go back to their hotels and turn on their chess engines. So it does seem to me to be something that has rather died out. But on the other hand, following the games, oftentimes the players are pulled into a broadcast booth, and you will see them sitting together with a chess engine as kind of an arbiter as they look at their games over. So it's a mixture, but yes, definitely the post-mortem was an old-fashioned tradition that has mostly died out.
That's true, although we do have a VIP room here in which the players are welcome to look at their games after, and it is sometimes used, oftentimes for blitz and bug house, or a little bit of a combination of everything.
How about yourself? Do you see that the post-mortems, you don't really see the play? Well, I saw at the U.S. Championship just outside the club the other day. I was analyzing with VAR and Ray. They're very friendly about it. But mostly it's a dying tradition.
Well, I think that also there's just so much more, maybe there's just more preparation, and that's part of the reason.
Is.
So they don't want to tire themselves out too much with doing hours of analysis when they know that they have to do analysis that night and then some in the morning. So it's just kind of like a professionalism, as we see modern chess seems to be geared towards more and more professionalism, like less alcohol, more exercise, or less alcohol during the tournament. After the tournament, well,
more training. And let me just turn to another key matchup between Sam Shankland. Mentions Sam and his gold medal. We're very, very proud of him as he plays Wesley So, one of the pre-tournament favorites. Sam opened with knight f3, and the game quickly transposed into a queen's gambit declined with bishop f4, a move that has been quite popular of late at the elite levels. Castles, e3, knight bd7, all of this is well known. And then this recent little move a2, a3 has actually become popular. The idea behind a2, a3 is very simple. White wants to play the move c4, d4, c5, followed by further expansion on the queen side with b2, b4. How does a2, a3 help? Well, oftentimes when you do play c5, let me just put it down for a second, pardon me. After you play c5, c6, bishop e2, I'm just playing some moves, we get a situation where black tries to counterattack on the queen side with the moves b6 followed by a5, and now the move a2, a3 is played to support the move b4. So if we go back to the position at hand, the move a2, a3 is preparation for all of this expansion. Wesley says, I'm having none of that nonsense, let me just attack white in the center, and then the players go into what we would call an isolated queen pawn position, with this pawn on d5 not having a colleague to support it, hence the term isolated queen pawn. And now, in an isolated queen pawn, the key square to control is the d4 square. So white remaneuvers his bishop, bishop f4 to e5, in order to keep control over the d4 square. Wesley immediately challenges with bishop f6, and again, all of these moves have been seen before. They're in what we would call modern theory, and overall, the position is considered balanced and, well, a lot to play for.
Now, another position that we're going to keep our eyes peeled on is that big Caruana versus Nakamura matchup. We do have a comment from our very own Grandmaster Christian Chirilla, who is actually doing the Twitter feed for the St. Louis Chess Club. So SCSL, you want to follow that account all the time, really, but especially during this championship.
As well as on the website, Christian is doing annotations to the game and kind of text wrap-ups of what happened. Some really wonderful reports. I encourage you, viewers, to see those annotations. They're really good.
And his comment here was that after 8 knight c6 in Caruana Nakamura, bishop c4 is a novelty in it, but it seems that both players still know what they're doing. Now, I'm kind of interested that Christian said that, because Nakamura did spend 5 minutes on this move, queen c7.
A very typical move, once again, in a Sicilian.
5 minutes is not that long, because, I mean, it's very important not to get tricked in transpositions if you're somebody like Nakamura and such a high level here. But it does, to me, suggest that it's not completely in his book.
Yeah, both of that, right? It's a novelty, but it's logical, right?
Yeah.
So queen c7, in the old days when you made a novelty, the idea was to go into a tank and think what your opponent was doing for half an hour or so. Do we have another caller?
Yes, we do have another caller. Welcome to the show. Tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hello, so my name is Lucas and I'm calling from Paris.
Hello, Lucas.
Hello. I have a question, well, actually for all three of you. And if possible, if you think that question is interesting, I wouldn't mind if this question is asked to the players during the interviews. Well, if you think that's appropriate, of course. So I have a question, and then I'd like to tell you a little story why I'm asking this question. I'm about 1800 rated FIDE, 40-year-old, amateur player. And my question is, do you think that the professionals really enjoy playing those long, classical time control games? Because looking at their faces, I'm not sure they do. And looking at myself and looking at the players during the tournament that I play, I really think that the majority of players don't enjoy playing such long time control games. And the little story that I have is, I remember just before one tournament, we were waiting for players to come and play games, and one about 6-year-old player who was sitting to my left was waiting for his opponent who wasn't arriving, and at one point he told me, "I really hope my opponent doesn't come." And I was really wondering, why is he there? It's an amateur tournament. There is no big money at stake. So if he doesn't want to play chess, how come he's there? But this is my question. Do you think those guys enjoy such long time control games?
Thank you for your question. Jennifer.
Well, actually, this time control is a little shorter than a lot of time controls because we don't have that third time control. So your game is usually going to be between like 3 and 5 hours rather than between like 3.5 and 6. Do people enjoy shorter time controls more?
Well, the elite players, do they enjoy playing the classical time controls?
Oh, I thought they meant the players in the
sorry,
championship.
please.
But yeah, the players in the championship, of course, very strong to elite. So we've got like a wide range
Right, sure,
here.
sorry.
But yeah, I think that it can go both ways. Some people like the longer time control because they're going to make fewer mistakes, especially on such a big stage. If we were playing rapid, they would make a lot of blunders and it could be embarrassing, right?
Right.
So it really could go either way. But I do think some tournament schedules are way too grueling, and that what it does is it really, really favors people who are in shape and younger, almost to an absurd extent. Like, for instance, the weekend tournaments sometimes where you have 2 6-hour games in a day.
Wow.
Like if you actually have to even if you just have to make a couple phone calls at the end of the day and you don't have parents preparing sandwiches for you, you could be just screwed, right?
Well,
you can't
so
even
to
get
speak,
you can't
yes.
even get a bite to eat at some of these schedules. And
Right.
so I think classical is really inappropriate if you're playing more than one game a day. I think that it should really be phased out. Just like people shouldn't work more than 9 hours a day. They shouldn't play chess more than 11 hours a day. That's really bad for the brain.
Maurice, what's your thoughts on the classical? Well, we know your thoughts, but go for it.
Well, I'll go beyond my thoughts. I'll actually go to a poll that my company, Millionaire Chess, took because we wanted to shorten the time control for this year's event that will be held in Atlantic City on October 6th through 10th. But we wanted to shorten the time control as we did last year in the amateur section, not in the open section, but in the amateur section. So we put out a poll and asked the players, what did you prefer? Over 250 players responded to this poll, and they split basically even if you take away the open players from the competition. But if you bring the open players in, the number was something like 56% to 44% in favor of our longer time control. There were a number of players who emailed me and said, we don't want the short one. It was 40-90 and then sudden death 30 with delay in 5 or delay in 10. No, delay in 5, excuse me. I don't remember my own time control. Anyway, the point was it's 40-90, sudden death 30 with a delay. The players preferred the 40 in 120, sudden death in 30. The longer games, they wanted time to think, they wanted time to analyze, at least the ones that were emailing me for the change. So we definitely got a majority of players who preferred the longer tournament time control, despite the fact that we're playing 2 games a day in our tournament.
Wow.
Yeah, it's true. Goichberg has done similar surveys, and that's a reason why he's always saying that he doesn't want to change it, despite the fact that it seems so absurd.
To have such lengthy games.
Yeah, it does. It seems absurd that especially if you're in a city, like Philadelphia, my city,
right.
where there's all sorts of the tournament there is held close to the center of the town. So there's a museum that you can walk to, the famous art museum, great restaurants.
By the way, you're talking about Philly. I'm sorry. Our tournament was held in Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay. And they still wanted more time to play chess instead of more time off the board. I'm talking about a difference potentially of 2 extra hours during the day and for the 2 rounds, right? Because you're saving 30 minutes per side, so it's an hour, and you might get 2 extra hours for the day, and the players were like, no, we came to play chess. Pretty remarkable to me.
Maybe people didn't want to have too much free time in Vegas. They were afraid of what they might get into.
Right.
Hey, Philly is a great town, man, Maurice. And something about a college basketball team that did pretty well in our area.
Yeah, right, whatever.
Me and Alyssa, we'll have to come at Maurice about Philadelphia.
What about your pro basketball team? Those Sixers, boy. Go Sixers, 10 wins over the whole season.
Wow. And we have another caller, too.
Before I get bright red.
Right.
Yes, where are you calling from? Hopefully Philly.
Hi, no, I'm calling from Catskill, New York. But
That's
Jen,
what's up, New York.
I want to congratulate the Villanova Wildcats, and Jen, I hope you were rooting for them. I have 3 quick questions. The first one is for Jen, because she can think about it. Had there been a confessional booth back when you were playing in championships, Jen, what would you have? What incident would you have talked about? And hello, Yasser. Are you there?
Yes, indeed.
First of all, I wanted to let you know that I recently played my 4th U.S. chess champion, Hikaru Nakamura, and you are on my bucket list for number 5. I want to play. I want to play you. And lastly, I want to give my sincere congratulations to Maurice on the Hall of Fame, and I want to find out, is he starting reaping the benefit of having everybody else pick up the tab for you in restaurants? Because no Hall of Famer is allowed to pay.
I like that. Thank you for your questions.
I like that rule.
Those were brilliant. I am sure Maurice will have to take
I'm all
that
game. You know, I'd love to walk into the finest restaurants in New York City or in St. Louis and say, look, I'm a Hall of Famer.
Right.
I'm really not supposed to pay this bill.
Right.
That would be cool. But I think that and a pass won't even get you on the subway probably. So, no, they're benefits. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And they've been just a tremendous outpouring from the chess community and elsewhere. So I'm very grateful for it. Thank you.
And Jennifer, going back to recall when you were playing in the championships, winning them and thrills and spills, would you have gone into the confessional booth?
I definitely would have.
And what would you have chatted about?
Well, I never made any mistakes in the board, you know. So I would only be able to talk about my my life confessions,
wins,
you
yes.
know, one too many drinks.
Right.
But seriously, I think I would have used the confessional booth a decent amount. The only thing was I did tend to get into time pressure, so I would probably try to strategically use it in situations where I thought my opponent was going to think for a while, because I wouldn't actually use precious clocks for my time.
Right.
Or actually talk a little bit about the game so that I keep my mind in that zone.
Right.
I mean, I honestly think that it's possible that if used correctly, there are ways where you could use a confessional booth as a player to get yourself more in the zone rather than out of the zone. So many players don't use it because they're afraid it's going to take them off their game.
Yeah, with their thought processes, yeah.
But you might be able to actually kind of coach yourself up, just like people listen to inspiring music before the game, going into the confessional booth and pumping yourself up a little bit, saying hello to your fans. It could actually be a positive for some players.
Intriguing thoughts.
But I was always really big on promoting the game and wanted it to be more popular, and still do. So I think I would have found myself in there from time to time. How about you? Would you have?
Since it was never a possibility while I was playing professionally, and thinking about it now and trying to relate it to when I was playing, I was so focused or concentrated on the game that it would have been invisible to me. I don't think it would have come to my mind without prompting, oftentimes prompting me. It's a thing I would have probably shied away from because I simply wouldn't have thought about it. On the other hand, had I a lot of time and I was winning and I'm just waiting for my opponent to resign or something of those things, and if the thought occurs to me, I might have slipped in. But otherwise, it's just not there. You're just so focused on the game that I don't think I would have really found myself in the booth that much at all.
Yeah, well, it's certainly an innovative idea, and something that, especially for for more promotional tournaments, I think could be used to quite hilarious effect.
It's an adjustment, right? You just have to get, if you get on the right train, let's put it that way, then it can be really, really good. But it's getting used to the concept and actually doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Very public confessional. So we've got another move from our hallmark game here, Caruana versus Nakamura.
Exactly.
And it looks like White has just castled kingside.
Exactly. After the move Queen C7, when you see this a lot amongst elite players, they're constantly trying not to make a commitment, but rather to leave their options open. So the move Queen C7 has a veiled attack against the bishop on C4, and your first thought is, oh, well, I'll just get my bishop out of the way with a move like bishop b3. But then you've committed your bishop to b3. The next thing you know, the knight comes to a5, giving black the option of either jumping to c4 or capturing this bishop. So what Fabi did is he played queen e2, not committing what he's going to do with his bishop, waiting for the attack to occur.
And protecting it as well, quite importantly, so that if knight d4, bishop d4, you're still holding on to the bishop with the queen.
Precisely, and at the same time you're also reinforcing the control over the c4 square, so the knight's not jumping to c4 right away. Then came bishop e7, and now this move castles. And so what Fabi is basically saying is, look, I've lured you into making this weakening move h7, h5. I'm about to change direction. That is to say, Fabi is about to play moves like king h1, tucking his king in the corner, and then following it up with a move f2, f4, and he's making his intentions very, very clear. He's about to pound away at this pawn on e6, and he's going to be challenging Hikaru to find counterplay against this very straightforward idea.
That's right, not to mention that there could be some pressure on the h-pawn itself if black castles. It'll be only to be defended by the knight, so the black's king address is definitely somewhat in doubt here, and you know, as soon as Fabiano played the move a4, it was pretty clear that he wasn't going to castle queenside.
Right.
So that's the thing. Normally, the English attack, when you play f3, you're saying, I'm castling queenside.
And going g4 and g5.
But the truth of the matter is, you really aren't committed to castling queenside until you actually play g4.
Right.
I mean, of course, there's no rule that says you have to at any point, but f3, not that weakening, more of a loss of a tempo than anything. But we have a very special guest from Ascension. Nick Rigoni is with another special guest, and he's going to tell us more about that. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Thank you very much, Jen. We're with a very special guest, Nick Rangone, who is the Chief Marketing Communications Officer at Ascension, and his son, Frankie, enjoying a day in the Central West End. It's a beautiful day in St. Louis, absolutely, and obviously they have a nice family day. I saw your wife and daughter out. Yeah. Welcome to the show, gentlemen.
No, thank you for having us back. And you know, the last time I was on, we were talking about the program that we created, Your Move Chess, that you've been so gracious in helping us with and bringing chess to Ferguson and hopefully expanding it beyond to other areas of St. Louis. But Frankie was the inspiration of that program. I thought it'd be only fair enough. He wants to talk a little bit about it himself. He inspired the program last summer, and since then it's blossomed, and we're really excited.
Frankie, tell us about what made you think that this would be a great program to bring to the Ferguson area and beyond.
Well, originally I didn't expect to make it to a program, but I was just thinking about a chess program I was going to do. So I was just thinking about it, and then it just came to my mind that I just wanted to ask about, like, did all kids have the chess program? Were they privileged as I was? So I asked my dad, and he went to other people in his job, his work. I really don't know them, and it turns out they don't. So then,
that's
fantastic. That's fantastic, Nick. So that must have warmed your heart. First of all, your son challenges you, and now you guys have a great program in the Ferguson-Florissant district affecting all 20 middle schools and elementary schools in that area. Tell us a bit more about the program.
Sure, and I was happy. Frankie came to me last summer and said, you know, do all the schools have after-school chess like mine does? And I said, I don't know. And I asked around, and we called a chess club, and I spoke with you, and turns out Ferguson didn't. So we created the program, and now we're in all 20 middle schools, as you know. And I think the exciting part is we want to now start to make it from 1 day maybe to 2 or 3 days and really see if we could create an elite program, and not just something that kids do after school, but rather challenge the kids there to develop a world-class program so that they could start competing nationally the way some of the other schools in this area and around the country do. And I think we're well on our way to doing that. We had a big fundraiser that you were part of in February and raised close to $80,000, which will, for every $1,000 that we raise, we could go to another school. And so we want to get into maybe 30 or 40 schools for next year, expand it to 2 or 3 days a week, and see if we could do something special that the rest of the world takes notice of and says, wow, that's different.
Tell me why it is important that an organization like Ascension, which is of course a health company, bring chess to places like Ferguson and around the country.
It's important for us. You know, we are the largest nonprofit healthcare provider in the country, Ascension. We're in 24 states, and we think of healthcare, the long tail of healthcare is taking care of communities. So it's not just taking care of acute care needs when you have a need, but rather, are communities well? Are they being taken care of? And while chess is the long tail of that, it's an important piece of it, making sure that kids are engaged in school and they're active and they're learning a skill that's going to take care of them for life, and hopefully they'll encourage their friends and their parents and other. And we think it's the long tail of wellness. And we also feel like we need to be good corporate citizens in St. Louis. We have 1,200 associates here. We don't have any hospitals here, but we have a lot of employees here. And I could tell you, Maurice, without fail, I've heard more good things from our associates about being proud to be part of Ascension from this program than virtually anything else we've done, and that says a lot about being a part of the fiber of our community.
Well said. Frankie, who beats who right here? I know you both play chess. What's your rating, by the way?
I don't know, 800 to 900.
And who wins when these two guys tussle?
I say 60 to 40% me.
Nick,
mostly.
would you estimate that's the right number?
It's about right. I'll let Frankie analyze her games.
Actually, I've seen Frankie play. He plays pretty well. I don't think you're 800 from what I've seen.
No, he's
that's ridiculous.
More like 1,400, 1,500.
Yeah, I've seen a much better play. Well, you've been following the championships. Frankie, who do you like in the championships? Who do you think is going to win?
I like Fabiano Caruana a lot. I also like Nakamura. They're also helping the program, so I like those guys a lot.
So you're picking the two favorites. That's kind of obvious.
Yeah. Give him an underdog. Maybe Ray Robson?
Sure, Ray Robson. I went to an event recently with Ray Robson, so I feel like I'm privileged to meet all these grandmasters, and that's also influencing this choice. So, yeah, I'm rooting for like those 3 to whatever.
On the ladies' side, have you had a chance to look at those players?
I've looked at them. I don't know much about
There's
it.
one that's your age.
Yeah,
Yep.
I heard 12.
Yeah, 12 years
Carissa,
old.
yeah. She's done 800,
Fantastic.
by the way.
Yeah. She's a fantastic player.
Yeah, there she is on screen right now, 12-year-old Carissa Yip, who's currently
impressive.
tied for first in the championship. So you got to get on your A game,
Yeah,
Frankie. I mean, hurry it up.
Compete next year.
We want to see you competing.
Maybe not 5th grade. I'm a 6th grader right now. 7th grade, 8th grade. I could get better.
You could get better. That's right. Not like your dad, because he's stuck at his level. So
my brain's not growing anywhere. Frankie came in first last year in the regional Gateway Tour and finished 6th in the state championship this year.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So tell us your pick, Nick.
I like Fabi and Nakamura because mostly they've been engaged in our program, but I think they're both fantastic, and I think they both represent U.S. chess really well. And I was heartbroken that Fabi didn't win the candidates tournament, and so I hope he rebounds nicely and wins here. But I think he and Nakamura it looks like an interesting game going so far. I'm glancing at it. It looks like Fabi has a nice little lead there. But I had the privilege of playing Ray Robson last week in a blindfold and a blitz game. He was blindfolded, not me. And he was really impressive at how quickly he dismembered me, which you're well aware of having done the same, so it's not much, but it was a lot of fun. I like Ray.
I'm sure he'll put it as a feather in his cap. Well, thank you, too. It's great to see father and son playing chess.
And congratulations to you on your induction into the Hall of Fame. It's a great honor, and we're so happy that you're part of the program, so thank you,
Thank you so much. You're doing wonderful work in Ferguson, here in St. Louis, and around the country. Thank you so much. Nick Rangone and his son, Frankie. The Ascension Health Program and the Your Move program, you can find out more about it at what website?
Ascension.org/yourmove.
There it is. Wonderful work here in St. Louis.
Wow, so kids have good ideas on and off the board, apparently.
Yeah, I remember being in Ferguson when the story of like, Dad, how come there isn't chess programs in these other schools all came up, and it was sort of like, let's make it happen. And it was really that eureka moment, let's put it like that.
Yeah, and I also heard that Nick likes to play 1-minute chess.
I didn't know that. Normally when you're just starting out, boy, 1 minute is a real challenge. That bullet chess is really tough to handle.
We've got a special event set for the free day in which the women are going to be competing in all the degenerate forms of chess, the bug house, the bullet, the blitz. And it's going to be really fun.
Do tell more.
Well, those of you who are in St. Louis actually can stop by. It's going to be at 6:30 at the World Chess Hall of Fame. And all 10 players from the Women's Championship are going to be participating. It's going to be a series of bug house, bullet, blindfold, and blitz games. And it's going to be featuring some of the art sets that are a part of Ladies' Night, including that famous set by Yoko Ono, Play It by Dressed.
And Debbie Hahn's chess set, the ceramic one, the bit large one, is really beautiful. That was
God,
really
so
cool.
many beautiful sets. Actually, Debbie Hahn is going to be in town giving a lecture about art and gender later this week, but her set's not going to be used for that. We're going to be using a Crystal Fischetti set, though.
Wow.
Yeah, because some of the artists really want people to actually play with their sets.
Right.
And Crystal was one of those. She was like, I want this to be like living art. So.
Sounds like a wonderful ladies' night is in store.
Indeed, a ladies' night. That's right. And we've got
some insights from Maurice.
Yeah, from our big game today.
Yes, as a Sicilian player, these themes that we're seeing here today are stuff that I have to live with all the time when I play the Sicilian defense in tournament play. And I was very curious to know what Fabi was going to do against the main strategical idea in this position, which is to attack this bishop and gain the c4 square for a knight, and then disrupt this bishop on e3. Now, this is the normal way the knight goes about the business, knight to a5, but in the game, actually Naka played knight to e5, putting his knight on e5, but with the same idea, bishop to b3, dropping back, and now bishop d7, not castling right away, but preparing to bring the rook to c8, and then the knight to c4. So you don't have time, this is the trick, you don't have time to play the move f4, because this knight will appear on the g4 square. Now, with the knight on a5, you wouldn't have to worry about it at all. In fact, let's just go back to this position with the knight on a5. Same idea. This time I drop the bishop back to a2 instead, and now bishop to d7. f4 doesn't kick at anything, and you're threatening to play a rook to c8. Also, even if f4 happens, you can play the other knight to g4, so the knights are not fighting over each other. And how do you stop knight c4? Normally, you might play king h1, so that when rook comes here, you're ready for this knight c4 move. But knight c4 is going to come. You're going to play bishop g1, but then you start to wonder how the play really proceeds. Again, a knight can go to g4. The rook stays on the h-file. Look at the rook masking this attack. Potentially, even if you try to attack the knight might just sit there when it's sitting on g4. So let me make a move here after this move. Rook c8, f4, knight g4, bishop back. Now, in this position, let's just put the knight on c4 temporarily. In this position like this, you can't really take this piece because there's this rook attacking along the line. So I could just ignore you, for example. And this position is hopeless. Now you have to block with the bishop, and g3 is one move. This knight is hanging. It's terrible. The point being that black gets counterplay by leaving his king in the center of the board. So if we go all the way back, the nuance is the knight on e5 instead. It does get hit with tempo, so bishop b3, bishop d7. The engine's like a potential f4. Actually, now they're switching and saying queen d2, changing up. That seems odd to me. So the question is, this tempo here versus this tempo here, how does that change the position? Very intriguing nuances based on the thematic ideas in the position, and it's not clear at all who it benefits just yet. My instinct is that it benefits black because black hasn't done anything abnormal as far as the thematic ideas are concerned, and this h5 move is typical in this line. Fabi also lost the tempo playing the move f3. That's important to note. This is a tempo loss if you're going to also then play f4. So is he in time? How is he going to make these ideas work? I don't really see it for white. So I think, my opinion, that black has gotten the better of this opening.
Thank you, Maurice. Those subtleties of the Najdorf, I must say, have been lost on me for some time. I do enjoy, however, challenging the ideas, and we'll come back to that game as we have a caller.
Yeah, tell us where you are and what's your name.
Hi, my name's Sam, and I'm from New York City.
Welcome.
And I recently heard that Hall of Famers don't pay, so Maurice, if you ever want a drink, it's on me.
Thank you.
My question was about GM preparation. We always talk so much about their preparation. Some players are better prepared. And I just wanted to ask you, as players who have competed at the highest level, what really goes into that preparation? What is the process? What was your process of preparation? And as an amateur player, how can I emulate some of that preparation, even though I have to work and have other responsibilities?
Thank you for your question, caller. I think that that's a really, really good one. How do the top elite players prepare? And considering that amateurs don't have the professional time to put into openings, how can they prepare? I've got some good tips on that. Well, first of all, as a professional player, what I was always seeking to do was really know my positions, my openings. I want to know what kind of end games can occur from the openings that I play. I wanted to know the middle games, what were typical tactical patterns that I had to watch out for. So, for example, we're talking about a Najdorf today. We want to know what are the main strategical ideas for black planting a knight on c4, what are the main strategical ideas for white playing f4, f5, and so forth and so on. So really having a deep understanding that literally goes into the bones. Okay, so that's step one. Step two for amateurs is when you have an opening that you like, find a guide. That is to say, let's say you're like Jennifer and you want to play the Grunfeld defense, and there's a lot of questions that you ask yourself in the Grunfeld defense. What do I do when my opponent does that? What do I do when my opponent does that? Take a guy like Peter Svidler, one of the great Grunfeld players of the world, and imitate him. Let him answer your questions for you, and find a guide and speed up your understanding by, instead of trying to create an idea or change plans or mix plans, imitate a professional who's put hundreds and hundreds of hours into that particular opening.
Very interesting question indeed. And, Alyssa was talking about having a full-time job as a lawyer in New York City and also preparing, meant that she kind of had to work on her openings first. I also think for an amateur level player, perhaps not as strong as Alyssa, it is really important to make sure that you're doing calculation exercises and tactics, and that sometimes you might have to let go of certain things in chess that are fun. Like even watching different broadcasts of tournaments, especially ones where the three of us. Just kidding. Of course, watching broadcasts is great and it's great training, but at the same time, I think that sometimes you need to really focus on the things that are super intense if you have limited time, like making sure your opening repertoire doesn't have any massive holes in it and going through some calculation exercises.
Interesting.
Because you don't have a lot of time, you need to make sure to be super efficient.
Interesting. I'll also add one further tip, is don't just train because you've somehow programmed yourself that I've got to do 10 hours this week and I've got to do 10 hours next week and so forth and so on. Rather, come to your own individual study with a fresh mind, with energy. Don't study chess when you're tired and 1,000 things are going on in the house, people are screaming and yelling and it's hard to concentrate. Rather, think of that as valuable time, quality time if you like, and set that aside when you're really hungry for it.
Great point. I think Magnus Carlsen has pointed that out before too. That's why he only studies about 4 or 5 hours a day. He says it's quality, not quantity. And Maurice has an update for us in the defending women's championship game.
And it goes to, speaks to the caller's questions about openings. Openings are really about finding thematic ideas, strains in a situation, strains in a position that you'll see over and over and over again. And you want to become familiar with that. A lot of players make that mistake. Memorize opening moves, silly idea. Go over games in the line with your computer. Nowadays, databases are so fantastic. And see, what are players always trying to do in this particular position? What are the thematic concepts? Write them down. This maneuver is what you try in the knight off. This is what you do in the French. And make sure you figure out the end games. You want to know where end games, typical end games, that they funnel into, what the pawn formation looks like, who wants to end game, who doesn't. Just by going over lots of top games, you could do that. Look at this position, for example. This is just total thematic Sicilian in another game we see between Irina Krush and Agata Baikovskaya. Agata has white. She played the move f4, very typical idea in the Sicilian, and after takes b5, absolutely normal stuff here. Black goes for queenside energy. White goes for pressure on the other side. White has 2 breaks, e5 or f5. You'll see it in a number of games. Right now, e5 is not playable because of this one. She went for f5, looking to pry open this long diagonal and win the d5 square. Now for a typical response, the move b4. Absolutely typical in this position to try to chase the knight away. Well, maybe not this specific position, but in the opening in general itself, you see this theme. Chase the knight away from d5 so that you can then play the move e5. This looks like a pawn sacrifice, and it sort of is, but this move d5 is what Black is thematically playing for in the Sicilian. If Black can get this move in, usually Black gets equality or some real fighting chances. Now, Black is down a pawn, so queen a4 is one line. Now the game goes off to real concrete analysis. d4 is a possibility here where White can play with e5, and this line is just insane now. The board has exploded. By the way, if you don't have this prepared, it's difficult. Usually the computer can assist you to tell you what's going on. It certainly assists us. I'll just go down this line just for a second. Takes, and now bishop takes, and here f takes on e6 is a possibility. Just got real concrete because it looks like White's losing a piece in this position, but in fact, White's doing quite well here after this sacrifice, which just looks like the board has exploded. The threat is e7, and if you take this, then e takes, and wherever the king goes, this rook's going to show up, and suddenly this pawn is broken through. That's also thematic. Even though the position just went crazy, it's normal to see this f-pawn in some lines fly down the board. Again, jumping back to this position here at B4, and of course black could have deviated. B4 is typical, and knight E2 moving away, and now E5, very typical. Notice the knight cannot jump to D5. That's the key there. And now queen D3, and now A5. Typical for black, expansion on this side, looking to get the bishop on this diagonal, and no worries about the D5 square because you can always snap it off. Can white get in bishop G5 fast enough? But given that bishop A6 is coming, also this pawn comes under fire, often in Sicilian. So we're just seeing thematic ideas at work. You could go over 100 games and see the exact same thing or ideas like it play out, and the players will compare and contrast different moves to see whether or not they can execute these plans. Clearly, Irina Krush, a 7-time U.S. women's champion, understands these plans quite well. And just as I mentioned, bishop G5 is actually on the board. Bishop G5 chasing the square, bishop to A6. And Agata is looking to see where she should put her queen. After all, her pawn on F3, on E4 is tender. I was just automatically thinking the move queen F3 looks like the only move, but it doesn't look as though white has achieved what she wanted. Black has gotten all the great play here and stands a bit better.
Thank you, Maurice. My goodness, I feel like I just watched in 5 minutes Bobby Fischer's 60 memorable games as you were talking about all of those themes. And also I couldn't help but notice the echo between this game of Irina Krush's as well as the Fabiano Caruana game. And I would like to get to that game for a second, Maurice, so we can kind of cross swords for our audience at home. You mentioned you felt, not necessarily strongly, but you felt pretty good that black has achieved what Hikaru wanted, which is to control the C4 square. If I can take the play the devil's advocate with you for a moment, I'll play the move King H1 in anticipation of your playing Rook C8. I'll then play the move Rook on A1 to D1 in anticipation of your playing Knight C4. You got in your strategy, which was to establish your knight on C4 and simultaneously block my bishop on B3. But I'll do what I wanted, which is to bring my bishop back to C1 so that now at least I've activated my rook. I'm defending the pawn on B2, and I've got a very clear plan. If you allow me, I want to march my F pawn first to the F4 square and then to the F5 square. And I'm saying, I don't see your counterplay as easily as I can see my own. What's your thoughts about those moves that I've just thrown on the table?
All very typical moves. The tricky part here in this position, if we may come to this board, the tricky part for black is often black can't concretize the play until white does. Sometimes it's like a hedgehog setup. And black really wants to see this move F4 show up on the board. Now, there's some minuses for white. This bishop on B3 means that this knight can't go to the B3 square. So maybe a move like queen to C5 here is an interesting idea, preparing the idea of B5, which is typical. And that's where I'm looking for counterplay, is in this move, B5. So I've prepared that move, Yaz. And the main idea is, I mean, you could play a move like F4 here. You have to be watchful. Well, knight G4 is no longer playable, but maybe I'll just play H4. And this is starting to seem like, I think, Ivanchuk versus Kasparov in some wild game. It's very different actually. I'm just feeling the H-pawn push, if you will, because someday I want to get my bishop on this long diagonal and test you. What do you get here? If you play for F5, I'm always going to play E5, and you don't have knight B3, that's for sure. Where will you put your knight? Back to F3 maybe. Okay, so let's go for B5. Here's my counterplay.
And take.
Twice.
And I'll jump in. The water's fine. Knight D5.
Knight D5. I want to snap it, but you're going to play rook take, so I'm just going to put my bishop on the long diagonal.
Okay, I'll take your bishop on E7.
Whoa, funky.
And put my bishop on G5.
Well, this is just wild chess. I don't see this as anything but wild.
This is the typical things that you will see in a Najdorf, and again, all day. And you'll see many, many games like this where black takes risks, but so does white.
This is just, and this is a Najdorf.
This is the Najdorf. That's the animal. That's the nature of the animal.
And we have a move that I didn't expect, the immediate F4.
The immediate F4.
Wow.
I knew F5 was coming, but I didn't expect it right away. I thought bringing the rook first, but Fabiano, he's not holding back.
Well, I think he understands. I think he understands. And again, we say compare and contrast. you look at it, you say, wait a second, I'm down a tempi with f3. I should have my pawn on f4. By playing f3, I've given this opportunity to him, and he's going to get in rook c8, knight c4. Am I going to be better? And so Fabi's going to sit there and say, can I get an f4 now before he gets this plan going? And that's what the whole tussle of understanding thematic ideas is all about. So now he's played this move f4, which just on a blink you go, no, that can't be right. What are you doing? Remember, the knight could have been on a5. And then this wouldn't have been an issue for him at all. So that's why I was concerned about seeing the knight land on the e5 square. What was superior to having the knight on e5 versus having the knight on a5? Naka's going to have to tell us why he preferred it that way, because it does. I would say the only difference is knight a5 does allow this bishop to go to d3, and that is an important point. So maybe that's why he decided to do it this way, because he saw the bishop could go to d3, and the bishop still controls the b5 square. So still he could play for bishop d7 and rook c8, but at least the bishop is here and not stuck on this diagonal and able to protect this pawn. But still, his knight e5 does have the minus of after the bishop goes here, now it's hit with tempo and he's short. But the question is, what if knight here? What is he going to do with this bishop? You really can't move it. You cannot back it up, because this diagonal becomes a problem. Queen c5 comes in immediately, and suddenly you're putting your bishop back on e3 to defend yourself. So you can't move it. This is committal. You're giving away this bishop right now. What is the point here? Maybe he's counting on this pawn being on h5 to say, I'll give you this bishop for what I'm going to get. Contentious moment in this game, absolutely. Fabiano striking while the iron's hot. This one is going to heat up really fast.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's not a dragon. So giving up the dark square bishop is not as critical as it would be in a variation where the bishop is on g7. That was hard for me, switching from the dragon to the Najdorf, to make that transition, because in the dragon, giving up the bishop on e3 if you're playing on the white side is no-no.
Right.
And if you're black and you get to take the dark squared bishop, it's like, okay, game over, strategic win.
Right.
Whereas
king safety.
Here, I feel like this is as Maurice was saying, this rook c8 idea, it's just a matter of this is the time. I mean, obviously we would prefer to have our king on h1 so that we could respond with knight g4 to bishop g1, but you can't have everything in the Sicilian.
Exactly, and well, that's what chess is, a battle of ideas, and I totally agree, Maurice, that the game's definitely heating up, and a game that hasn't heated up, never got off the boil, in fact, is a game between Sam Shankland and Wesley So, a very dry game, I must say.
I was kind of expecting the opposite, to be honest. Even though I love the way Fabi and Nakamura play, I just had this gut feeling that it was going to be a Berlin and Naka was going to play well and it wasn't going to be that much.
Right.
And that Shankland and So was going to be explosive. So it was in fact the opposite.
Right. Just the flip side reverse. Essentially, both players have just simply vacuumed the pieces off the board, and they're now in a dead-drawn king and pawn endgame. But
this one we should really analyze for as long as possible.
Let's not. And in fact, can we take a look at the game between the women's leaders, Tatev and Nagy?
Yeah, it's been a little while since we looked at this game, but this game also a very principled and exciting battle.
Looks like a Perk defense with both players have fianchettoed their kingside bishop. Very, very balanced position. A lot of maneuvering. I tend to favor white just a little because I do like occupying the center, and I do think this pawn on d4, although it's not a significantly superior pawn to the pawn on d6, it does control more space and just a little bit more options for white here.
But to play the devil's advocate, Tatev is an e4 player, and this feels like a d4 position. So I know that when I think that and from that point of view, it's kind of a clever choice by Bikidze.
Interesting. Okay, I really see this as a e4 game with the when I think of a queen, like this is kind of a queen.
It feels queen pawn to me because
then I'm expecting that this pawn on c2 would be on c4,
true.
And I'd really feel like we're in a old King's Indian kind of situation. With the pawn still on c2 and e4, d4, I tend to feel that this is, I would identify it as a e4 position.
I guess what I'm getting at is that it's rather closed, and Tatev really likes the more explosive tactics than the maneuvering play.
Okay.
And it's like this. I think that sometimes e4 players have trouble when playing against this Philidor because the knight on c3, it's hard to figure out what to do with it.
Yeah.
And like sometimes we want to try to maneuver our knight on both knights Both knights don't look that beautiful, actually. The knight on f3, sometimes we want to maneuver to like c4, but Najee's in decent shape with that, with the rook on d8. So, yeah, and we do have a handshake in Shanklin.
Our first result of game 4.
So our first result of game 4, and a big game that not as exciting as we would have hoped, but of course we've got a big one on board 1 between Caruana and Nakamura, so popcorn out for that one.
Right,
and
big compensation. We're compensated for very well with this big clash of the Titans.
So just what I was saying, I just think it's like a decent opening choice against Tatev and her style of play, even if objectively White still has the traditional opening advantage.
Yeah, fair enough. And just looking at Carissa's game, as once again, she of course is tied for the lead. She's playing with Jennifer Yu, and this knight on d5. Well, I'm an English opening player, so I kind of like White. Maurice, your thoughts, please.
Very important position, guys, and it looks as though she slipped up just a bit. You do like White here, but I know if you saw a different position, you wouldn't like White as much. And it's this pawn move, b5, challenging that pawn on c6, and she definitely shouldn't have let this be a problem in her position. She should have taken this pawn, make sure that's gone. But what she probably did not notice is that she didn't have to worry about her b7 pawn here. She could have played this beautiful incursion, knight to c3. Now you might say, wait a second, doesn't that lose a pawn if we just take it and then just borrow this guy on the square? Well, what's important, you're giving up the dark square bishop, and here's a very powerful bishop along this diagonal, and this pawn is very strong on the c3 square. How strong? Well, it doesn't seem entirely clear that it's a brilliant pawn, except when the engine says, I'm willing to sacrifice a second pawn. And now you're like, wait a minute. First, I want to know what's wrong with me taking this pawn. Suddenly, the engine starts to go gaga for Black's position. You drop the rook back, and now the other rook comes over, and it's a double pawn sacrifice for this c pawn and this bishop, and suddenly Black is better, according to the engines. Much better, in fact. Despite being down 2 pawns, this pawn is trying to giddy up down the board. A crazy position to evaluate. When you first look at it, you think, maybe I should be able to stop all that's coming at me, but it's absolutely not easy at all as this Benko-style compensation down the B line. Instead, she chose a position to play queen e7, and now after takes, suddenly her pawn on the C line stops any play along this direction, and she's going to have to go passive in this position as knight c3 no longer works and gives anything for her, although the engines are saying that she's not much worse here. She has now played the move rook to c8, and again, Yaz, if you're an English player, White slightly for choice for sure in that position. There's another position of interest. Let me see if I can find it down here. This one, yes. The game between Akshita Gorti and Sabina Feuser. Just a move ago, take a look at this cue trap. After knight takes c4, knight fd5, attacking the bishop, queen b3, now saying, you want my, by the way, attacking the bishop and the knight, saying, if you want my bishop, I'm going to take your bishop. So bishop to d7, a developing move, right? Well, let's say you decide, let me just develop a piece right now so I can castle. All of a sudden, bishop a4 shows up on the board and wakes you up to the fact that your queen is gone. There goes that queen. Knight takes is unplayable because of the pin, and the queen is trapped. There was a cute little line there. She noticed it. Give the youngster her credit. She's a fine player. She played the move a4. Again, not worrying about knight takes because of queen takes. She wants to play the move a5. It's not clear exactly what's going on here for White as Black is developing, but she's trying to maintain her spatial advantage. Engine's giving Black the slight nod here because of solidity, but it's a sharp position with a lot to play for.
Thank you, Maurice, and we have another caller.
That's right, we've got a caller. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
My name's Amir, and I'm from Canada.
Hello, Amir.
Yeah, Eric Hansen all the way. Okay, now, I was thinking of how to promote chess, and it's very hard to get young people into chess, first of all, like, and to watch big games like this. Like, why would they sit on the TV or the computer and watch games like this? And I was thinking they should have a very good player who can trash talk a lot. I mean, that would get people into the game more, you know? Like, I'm not good enough to play with the top people and trash talk all the way. But, I mean, if you get a person like Fabiano trash talking, You know, you want to follow this guy. You want to see if he backs his stuff up. Whether you like him or hate him, you want to see if he backs his stuff up. And that's what gets new people into the game.
Well, thank you, Emir, for the question. It's highly amusing that you brought that topic up, because we do have a serious trash talker in our studio, don't we, Maurice Ashley? What do you think about the caller's question?
Well, I love me some trash talking, that's for sure. I grew up in Brooklyn, playing in Prospect Park and in Washington Square Park, in St. Nicholas Park, in Harlem, all over the city. I'm nothing, actually, compared to those guys. Those guys are some serious trash talkers. But trash talking, I think, is probably not something that would happen during the game. I think the caller doesn't mean that, because that's not what the players do. I think it'll be something that you do maybe on Twitter, on Facebook, maybe in interviews, some kind of personality you show. But the players are very careful about insulting their rivals. Chess is supposed to be a gentleman's sport or a ladies' sport, and you act a bit more classy. I'm from Brooklyn. We don't know about classy too much. I do believe, I agree with the caller, if you had a little bit of swag in there, love him or hate him, you're going to like a player who throws down the gauntlet and says, you know what, come get it. I'm going to beat you. What, you don't have game. Let's make it happen. Next time I see you, you're Magnus Carlsen, you're Nakamura, we're going to kick your butt. But you got to be able to back that up, because those guys are animals. I wonder if Magnus is Joe Cool. His trash talking is very subtle. You know, he'll make the slight insult, and you'll hear the underbelly of the insult. But I don't know that would cause young players to sit and watch a 6-hour broadcast like you hardcore fans are doing right now. I'm not sure about that. And the young players who are hardcore fans who will watch it, I think we've talked about methods to speed up the game. And I think that those kind of contests, a lot more, that would do more to get people to watch broadcasts like this than anything else.
Thank you, Maurice.
I do agree, and I do think Magnus Carlsen's personality is pretty hilarious. That helps.
Humor, yes.
It helps, but it's not enough if somebody is not at all interested in chess to watch a 6-hour and a half hour, an hour. That personality would really help. You know, these guys could use the confessional to trash talk. I would say one negative is that because chess has such a classy reputation, which is an asset in many ways. I mean, we've got Justice Williams in a Cadillac commercial. I mean,
really?
The class, the association with like class in chess is actually kind of nice in a way, that it's this classy, elegant game. But the negative is, I think that sometimes when a player does trash talk, like I remember one year Nakamura was in this quad with, it was Kamsky, Onishuk, and Schulman, and he was like, yeah, we're just all gonna crush Schulman, he has no chance, and like, people would not let it go. Like, I thought it was great, it's funny, he's trash talking, but people acted like it was like a rude thing for him to do.
Right.
So it's partly the culture. We need to accept that when people say something kind of like rude to the press, we should embrace it rather than like say, oh, this guy's a jerk.
Well, I'm sure our viewers need proof about, good trash talking. So as we go on our break, let's show them what trash talking we're talking about. And we'll be back.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm good. What's your name?
Wilson.
Winston?
Wilson.
Wilson, where you from?
Boom, hit.
Where you from?
Oh.
You Jamaican? Yard
No.
No?
Hit, boom.
Don't I get side?
I'm sorry.
I don't get side? As black?
I mean, if you want to play black, that's good. You hit, bum. Oh, you're a chess man. You're an expert.
Me?
Look at, you don't even look at the board. Look at that. It does not even look at the board. Yeah? You don't even look at the board. Look at.
Ooh, there's a lot of talking going on.
You don't even look at the board, eh?
If you don't beat him French, you can't stay. We're gonna evict you.
Oh.
It's our house.
I noticed that he went to my student and he won't come to me. And I've been over there trying to get him over there.
It's our house. If you lose.
There's a lot of trash talking in this place.
Yeah, we're gonna ban him for life if he loses.
Take that.
Not in this house.
Wait a minute. Don't get funky. I know. It could get tough.
What? You after something?
No, I don't want anything. Can I take this?
Of course it's yours.
It's mine. I'll
This
take
is
it.
yours.
Oh, you let the queen come down.
Mine is mine.
Whoa.
He's back. What did you touch? Touch something of mine?
No, I never touch anything.
You touch something of
I
mine?
never touch any piece.
What if I go down here? What happens?
Let's fix in the pond.
What if I go in your house?
Whoa.
I mean,
come down.
it's all right. It's okay.
Whoa.
I don't know.
It's okay to go.
Man.
It's all right. There's nothing
all right.
wrong with
So, Maurice, how long you been kicking puppies?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing? I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with
Could be
that.
some trouble.
He's in trouble.
Nah, there's no trouble. You're okay.
He's in trouble.
Could be some trouble.
He's in trouble.
You think he's in trouble?
I agree.
You think he's in trouble? He could be in trouble. He might be in trouble.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble.
He's in trouble. See?
Wait a minute. Let me get rid of this guy. He's not friendly. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was right there.
Oh,
Don't try the
sorry.
trickery now.
No.
Is that how the trickery
That's okay.
works?
No.
That was like a magic
That's
trick.
okay.
I like the way you did that.
No, nothing happened.
That was like a magic. You see what he
Nothing
did?
happened.
My piece disappeared
Nothing has
from the
happened to you.
board. Wow, that was deep. That was some serious
nothing has
trickery. Let me
happened to
take
you.
that from you. Wait a minute, wait a
Nothing
minute.
has
wait a
happened
minute.
to you.
Be
Nothing has happened
comfortable,
to
be
you.
comfortable, be nice. That's yours. That's
Nothing
okay.
has happened to
That's
you.
okay. I'll take all of these. I think I can manage this position.
Yeah.
Wait, you want my
I
bishop?
understand.
I can't give you my bishop. I need that piece.
Remember what I said.
What'd you say?
Huh?
What'd
What
you
I
say?
said was
What'd you say? What'd you say?
What I said was
Was what?
Once the time is over, click. That's
That's it? That's it?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens next.
Once it's over,
I think I can
Mate
figure
in
this
three.
one out. Mate in 23.
Made in 3.
23.
In 3.
23.
Made in 23.
In 3.
It's good.
Let me go up here. Over here. In there.
In 3.
Down there.
In 3. That's it. That's game.
Only now?
That's game.
I thought it was over already. Wait a minute,
What's going on now?
I've heard of this rule called Ponte's Pawn en passant. I heard of that.
Oh, yeah?
One. Yeah, I heard of that one.
You heard that?
I've heard of it. Ooh, that's gonna make it easy.
Yeah, he resigned. Cut.
Wilson, I appreciate it. Wilson, thank you very much.
Cut. I mean it. Yeah.
Come on, man. Don't
I mean it.
Thanks a
Cut.
lot. Wilson, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
What is your name? You didn't tell me your name.
Maurice Ashley.
Are you ready?
Grandmaster.
Hey, this is an cut. I mean it. Cut.
5 seconds.
Hello and welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Here in St. Louis, we are in the playing hall here, and we see Ray Robson pacing, and Varuzha Nakobian about to make a move. No takers in the confessional box yet today, though.
Nothing so
Although I think
far.
Fabi's going to go in there eventually. He always does. Maybe when things clarify. But let's go take a look at his game, because it turns out that he, after this move F4, Knight G4 was played, Fabi threatened to get the best of both worlds and keep the bishop with King H1, which really forced Hikaru's hands to play Knight E3. Right now,
Which
if
he
you don't
did.
play Knight E3, we will play Bishop G1.
Right.
So Knight E3, Queen
The
E3.
capture was taken. Queen takes E3. And then as Maurice showed in our little duel there that we were going back and forth, it's a real battle of ideas, and Maurice posted up with his queen on C5, where it's a much more active square, and of course pins this knight to the queen, which really slows down White's plan, which is White wants to get in this move F4, F5 right away, but the problem is that after E6, E5, oops, it's boomeranged against you, and this knight on D4 in a pin is very uncomfortable for the first player. So to prepare the move F4, F5, a move like Rook A1 to E1, protecting the queen, and maybe essaying a different attacking idea as well with E4, E5 would strike me as the most natural play by both players.
In fact, Fabi played Rook on A to D1.
Rook on A to D1, okay. A little bit different, so he's played Rook on A1 to D1, supporting his knight, releasing his queen for a possibility that this queen on E3 may slide over to G3, or in the case that, oh, pardon me, let's do this again. In the case after Rook on A1 to D1, if Hikaru declares the address of his king with a move like castles, then even the move Queen H3, sliding over, eyeballing this pawn on E6, preparing moves like F4, F5, and also, you know, this pawn on H5 kind of sticks out a little bit like a sore thumb. So plenty of play, plenty of a nice approach. I really like this game as it's shaping up here. Real battle of ideas we're seeing taking place in this marquee matchup.
Now, a lot of people say that in the Sicilian, endgames are good for black. So that being said, that's not always true, like all principles in chess. So if black were to play E5 here and try to force the trade of queens, which I think forcing moves is something that
You always look at.
You always look at it. And very beginning players, they don't look at forcing moves enough.
Right.
But then once you get to a level where you're a proficient club player, you tend to play them too much.
Right.
So
yes, exactly. The fine balance that you sometimes lose or swing back and forth. The problem with E4, E5, E6, E5, while you do achieve, quote, that trade of queens and, quote, the ending, what you've given up is more than what you get. You've really opened up this white squared bishop, and you've weakened this, permanently weakened the square D5. So for sure, yes, you get that trade of queens, what you've aspired for, but look what's left behind. A weak square on D5, a very powerful bishop on B3.
But hey, my coach said Sicilian endgames are good for black. Not this
in
one.
general, yes, but not all endgames are created equally.
And it's amazing how just that pawn on E5, if you move it to E6, the position is quite nice for black. You know, we could play Rook C8, we can get some nice play, but the move E5 really wrecks our light squares. An update from Maurice Ashley in the Women's Championship.
And as you guys are discussing that position, we're seeing another position that Fabi wants to avoid completely, that superior endgame in the Sicilian that is excellent for black, that now Agata Baikoshev is facing against Irina Krush. And look at this position. She is, first of all, she's got this pawn that's backward, but look at what black has gotten. Black has gotten all the pawns down, controlling the C2 pawn, arresting the C2 pawn in the position. The backward E pawn
That is the weak e-pawn on e4. And now Irina can carry out a very concrete maneuver to create an endgame by simply playing the move queen to h4. This move the computer completely loves, relishes the opportunity to trade queens here. First of all, you can't play h3 because there's a fork on the board. So you got a mate threat and knight f2 in the position. Really, the only reasonable move is queen to g3. And now the endgame you want, knight takes, most natural. And then all of a sudden, black's pieces, either rook could go to c8, aggressing the pawn down the line, and you got to go passive. This pawn's about to drop from the board. You can play this move, and now suddenly rook to c4, and this pawn is also under attack. Let's just continue with the line, maybe chase this knight out of there. If knight e3, then rook f2 is fine. So knight f6, totally eyeballing this pawn, and if you decide to go active, all right, we won't give you anything. We're still looking at your position. This pawn is hanging the threat of h5, h4, typical themes. We've seen Bobby Fischer do that back in the day. And black has complete control over the initiative. This is an endgame that Irina will love to play, will relish. This is a typical Sicilian advantage. She's taking quite some time, though, in deciding whether or not to play for this ending with the move queen to h4. She's got to time it right. If she doesn't play that move, black may see white crawl back into the game because she does have a weak d-pawn to think about. So the moment is hers right now to play for this great move, queen to h4, and see if she can make hay while the sun shines.
Well, that is the dream Najdorf endgame that you were just talking about, Jennifer. Big advantage for Irina following queen h4. Let's take a caller's question.
Let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
My name is Orrin Hudson, calling from Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Hello,
Hey, Orrin.
Orrin Hudson, I know that name.
You know that name? How could that be? But I've committed my life to helping over 50,000 children across the country, teaching them to think it out instead of shoot it out. My message is brains before bullets. There's 3 B's there, brains before bullets. And my message is the only way to fight is to use your head. So I'm committed to teaching people how to think. 6 magic words. Take time to think things through. Boom, bam, checkmate.
Hello, Orrin, and what is your question, sir?
I would love to know how I can, just let you guys partner with people so I can do more to promote chess, to teach our young people how to think strategically about their future. How can I connect with people? I love to share my vision with your audience so they can see what I'm trying to do to empower our young people to be someone.
Well, thank you for all the work that you do, and let me just be the first to pick up on that for a moment. There are a large number of not-for-profit educational entities, including the St. Louis Chess Club, that does precisely that, Orrin. Raises the awareness of chess and helps our young people with their critical thinking skills by teaching them chess. And I would very strongly recommend that you reach out to those foundations across the United States and be a part of what's happening in schools and chess clubs around the nation.
And I think he's already doing such a great job that a lot of it is keep doing what you're doing.
Right.
And that sounds like a cliche, but the truth is that sometimes people get burnt out and tired, and you got to know how appreciated your work is so that year after year. I mean, I just saw Orrin on the cover of Chess Life magazine. He won a cover contest, actually.
Wonderful.
So that kind of adds exposure to his mission. And I mean, you just got to know that sometimes you're tired and keep doing it because the kids that you reach, it has an exponential effect.
Right.
Maurice.
I've known Orrin for easily over 15 years now, and his Be Someone program is something that people should check out. Go online. We'll give you a little boost right now, Orrin. People should check out his Be Someone program. He's doing great work there in Georgia. He was actually at the Millionaire Chess Open, so we appreciate your support there. And absolutely, keep doing what you're doing. I'm sure there are organizations all around the country that would love to find out your secret to success, so we appreciate the work that you've done.
Think things through. If you
Bam,
stop,
bam, boom, checkmate.
if you really stop and listen to the words and
He said take time to think things through. That's a lot of T's.
It's really a beautiful sentiment.
But is it boom, bam, checkmate or bam, boom, checkmate?
Boom bam.
Boom, bam?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay.
Bam boom.
Bam boom or boom bam? Oh man.
Boom bam.
Okay. This is going to need to go to the tie-break playoff.
Right.
But thank you
right.
so much, Oren, and we love your calls. Keep them coming.
All right, back for a moment to the move rook on A1 to D1.
Maurice Ashley for making the Hall of Fame. I think that's fantastic. He's a very cool dude, and I called Maurice Ashley the new James Bond. Bond is back.
The
All
new
right. I love
James
that.
Bond.
They are looking for a new James Bond too. I thought it was going to be that British actor from The Wire.
Idris Elba will
Yes.
take it over me. I'm sure.
Very good, very good. Jen, bringing us back to our marquee matchup game, this very thematic move, Queen C5, posting up. The queen has been met by rook on A1 to D1. You're knight or player yourself. Would you take this moment to declare the address of your king? Would you castle either to the queen side or to the king side? Is this the right time to play a castling move?
That's a good question, and which one indeed? So I see you're trying to play this Queen G3 move.
Right. I mean, I'm trying to channel Fabi for a moment and imagining that he really is eyeballing this G3 square to force a declaration of sorts.
Right, and I'm trying to think, if I castle queenside in this position, I'm gonna, it obviously looks very dangerous, those of you at home. There is a reason why people play castles kingside far more frequently than they castle queenside. But one lucky thing on my side is that you've moved your rook from A1 to D1, so you don't have this like obvious like A5 move.
The idea is like that. Well, would you feel comfortable with, I guess I mean, it's a question of style, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna probably play King B8 to make my king a little bit safer. It does seem like your pieces are not so well coordinated for an attack. So even though
for
my
a queen side attack, yeah. So maybe your king is a bit safer. Having said that, in fact, I'm desperate to play the move F5, but which I cannot once again because of E5. So I'm virtually obliged to move my queen.
E5 positionally very bad, but wins a piece.
True that.
We will take it.
Yes.
Although we might have like some way not to lose a whole piece, like knight D5. After like F5, E5, knight D5, maybe we don't. Well. We might not lose a whole piece because of tactics, because of the loose bishop on E7. But in any case, it's not something we want to.
No.
Not a road we want to go down.
Wow, I'm shocked. Jennifer, we have a lady caller on the line.
That sounds like a really old-fashioned.
Hello, and welcome to the show.
Hello, welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from. I feel like you're listening to our show in the background.
Hi, my name is Tyrone Davis from New York City.
Oh, hi.
And I want to ask about Scholastic chess. And in New York City, like, there are a lot of tournaments I've been to, like, even like youngsters, juniors who are like 2,300 and 2,200, we don't see them in most Scholastic chess tournaments. And since I'm nearing like the 2,200 mark, I want to know if Scholastic chess tournament a good place I should continue playing, or if I should stay away from that and go to more continental or open tournaments.
Thank you. It sounds like the caller is doing extremely well with a very high rating. And the question the caller was asking is, should they eschew Scholastic's chess events and go for elite ones?
Wow, and they said they're nearing 2,100, is that right?
That's something, at least over 2,000.
Oh, great. That's fantastic. I think that it's all about the strength of competition in the Scholastic events. There are a lot of really strong Scholastic tournaments. I know there's a National Junior High School Championship going on right now, and a dozen masters are playing in the competition. So
that sounds very strong.
I could be exaggerating, but I'm pretty sure that it's like in the high school championship. Well, there's there's like multiple players over 2,400, and there was even like a GM playing one year. So it's just crazy the amount of strength there is at the top at some of these big Scholastics. But if you're sitting there 200 points higher rated than the next person, in general, you should probably try to avoid that, except maybe for once a year type thing.
Funny, I just loved anything that had national championship behind it. I just was attracted those titles. So, I mean, win it once, and if it was too easy, well, then you can take a break.
I don't think it's that easy to win those things. I've been a part of, my teams at least have been a part of those things for years. I myself never played any Scholastic events because I started chess too late, but Scholastic chess is a great place to build strength. And if you're that good, as it sounds like the caller is, the national championship is no joke. Trying to win that thing is brutal. You get all the most talented players in the country coming to play. So I would say don't avoid the top ones. Like you said, yes, national championship, play those. Those are always going to be good. And the thing is, to prove yourself at that level is a sign of a great player. So to be able to go 7-0 in a nationals, I mean, that's a mark of somebody who can really do something great in chess. So definitely go after the top titles. But in general, you always want to chase down tournaments where you know they're going to be better players. That's how you get stronger. So fight with the best players you can at any place. New York, we're just spoiled. There you can just, anywhere you go, you play a grandmaster very easily. The Marshall Chess Club certainly is a mainstay, from place that I cut my teeth as I got better.
Thank you, Maurice.
Yeah, great to have your questions, guys. Let's take a peek at the standings for those of you who are just joining us. Well, over in the U.S. Chess Championship, we have 3 players tied for the lead: Ray Robson, Wesley So, and Fabiano Caruana. Wesley So has already drawn his game today against Sam Shanklin. So a little bit of clarity there in the standings. Will one player get to 3.5? That is a big question today. Caruana's game against Nakamura, very interesting, but at the same time quite balanced. Meanwhile, Ray Robson, we could go take a look at that game because that is pretty crucial to see if he can catch up. Meanwhile, you do have an extra move in the Nakamura game. He actually did not castle in either direction, but we'll take that. We'll take a look at that in just a minute. Meanwhile, in the women's championship, we've got three players tied for the lead as well: Tatab Abrahamian, the 12-year-old Gurza Yip, and Naji Pikinzi, with Tatib and Naji facing off today in a close position that Yasser thought was good for Tatev, but
slightly superior.
Yes, definitely going to be a full-blooded battle that might end up becoming more exciting as we approach time control, and that's what happens often with those close positions, that they open up when the players are a little tired and a little bit spent on the clock. So exactly. It's kind of fun for us, actually. Whereas this E4 battle, it gets really hot in the beginning of the game, and then like sometimes by move 40, it's a little bit less dramatic. Whereas the D4 openings are kind of the opposite. That's why it's kind of nice to have a combination of the two in each game. So you were wondering after Rook 81 if Nakamura was going to castle kingside or castle queenside.
Right.
Instead, he chose to play this non-committal move, not ready to give the address of his king, and just defend the pawn on h5. And your idea of playing queen g3 now, of course, does not have a direct threat anymore. So it gives black some time to do what? What do you think black will do after queen g3?
Well, again, it's like one of those moves that we see time and time again from the top players in the world. They're always cagey in keeping their options open. Just to boldly point out the obvious, that in case white were ever to play f5, again, it's this one of those things where you can't do it immediately because of this move e4, e5. But what it also means is that black would trade his g-pawn and open up the g-file against white's king with the pawn on g2. So the move g6 actually inhibits the blow f4, f5 that much more. And again, it's just basically saying, I'm keeping my options open. I can castle queenside when I want. I can castle kingside when I want. What are you going to do? I think that it would make a lot of sense for Fabi just to draw back his queen for a second, intimating once again that he's got two threats in the position, or two possible lines of play: e4, e5, or f4, f5. A very cagey game in this marquee matchup.
Now, we talked just recently today about the junior high school championship, and also we talked with our caller about how even a high-rated player should continue playing national championships. You know, one thing we didn't mention about that is if you don't decide to become a professional chess player, which of course many people will, having a national championship on your college resume and
fantastic.
even your professional resume later is just absolutely huge.
Absolutely. I mean, people look at that resume and go, wow, that's really unusual. You became the national champion, the champion of the United States in that discipline at that time.
And we actually
it's
have
very attractive.
Indeed, and we have some even more evidence, which is even more striking. If you weren't convinced yet, U.S. Chess Twitter account actually has just posted a screenshot from the brochure at the Junior High School Championship right now in Indianapolis. And 2 players in this tournament are listed as individual champions in the K9 section of the Junior High School Championship. Do you want to guess which 2 players they are?
Fabiana Caruana.
And Hikaru Nakamura.
And Hikaru Nakamura.
That's right. Hikaru Nakamura was the 1999 K9 overall champion. By the way, his brother Asuka won the K8 championship that year. And in 2004, Fabiano Caruana was the K9 champion. I mean, that's just incredible, isn't it? To see.
Wow, what a throwback that is.
So there's some evidence.
Absolutely. Scholastic's chess does not hurt. And Maurice, you have some insights for us, please.
Yes, absolutely. And we talk about the youth movement, and it's happening here at this tournament. And there is more sizzling play by the young players in this event. This board, Akshat Chandra, who got into terrific time pressure in 2 games already, had a win against Wesley So that he missed, but drew Nakamura yesterday. That must have given him some confidence because now he's hunting down Alexander Shabalov, the oldest player, in fact, in the entire event. And Shabalov looks to be in trouble here, guys, if Akshat Chandra gets bold and plays the move C5. C5, his knight is under attack. He can just ignore this knight and play C5. Well, what's the key? Well, first of all, if you don't take the knight on E5, you just drop your bishop back, you'll have to face off against this move, knight to C4, and white is threatening moves like bishop to A5. The rook might swing over to A3. There's going to be pressure on this king. That's just going to be brutal. Not easy for these black pieces that are huddled back in the camp, in the black's camp, to deal with this kind of sustained pressure. So that's a problem. C5, it means he has to do something about it. If he takes on E5 right away and sees a massive exchange of pieces here and here, well, the pawn formation is classic advantage to white. 4 against 3 on this side. He's going to be able to figure out how to play F4 and F5 or G5, and black has no counterplay. Forget about your 3-2 on this side. You've got nothing. He's going to have a superior bishop. The bishop might even kerplunk itself on the E6, the D6 square. Black is definitely in trouble in this position. So C5 is a big-time move. It doesn't matter how he trades. The engines are giving white the clear edge. Something went wrong for black in this position. So if Akshat Chandra finds this move, C5, we're waiting to see what he does in this position. He's going to have a big advantage. And looking at his clock, it looks like he's kept some decent time on his clock, at least this game, unlike the disastrous time management he had in the other games. Another game of a youngster, I'm just pulling up the game with Jeffrey Zhang and Alexander Lenderman. Jeffrey Zhang with a decent position here as well, with a nice position. After C takes, his pawn formation is whole. His bishop is eyeballing this pawn on this square, and it looks like he should be okay here. The inches are giving him a slight plus. Still a very interesting position. I'm not sure if white is necessarily worse, but certainly his pawn structure is not great. So we'll see how that game transpires. And another game, really fascinating one as well that we have seen. This one here with the youngster Carissa Yip. I'm surprised at what she's done on the last move, however, because she had a nice position starting back here after queen c2, rook a c8, rook b3, c5, rook fb1. This position, she has allowed these rooks to double, and the Indians actually really like the move c4. Check out this funky idea. c4, and now if you take on c4, dropping into the c3 square, and again, this pawn is under pressure, and this knight just rambunctious in the position, threatening to take here, threatening to take here. If you take back with the pawn, and there's this diagonal pressure with this bishop, plus this one's about to drop. I think she missed that shot. She's instead played very passively and played the move knight to b6 to block the rooks from coming into the game and maybe get c4 herself. This is an interesting line. She just had a better way to do it earlier, but we got to like her position. And I want to point out one last under 16-year-old as we finish covering all these boards. This one Akshita Gorti against Sabina Feuser. Here, the youngster has a nice position with the white pieces. Bad pawn structure here. She has her own problems, but an imbalanced pawn structure normally goes to the bishop. I'm not sure about her last move, G3, because queen D5 is now possible, trying to straighten out the pawn structure. But we'll see. Really interesting games. The youngsters are acquitting themselves, at least so far, quite well in this round.
Thank you, Maurice. Admirable play. And in the game between Gada Kamsky and Alexander Onishuk, a game that we haven't paid too much attention to, that game looks very, very balanced as I'm looking at it now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tame draw in that game. But let's go back to our marquee matchup and just check in as to what how Fabi met the move G7, G6. He did decide, I got one right. That's pretty good. I'm like 1 for 18 today. He did play the move Queen E2. It actually flickered through my mind that there was even, playing cagily and keeping all your options open, a move like Rook D3, just intimating that in case you did decide to make this move castles queenside, that I could disturb with some tactical play with the move Knight D5 and making Rook C3 an option. So I thought that Rook D3 might discourage queenside castling. Queen E2, the most natural move, was played castles, and now we're up to date on the board. So Fabiano now knows where the king resides, but it's no longer that easy for white to get in the move F4, F5, because he knows that should he do that, he'll be opening up the king side for his opponent.
And what is the position we have on the board? Maurice has an update.
Yes, this is the position on the board, and F5, no, is not a good idea. But yes, take a look, guys, at the move E5. The engines are screaming for this move. The other thematic idea in the Sicilian, whenever you play E4, F4, you either play F5 or you play E5, and you time either one out. And the point of this move is to clear this square for a knight to jump in, and white's pieces will just grow exponentially. First problem, if you take this pawn and play knight to G4, you're hitting this pawn, but you just opened up this square. You remember, you castle, so you're no longer controlling F7. So rook takes on F7, and you can't touch the E pawn. If you take knight takes on E5, we just rip this guy off. And when you capture here, we take this one, and white has garnered 2 pieces for the rook with a beautiful constellation along the dark squares. This is a great position for white. So E5 on the board, what else can you do? If you just ignore and play knight to G4, then the idea is borne out. After knight to E4, you can drop back and allow all the trades to happen on this square. Takes, and now takes and takes. And this position is not what black wanted to see. White has opened up the game. Moves like Rook D3 are possible. Moves like H3 are possible. The only one that's not possible is knight takes on E6, which is not that good because of Queen E7 pinning the knight. And if you drop back, then suddenly a trade on E2, followed by knight to E3, and black is back in the game. But this move E5, guaranteed, this is what Fabiano is looking at right now. He is staring down this move and saying, why can't I play E5? That's screaming to be played. What's wrong with it? The other move, of course, after E5, not to trade, is to play knight E8, but that looks ugly, especially after the move knight to E4. This looks very attractive for white in this position. What's up, Yaz? E5 is just screaming at the position to be played.
Absolutely, no, because as you've been mentioning so eloquently, the move F4, F5 seems to be wrong, and E4, E5 certainly looks right. I'll just say
he played F5, by the way. He played F5 in this position. Incredible.
Okay, he got on that pony and he kept riding it. F4, F5. I'm not a fan of this move. I just wanted to say, however, Maurice, after the move E4, E5, knight back to E8, knight back to E4, it's one of those things that very often happens in both the hedgehog as well as Najdorf Sicilians. The position after Queen C7, it's very compact. Optically, it looks really, really good for white. I'm not sure that it is overwhelming or something of that nature. Rather, black is a very cohesive position. He just needs to make 1 or 2 moves, and then that move e4, e5 may not be all that it appears.
In this line you're talking about, just follow this line,
sure,
Queen C7. You say hedgehog, I play the hedgehog. I'd like to have my king on G8 and my rook on C8. Thank you very much. Not this way around. This looks dangerous. Rook F3, for example, in this position, starting to bother you quite a bit. Now you got to play king B8. Where's your queen hiding if I play rook C3? I'm actually putting this in the engine right now. And rook F3, king B8. Engine's even going different direction with the move knight to G5. Take a look at that move. Knight to G5, attacking the F7 pawn and just slowing your position down. I'm not sure about the direction here after this move, rook F8. The engine wants to sacrifice on E6 and pick up a lot of pawns on this square. What a wild choice this would be. Knight takes with the big old family fork. I'm not sure this is the direction I would go, but I can't say it's a miserable idea. Look at all those pawns white has. I don't know. This is a dangerous position to be sure. I think E5 was much better than F5. F5 actually looks maybe worse for white. Excuse me. F5 looks like just a strange decision with E5 coming so quickly and black able to do everything with the G file. I think F5 looks like the kind of position Naka wants to see.
True, but let's just drill down and see what it is about
E5
the
was
move
played.
F5 that
Fabi had in mind.
Yeah,
he's obviously looking at some tactics with the F7 pawn being captured and likes it for him.
Right.
Although this didn't happen to...
I know.
Okay.
G takes, I think that this was Fabi's idea.
Then you could play bishop takes F7 in this variation?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks to this pin on the E. I mean, it is wild, and you've got to calculate all of the forcing captures, but it does look that at the end, it will favor white.
We saw this in another random variation. So instead, after E5 immediately...
was Hikaru's choice.
Because now, of course, bishop F7, there's no longer that...
that capture on E7, because the E4 pawn is still on the board, and we will have lost a piece. Oopsie daisy. So we got to go back here for a second, and after the move E5, where are we going to go with our knight? Well, not too many choices, are there? So knight F3, and captures on F7 is in the air, and more saliently, I want to go here, right?
Yeah,
so
I think that's right. So he's trying to gang up on F7 regardless. And by the way, these moves are on the board so far, just G takes F5, not knight G5 yet, though.
Not knight G. So we're up to date at this exact moment,
yes,
Jen? Okay,
moment,
so we're anticipating knight G5. Well, one good thing I can say about the move F4, F5 is this bishop is really superb. The problem from White's point of view is there's not a king on G8. If there was a king on G8, I'd really be doing backflips for White's position.
Totally, but you can still see why Fabi might have gone for this variation.
Found it attractive.
Obviously, the engine sees like some adequate defenses here, but it's kind of like, if you're looking at this as a human, this looks really sweet for White, because it looks like you're getting control of all the light squares and that you're going to regain your pawn back. I mean, I guess how does Black defend that against that knight fork on F7 is the question. Like,
I'm not so sure he should. Maybe he should go dynamic play and do something really kind of crazy. I mean, well, crazy is relative, but knight takes F7, pardon me. You could also take on E4. Just, you know, when I always get nervous whenever a bishop posts up on the long diagonal across from my king. I don't know. I'll take a rook, let's say. I'll take with the rook. On a good day, you can imagine some pawns, but I'm not trusting this exchange sacrifice.
So let's see. So let's try that again. So but if you don't do that, I mean, everything else just looks hopelessly passive. I mean, you're not going to play bishop E8, are you?
No. I don't want to seize the defensive here. It's all about the initiative.
We know that. You're forced to sacrifice in some manner here, and that's like I think
the other idea is a different type of sacrifices. Well, I'm looking to play a move like knight G4 to look at knight E3 to fork these rooks. But I'm not really a big fan of that move.
Yeah,
I'm
because we
wondering
can
about
interpolate the move, well, at some point we can interpolate the move knight d5, which is going to be a little bit annoying.
Were you a big Sveshnikov player? Did you play Sveshis?
Just for white sometimes.
Oh, just for white. Okay, because again, I was kind of looking at a move like f4, where you kind of shut down things over here on the king side for an exchange. Play like a move like knight g4, okay? So I'm going to lose an exchange, right? I'm just going to be an exchange down. But I'm hoping that when I get to play knight e3, I'll have enough compensation. This looks good for white if he plays knight e3. You don't like it?
I mean, no, I like it for white, like you said, because I feel there's lots of possibilities for white. We're not even calculating all of them. There's even maybe something with rook d5 and.
How about one other look? f4, knight takes bishop to g4. How's that one?
Bishop g4. Okay.
That feels more.
So you're actually
intriguing.
You're actually regaining some material here, huh?
Well, I gave back the pawn that I was ahead. And you're going to win an exchange, but I'm going to win an exchange. You're going to win a lot of light squares. I'm wondering if on a good day, black might even persist with h4, h3. Very, very double-edged position.
A lot to calculate.
f4, f5, first gut reaction was not good for white. Second thoughts?
Second thoughts that it's harder for black to calculate all this than white, but these are two of the best tacticians in the world,
and
right?
Calculators, and we have a phone call.
Yes, we do. Welcome to the show. Tell us your name and your question.
Hi, this is John Brzezina from Denver, Colorado here, where we're digging out from a bit of a snowstorm here, but great to be able to watch the live coverage there.
Hello, John. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Yaz. First off, hats off to the whole crew there. You guys run a first-rate facility, and the coverage, as usual, is just spectacular. And what a great thing to be able to be out of state and still watch you guys live.
Thank you.
And first off, Rex and all you guys run such a great facility there. I encourage everyone to come out there. When I first came out a couple of years ago, it inspired me to become a member, an out-of-state member of the St. Louis Club, as well as my hometown Denver Chess Club here. So, and we're actually a little bit of our own stuff going on. We have the Denver Open going on this weekend, and hopefully I'll be able to make it back out next weekend to see all of you there and some live coverage there. It's just stupendous work what you guys do there.
Thank you. Wow, great.
Happy to have an out-of-state member. And what is your question?
Well, he doesn't.
Well, yeah, believe it or not, I could have a million questions for you guys, but I actually just recently came across a book, and it's been a while. We need to hear a story from you. I come across a signed copy of a former master, which is probably a lesser-known player for most people, but you know him well, Victor's Pupils.
Yes, indeed.
And I believe you wrote the forward in the book for him by Larry Parr, an American master. And I would love to hear a story of old Uncle Vic, if you had one to share with the audience, to kind of maybe make him more known to people.
Absolutely. Well, Victor's Pupils is a legend in the Northwest chess circles. Originally born in Latvia, he came over to the Northwest, settled in the Northwest, and became a life master, playing in the state championships when I was coming up in the 70s. And really just a marvelous, wonderful character. He got the appellation Uncle Vic. Uncle Vic and I played lots and lots of tournament games together, and I remember in particular one state championship, I believe it was 1977, Washington State Championship. We were playing in a center, and they had these really, really nice bathrooms, and there's a place to write graffiti. So I had written on the graffiti wall in the bathroom, to all Latvians, please do not eat the big white mints. And Victor's came back with, to all midgets, please stand closer to home plate. We had our tussles, and I really have nothing but the greatest admiration for Victor's, and just a shout out to him. He's over 80 going strong, and I think that thanks to him and many, many others who were willing to analyze with me and to play blitz chess and to help me, thank you so very, very much. He's really, well, somebody I'm very, very proud to know. Thank you.
read in the book there. I've been pretty impressed. So, and just again, just what a great job you guys do there, and Rex, what he has started. I mean, to be there the last few years, I've met all the top players in the world, including you and Jen and Maurice, all you guys. I mean, what a thrill to be able to come out and meet all you guys and see what you're doing there. You're inspiring chess across the U.S. more than you guys can know, because even here locally, the clubs are increasing in membership, and even myself inspiring me to reigniting my love of chess, and even getting our own club going in our small towns here. So it's a great work what all you guys are doing, and hats off to Rex and all you. I look forward to seeing you guys next weekend.
Thank you so much.
Fabulous. He's coming out.
Maurice, you've got some insights.
Yes, just looking across the board, there are a few points to make. First of all, time pressure issues. It seems like it's a little bit early still. But in fact, one player in the ladies' championship is having a terrible time right now managing her time pressure, and that is Anna Zatonsky. We've seen it with her before. She's a 4-time champion here, but she hasn't gotten it going yet. She's playing against Alyssa Malachina, who played a Benko gambit against her and has the typical Benko compensation. As you can see, the pieces lined up on this side. She's traded off a pair of knights. Sooner or later, white tries to shut down any of Black's counterplay, and she's very close to doing so. Always worried about the move c4, just being chipped in there at any point. But check this out. It's only 22 moves played. Anna has only 13 minutes and 56 seconds. Let's call it 14 minutes left to make 18 moves. Now, she does get that 30-second increment on each move. So for my calculation, that's another 9 minutes. Still, with only 23 minutes on the clock to make 18 moves in a sharp Benko position, that can't be very good. Tricks abound in these kinds of situations. So Alyssa, with a lot of time on her clock, over an hour on the clock. Talk about a time disparity. She has the edge there for sure. Dramatically so in the game that you guys has been our feature game of the round. Fabiano Caruana against Nakamura. Knight g5 is now on the board. Now, the strange move, I was looking at this position here after g takes f5. It is possible in this position to go down this line, knight g5, f4. The main line here is f4, and we're talking about Sveshnikovs, right? It does look like a Sveshnikov type formation, except usually this king is over here. What is it doing on this side, and does it really change matters as white is trying to pry open the f7 square and all the light squares? It's not clear to me, unless Black gets some real counterplay against this king, that Black has sufficient play. But I will tell you, when you talk about taking the f7 pawn and getting a rook, Sveshnikov players or Sicilian players or dynamic players don't see an exchange. It's just a rook. After all, the lines are not open for the white rooks to get into the game. So you're going to have to tamp down the counterplay that they might try to generate in this position. And these pawns are real. These things are coming down the board. There is some tempting possibilities to dominate the dark square. Remember, this bishop, there'll be a maneuver where this bishop will show up on the d8 square and then show up on this long diagonal, and your king will never get out of that middle of the board. So it's crazy. There's nothing simple in this position that allows for even grandmasters to look at it at a glance and say, oh yeah, this is easy. This is typical stuff. Really unbalanced, crazy sharp position. But I will tell you, the only thing I can say is that Nakamura revels in these types of imbalances. You can see him sitting up there. He feels great to have a wild position to play.
Although it looks like it might have taken a turn. Let's update the board and see where we're at there.
All right.
We're still at knight g5, sorry.
Knight g5.
So no more moves have been played. So after f4, question is for white.
I'm taking that pawn on f7.
Do you have to right away, though? Maybe you can move your rook so you can't play bishop g4 and score me. Is that too greedy?
Yeah, I'm just
too greedy.
Let me take that pawn.
So bishop g4.
Bishop g4.
I was wondering if white has a small pool in the endgame after queen c4. Not really what we want to see, but would that just be too little? It's gonna be an even Steven in material after queen c4, bishop d1, rook d1, and you'll move one of the rooks out of capture, and then I'll take the other one.
Boy, you're far ahead.
Long variation, wrong variation.
I would
That's
say
what they say.
So I've got knight g4.
Maybe I should play. I should probably. Well, I do have bishop e6 check here.
Okay. And I guess I'll move my king somewhere.
And then
That's a good
after
one.
takes on g4, and I take, I don't know,
Takes on g4 and
and I
takes.
take a rook.
Which?
Yeah, I think I could have done this a little differently though. I also could have taken with a knight on d1. But basically the main question is, how is the queen trade?
I
White
wouldn't
still
go
has the
for
light
it.
squares, but it's going to be a little bit thin.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't go for it. I just like, I'm thinking that my king, meaning the white king in this particular case, I'll take white for a second, is a little bit safer than the black king. So I'll play the move rook f3 and anticipate that when you do captures, I'll recapture, and I'm kind of hoping that my control over the d5 square is going to give me an edge. And I understand Alejandro Ramirez is outside with
That's right.
Clue is in, Alejandro. What's going on?
Well, hello everybody. I'm going to touch more upon the game of the hour. Of course, it's the game between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, and I want to approach it from the point of view of imbalances. Imbalances is a key concept in chess. It's what makes one position against the other, creates all these strategic elements, and I want to take a look at what we have on the board here. This is a point that's critical to many Sicilian games, even though the structure that we have is very familiar to every grandmaster that has ever played a Sicilian. All the subtleties in the position or the imbalances in the position come as very familiar. The point here is that black's pawn structure in the center is very, very flexible. At some point I can push d5 and create a thread like this, or I can push e5 and try to open up the bishops. Another key imbalance here, that black has the pair of bishops against only one bishop from white. White, on the other hand, has a space advantage. He right now has a pawn on f4, pawn on e4, controlling more of the center, and in the immediate sense, his king is a little bit safer than his opponent. Nakamura has a king on c8, and therefore all of these factors say white has to strike somehow. The problem here is how to choose the correct version. There are two ways that white can try to penetrate black's position. He can break it open with e5, which is what the computers were suggesting, trying to open up this rook. However, when you play e5, you kind of lose pressure over this e6 pawn, which can be generated by what Caruana did. This kind of seems like it locks out your bishop on b3 for a very long time, and might be the reason why Caruana decided to instead push this pawn on f5. On the other hand, having this break creates all sorts of different complications, and what amazes me as a Sicilian player is how fast both Nakamura and Caruana have taken their decisions in this position. After playing the move e5, which looks incredibly logical, now that the knight cannot jump to f5, which is a very common idea in the Sicilian, the knight had to retreat, we have the position on the board after pawn takes f5, again with such a plethora of ideas. You could open up the bishop plenty by taking on f7, you could just take on f5 and try to play for the light squares. Let's talk about imbalances again. Yes, black has an extra bishop on e7, but because white has a knight on c3 and a bishop on b3, he has more control over the d5 square. That was one possibility. Instead, Fabiano chooses an even more complicated version and playing knight g5, where anything can happen. White has to be worried about black taking on e4 and creating a strong pawn center. Black has to be worried about this knight coming to f7, not only gaining a pawn, but attacking both rooks. And again, it's the speed that both players are performing their moves with right now that really amazes me. It's such a complicated position. A grandmaster could spend hours analyzing this and not come to a conclusion. They are already approaching somewhat of a little bit of time trouble. Fabiano sees that he's under pressure on the clock, he's slightly behind, he decides, I'm going to play fast, I'm not going to shy away from complications. He understands the position perfectly, and Nakamura, he has to decide, do I take a more sedate approach, or do I gamble, do I sacrifice something against the top-rated player in America and try to push for the win? It's going to be an exciting, exciting game, and I'm happy that we have such a wonderful Sicilian in the hands of the top two players in America.
Love it.
Thank you, Alejandro. I thought that was a marvelous exposition of what's going on in the position and talking about the imbalances in the position. And Maurice, what did you think of Alejandro's presentation?
Great description, and thank goodness we have this game to look at because all the other men's games seem to be leaning towards peace. We already have seen a draw actually in one key matchup in the tournament. Wesley So playing against Sam Shanklin, that's a draw. This one is about to be drawn as well. Gadakamsky versus Alexander Onischuk. This is going to be a perpetual with Queen D5, and that's just nothing. He could actually play Queen F3 and just draw the game easily as well. So this is just drawn. This, I don't see any moves for him to win with right here. So two quick draws, it looks like. There was a sacrifice in this game with Varuzhan Akobian and Ray Robson on the D6 square. Let me just point out, after trade, knight takes, he played rook takes D6, queen takes, and he's going to now play the move E5. But even here, this position doesn't seem like it's going to promise much. After queen takes, black has lots of play for the two pieces and no reason to think he's worse. Not hard, not so easy to see if he's any better. Maybe black might even be better with the two pieces in this position, although the engines are giving white the edge, but my feel is different, but we'll see how this one actually proceeds. Looks very balanced right here. And then the other men's games, I won't even bother because they're looking maybe a little bit more interesting, but those are looking drawn. But check out the positions on the women's side. First of all, look at this chaos happening in the game with Abrahamian and Pakidze. This position is just wild. Pawns all over the place. Sharp chess. D5 break is in. E5 is playable. Chaos on the chessboard right here. Carissa Yip's game against Jennifer Yu. Plenty of pieces, plenty of imbalanced play yet again. And in this one, the Benko shot F4 is on the board now. Again, wild, all the pawns on. Nothing equal about this position, or at least simple about this position. And this one, even though it's an end game, white is looking for something with the bishop, the crazy pawn structure. Again, great fighting chess the women are displaying. This one with Seirawan versus Nemtsova. Guys, I mean, full-bloodied battles. You'd be getting a headache looking at these games because the women are going for it. And there's only one game on the women's side that is settled down, and it's just because black is just crushing white, just cruising in this position. Domination on the C file, weak E-pawn, king coming towards the middle. White is in a lot of trouble here. So the ladies are showing their stuff in incredible fashion in this round, with the leader right now in this game at least, Irina Krush, showing why women's chess in the U.S. Championships is always a battle.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
and welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's here in St. Louis. And we have an exchange sacrifice in the biggest game of the round and perhaps the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. It's been all we could ask for of these marquee matchup of these two top players. When we left, we had just seen the move knight g5, essayed by Fabiano, eyeballing that f7 pawn, f5, f4, and rook d3.
I mentioned this move. Greed is good.
Yes, greed is good. Trying to hang on to the exchange. And Fabiano said, Hikaru Nakamura said, who cares about exchanges? Go ahead and take an exchange. King b8. King c8 to b8. Really, wow. I mean, that's throwing down the challenge. Fabiano captured the pawn, forking black's rooks. And we see this move, h5, h4. Fabi grabbed the rook, and I'm waiting for the recapture.
And rook h8, queen f2 are both on the board as well.
Rook takes h8, and queen f2 on the board as well. I was going to say that, of course, it's quite clear that Hikaru is intending this move h3, and even perhaps a move like knight h5 to g3 check ideas. I thought that Fabi, while we were on break, was going to play the move knight d5, trying to eliminate this key attacker. There was
a knight h5 anyway.
Right, exactly. There was this really funny line, Jen, that I'm sure you would like, which was knight h5, knight captures e7, knight g3 check, sure. Got to take with the rook, you recapture with the pawn, and since rook takes h2 is checkmate, h3, and bishop takes h3, bang, and I think this is just all she wrote.
Because you have like queen e3 just dominating at the end of that variation, yeah.
Yeah, oh boy, yeah, no, I don't even want you to be taking
after
the
rook h2,
yes.
rook takes h2, king takes e2, queen e3 check, like you're technically white is still up some pieces, but those pawns count as pieces too.
And in fact, it will just be over right away thanks to this, what you mentioned.
Splat.
Yeah,
G2,
baby.
Yeah.
Oops. So that's a beautiful winning line for black, which explains why Fabiano played the move queen f2 in order to get rid of this queen sitting on the c5 square and to give his king the opportunity, should he need it, to play king g1. Having said that, what do you think? Is this an intuitive sacrifice by Hikaru, or has he calculated deeply into the position?
A little of both. I mean, I think he's definitely, being such a great player, he's definitely calculated a lot of variations, but I don't think he could see to the very end. So there is some intuition involved as well. So it's really a pure sacrifice in the terms that it's not a sacrifice.
A sham sacrifice where you get it back right away, right?
Like, I remember reading an article once in a mainstream paper where they said white sacrificed his queen, and then black sacrificed her queen. It really was a queen exchange, but they made it sound so much more dramatic.
Yeah. It was a trade, for crying out loud.
Right. But we do have a special guest. We've got Grandmaster Jeffrey Shahade. He's with Maurice Ashley.
And I guess that happened in your game. One side sacrificed a queen only to see the other side sacrifice it back. Jeffrey, of course, had a nice draw today against Alexander Lenderman. Jeffrey, you are the youngest player in the competition, but you haven't lost a single game. What do you credit that to so far in this tournament?
Well, I should also say that I haven't won a single game too. But okay, yeah, I'm just trying to play solid and play some good chess.
Do you feel the moment? Do you feel the pressure? Or do you feel like you've settled in now into the U.S. Chess Championships?
I feel that I've settled in a bit. Now it's already 4 rounds in, so yeah, I've settled in since the start.
Are you looking forward to playing the other players, the 2,700 players you haven't played, 2,800 even players you haven't played as yet?
I'm taking it one game at a time. I think I'm playing them pretty late in the tournament, so I'll think about them when I'm playing them.
Are you surprised by how well the young people are doing in this tournament? You guys are off to an amazing start. Okay, a couple of players have lost games, but Akshat Chandra drawing against Nakamura was a really good result. Gorty defeating Nemtsova yesterday as well. And especially Carissa Yip, who nobody could have guessed would have 2.5 out of 3 and stand on the top of the women's section.
I'm not too surprised about the exceptional results of the young players because it's pretty much known how strong the U.S. junior chess has become.
And do you feel that's going to continue? Are you inspired when you see the young players doing well? I mean, you obviously are a role model for those players too. Do you look at young players and say, wow, we can do this? Maybe we'll take over against these veterans?
Yeah, I would say that it's quite inspiring knowing that players who are rookies in this tournament can play so well.
Well, we appreciate your being with us, and we look forward to you showing that you're not a true rookie as the tournament goes on.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Zhang, 15 years old, hasn't lost a game yet in 4 tries. The youngest player on the open section. Clearly, the youth movement is here.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Jeffrey. And it is inspiring to see the young players acquit themselves so marvelously well. I mean, it's very easy to walk into a tournament like this where you're facing 3 of the top 10 players in the world and feel intimidated. I mean, everybody could understand that very, very well. But he's played really nice, and he had not many difficulties whatsoever in his game today with Alex Lenderman,
and we'll see
who's
if
a very strong grandmaster.
Maybe at some point he'll actually get one of the full points because he is playing solid. And let's take a look now at what happened after Queen to F2. So
in our marquee game, yes.
Nakamura did not sacrifice his queen when Queen takes it 2. He decided to avoid all queen sacrifices and instead played Queen to B4. Hitting that E4 pawn, I also feel like at some point, wouldn't it be grand if Black could put a bishop on that diagonal where you saw those ugly tactics happening with knight h5 to g3, either with like bishop d8 to bishop b6 or even d5 in certain variations?
Indeed, that was just exactly what Maurice had spoken about. The themes, the patterns that you constantly seeing reoccurring in the Najdorf, and one of those patterns is just as you just said. Wouldn't it be wonderful from Black's point of view if he could put his bishop on b6, which would entrap White's king over on the kingside corner, and setting him up for a knight h5 g3 type of retort. Well, the big question for me is I don't want to slow down. I don't want to be thrown on the defensive guarding my e4 pawn or something like that. And I'm really frightened of that whole knight h5 g3 business. Yeah. I would probably just plunk my knight in the middle of the board.
Right, because you
move knight d5.
And that did happen because after knight d5, White can capture with the bishop, huh?
Recapture with the bishop, which is an ideal post. I mean, White worked very, very hard for the d5 square. Knight takes, bishop takes. But in this particular case,
rook b3, unfortunately.
Right, rook b3, and to prevent that threat, I'll both capture a pawn and get a compensation. So I'll have 1 pawn for the exchange. Is it enough? Clearly, if that bishop does end up landing on, say, a square like c5, it's going to be great compensation. So at the moment, I'm thrilled with the way both players are playing this. I think it's been a great example of the various themes that we see for both the white side and the black side.
I love it too, although I got to tell you that bishop on a4 looks so awkward. I'm a little worried that you're like holding your position together with that bishop on a4. So knight d5 just in the nick of time. Is that going to be a saver for Fabiano, Maurice?
Well, it looks like they're making some quick moves right now, so we'll get back to that game in a quick second. Anna Zatonsky in her game has had to play very quickly with only 10 minutes left on her clock now to make another 11 moves. But it looks as though her opponent made a slip and played this move, c4, a tad early in the game. Alisa Melakina played this move and allowed the knight to just simply jump to the d4 square. And now take a look at that square. c6 is a typical position, dominant square for a knight, and the knight is guarding this b pawn. So Alisa decided to give away her gorgeous bishop in order to make this trade, but there's a problem with this move. After bishop takes on d4, black cannot win back the pawn directly with takes, and just get the pawn back. I mean, first of all, the bishop is just lording over the chessboard, but second of all, this nasty move, queen a2, attacking the bishop and the rook, double attack. You cannot get back to b6 to guard the piece. And if you try to play the move bishop to c4 to do it, then rook takes on c4, and that's going to be all she wrote because you're going to get the bishop, you're going to get the rook on c4. So a bad position for Alyssa suddenly after this trade. If you make a trade like this, you better have a great follow-up because you're conceding the dark squared bishop in this position. This position now looks really bad, if not busted, for black because no counterplay a la Benko style, and the two bishops, and e5 is coming really fast. So Anna Zatonsky in the driver's seat there. Another bishop trade that looked quite strange to me in this position, but it turns out that her position was going south all the way back here. Carissa Yip, the youngster, we've all been talking about this phenom. She looks like she's in trouble. Bishop to g5 was played. She didn't get her c4 break in quickly enough, and here she couldn't play any other move, maybe play queen e6 or something like that, but she played this crazy move f6, which buried her bishop in. Okay, that's one thing, but after bishop f4, now she played bishop takes on e4, getting rid of this knight because she's worried about the pawn. Yes, do we remember this one, guys? She's in her last game, she played bishop takes knight to get rid of a knight that was attacking a pawn and was left fighting against bishops that just raked across the chessboard. She's done it again a second time and played this move f5, conceding lots of light squares, bishop f3, bishop e5. At least she's trying to get rid of this dark squared bishop. But this one, this piece is certainly better than this knight. And look at those rooks. a4, a5 is on tap in the position. She's going to suffer along the light squares for sure. Now, can she ever get a knight back to this square, to this c3 square? Then maybe she might say she has some kind of compensation. But with this bishop on f3, it's simply not going to happen. So, again, in trouble, in big trouble in this position. An English player's dream. I know, Yasser, you're just rubbing your hands together if you could get a position like this against a top GM. And finally, I wanted to go to another game. And it's this game, yes. This game got wild over here. Akobian versus Robson. It at least looks wild. After this sacrifice, rook takes d6. Let me go back one move. Right here, he played rook takes d6, queen takes d6, e5, attacking the queen. Queen c5, the move queen e7 was possible, but instead he left that alone so he could get this position. Sorry, bishop takes f3, fg7, rook d8, gf3, queen g5 check, king h1. Both king positions compromised. The two rooks pressing on the position. Are these pieces going to go anywhere? But I'm hearing in my ear that Nakamura is in trouble in his game, so I'll jump it to you guys to take a look.
That's right. Well, I don't think it's 100% clear, but after bishop takes a4, it seems to me like that it's a really awkward situation if we play like rook a3 or rook a1.
Which
it's
was
like
played.
We're threatening to play c3, and if you move your queen to b5, you're still trapped.
So, for
because
example,
of b3.
let's say king here, c3, queen b5, either doubling the rooks.
Your bishop's trapped, basically.
Exactly.
Your
b3.
bishop's trapped, and you can't move your bishop away because rook b3 is back in the position. I mean, can you move it to b5? That would be the only square you could really consider. But I think there
might be
a queen b6 as well.
Like
yeah.
rook b3 idea with queen b6 on tap, right?
Yeah, or queen b6 immediately also. What was wrong with that?
You would take my rook. Sorry.
Oh, right. Yeah, rook b3 and queen b6, sure.
Oh, no. I beg your pardon, queen b6.
You can't take it, right.
I can't take the rook because my queen is simply hanging.
So,
the game is over, guys.
So rook a3
this game is busted.
Why rook a3 instead of rook a1, though?
And we do have a move.
I think it's because... Okay, and yeah, I was wondering why rook a3 instead of rook a1, but rook a3 is what Fabi played, probably the most accurate, and now black has played the move king a8. Huh, interesting. So that doesn't look like, that looks like just like such a counterintuitive move because the a6 pawn is like hanging in all these variations, right?
Right.
For instance, what if we just double the rooks now with rook a1?
What's wrong with your c3?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a few different moves to choose from.
Right, one win is good enough.
But rook a1, bishop b5, you can even play rook a6, and it seems like we're crashing through there, right?
Absolutely, rook a1.
But guys, he's just winning a piece. He's just winning a piece. This game is busted. There's no reason to even go into this line when you have c3, b3. The game is over. He's going to go down a piece.
Exactly.
It's automatic. He's going to go down a piece. He's just flailed out the move h3 in that position. Has Nakamura, and Fabiano took a sip of water there. H3's on the board. He's definitely trying to complicate things, but the very simple rook A1, and he's just waiting to go down. He could throw in this check in this position and maybe play bishop to B5, but the queen itself is also in trouble. But look at this move, queen G7, and you're suffering every angle you could possibly imagine in this position. This line, total dominance for white in this position, crashing through. C4 is coming, queen F7 is coming. Everything is happening on this board. He is simply lost. Nakamura knows it. He's desperate. He's trying to figure out how to keep the mix, and he's looking at the clock, and that is his only friend right now. Fabiano has only 10 minutes and 16 seconds counting down to play the rest of this game. Nakamura is in Tricksville, hoping that Fabiano blunders. We've seen Fabi do it before, by the way. Remember that game he had against Topalov in the candidates that he was just completely when he overlooked something. He needs to giddy up, make a good move, but then again, he knows he has the fish on the hook. Will he be able to reel him in?
Interesting. Well, you know, when times are tough, you find out who your true friends are, right? Nakamura and the clock will always be buds, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save him in this game.
No, he definitely missed a tactical shot with this move, rook A3. I'm not absolutely sure.
It just looks so awkward anyway. Like it's hard for me to imagine that rook A3 is the only good move here. Queen B4 seems to perhaps be the culprit, because if knight D5, you can just play with abandon and stick your bishop on D5. That looks pretty for white.
Yeah, maybe it was somewhere around these parts that this move Queen B4 was just ill-timed for the position. There's something to be said for perhaps for H4, H3, or perhaps even just allowing the queen trade with, after say bishop C6, queen takes, pawn takes, and you can't in this case jump into D5 because the E4 is hanging. But it just feels that maybe Hikaru overestimated his compensation for the exchange sacrifice, and maybe this move, just rook A3, was not in his consciousness. It's a very strange move if you think about it too. It's kind of an easy one to miss.
True, but it does, even if it wasn't for that move, it does seem like it's looking kind of nice for white with the bishop posted on D5.
Right.
And we do have the moves coming in. So after rook A3, H3, just C3 by Fabi, and a quick queen B5 by Nakamura.
And now we are expecting B3, simply reeling in that trap bishop on the A4 square. Hey. I don't. How do I even make it complicated? I don't see any tricks whatsoever.
No tricks. No tricks at all. That's a win of a piece coming.
Yikes.
No tricks. The computer has seen no tricks whatsoever. This is a much better line than the one I showed. This is clearly busted. He's about to lose a piece. He could resign going down a piece with no compensation. That king, that one little H-pawn, that little piggy's not going to do anything in this market, because your bishop is gone from the other side with no play at all. This is over. He just needs to make the moves and make it happen. This one is busted. He's about to lose that piece. And by the way, it's an important point here. The rook did have to be this rook to this square so that you could guard the B3 square. That was the critical point. If you played rook to A1, then suddenly rook to C8 changes the entire evaluation, because after C3, queen back to B5, and you have no B3 continuation. That was the nuance there, why this rook was the choice to put it on A3 as opposed to using the A1 rook. He overlooked that idea. Now he's dropping a piece. Caruana, this is a huge win for him. Remember, Naka was already a half a point behind the leaders. He's going to be a point and a half behind Caruana, and he will not have a chance to play Caruana again in the competition, right? We know that already. Right. So Caruana's big nemesis will be behind him. He'll be a point and a half ahead of Nakamura. He'll be thinking about other players who might be able to catch him. But Naka will have a tall order, hoping that other players defeat Fabiano.
Interesting. You know, yeah, and I think actually rook A1 is also bad for other reasons, because it leaves the back rank open. So there's going to be some variations where we can maybe just like take on B2 and seems like the wrong choice.
Yeah, but as played by Fabi, very, very accurate play, this rook A3, and well, he's played a beautiful game, but up to a certain moment, I thought both players were playing really, really well, and that all three results are possible. In this position, it's just over. That trap bishop on 8-4 speaks volumes to the position, and there's just no ifs or ands or buts. It's just dead.
Huge result in the U.S. Championship as Fabiano looks like he'll be taking a commanding lead, and not only in the scores, but also his play has been quite sparkling. From the first game in which he achieved this kind of virtual zugzwang to this game in which he looks like the strongest player in America. Alejandro was saying outside that Nakamura knows he's playing the #1 ranked player in America, and I just started giggling because I'm like, there's no way Nakamura thinks of himself as the #2 player, because they do kind of like seesaw.
Oh, without question. And by the way, how does the impact of this result, how does that impact their world chess rankings?
Well, right now,
Supposing Fabi were to win.
Nakamura has dropped to #6, and Caruana is #3, but he's only a point behind Kramnik, so this will push him up to #2 in the world.
Right.
If he goes through and wins this game. I don't know if Nakamura will probably, it's hard to say exactly what will happen to Nakamura, probably #7. He'll probably dip below Aronian.
Aronian.
And here we see the world rankings. Fabiano Caruana in 3rd, likely to be 2 after this game, and Nakamura in 6th, likely to be in 7th after this game. Wesley So actually in 9th right now, but I think these are pre-tournament rankings.
I see.
But So has picked up a few points, in fact, and his draw against Naka, and then his other results in this tournament. So he's picked up a few points. And
Fabi is clearly so confident that even though, despite his time shortage, 8 minutes, he's clearly feeling that this game is done and toasted.
I have one prediction to make.
All right.
If Fabi makes move 40 in this game, he's going to go into the confessional booth. Because so far he's been 3-0 for doing confessionals. I think he's going to keep it up if he makes it to move 40. Of course, it would be unprofessional to do it with so little time.
8 minutes on his clock.
And he's such a professional. But we do have a big result in the women's championship that just came in as we were watching the twists and turns of the Caruana Nakamura battle. Tatev Abrahamian and Najee Pikizi have drawn their game. So the battle for the top of the cross table in the women's championship is wide open, and we have Tatev with Maurice.
Yes, the always colorful Tatev Abrahamian here with us. Tatev, tell us about your game today.
She played something I wasn't expecting. I think she wanted to get a quiet game, or at least get me out of theory. So she played a tricky move order, and then because I don't play this line, so when I went knight f3, d6, I thought she was just getting a perk when my knight's on f3, but she told me she wasn't expecting I was going to play knight f3, so she tricked herself in a way. So I guess we're both out of book. So I mean, it was a complicated position, very close, a lot of maneuvering. Kind of missed this misevaluated d5 because she couldn't do it before, and then I was just under the impression that d5 is not possible, and then she played d5. I realized maybe my position is not so safe because my attack is not fast enough and my queen side is kind of falling apart. Her bishops are active. So just a lot of exchanges happened after that.
How do you feel about a result like this one? You did have the white pieces today.
I mean, I feel fine about it. I don't think it's such a huge deal I drew this game.
You told us yesterday that you were not happy with the way you ended that game where you were so dominant. Was that any residual effects from the draw from yesterday?
I don't think so. I don't think today I missed anything huge. Maybe something minor. I don't think. I mean, I cannot compare the two games.
Just a quick comment on the open section. Fabiano is dominating Nakamura right now, will likely win the game. What do you think will be the long-term effect on the championship if that result does stand to hold?
He's 3-0 now?
He'll be 3.5 out of 4, and Naka will be a 1.5 behind him.
1.5?
1.5.
Oh wow. That's he played already. He played Wesley and he played Hikaru. Wow, it's gonna be really hard to catch him. So it might be already. I mean, it's too early to say he's gonna be winning, but it's gonna give him a huge advantage. Might be impossible to catch.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much for your insight, and get your rest for your next game.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Tatev. Thank you, Maurice. Well, never say die. Bishop h4.
Yeah, anybody knows never to say die. It's Naka.
Well, exactly. His 7 tips for bullets. never resign.
So wait, so why can't we take on let me try to blunder something here fast.
Don't do it.
Why can't we take on A4?
Oh yeah, well,
If you
very
take,
good
yeah.
one. Yes.
Okay, queen takes F1. I just play queen takes F1, and I'm up
That's
like
over.
a million pieces.
Yeah.
Something like a million.
Close enough. That's a lot. This looks very simple, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, maybe there's other stuff too, but this I don't see.
I like simple.
I don't think Bishop H4 is going to do the trick. But meanwhile, Naji Pakidzi also doing quite well in the women's championship. We can't say she's leading yet because it does depend on the Krista Yip result, because she was the only other player with 2.5 going into this round. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, Nazi Pakidzi showing that she doesn't plan to lose any games in the whole tournament. Ever again, maybe, apparently. Is it true that I read somewhere that you haven't lost a game in years?
No, that's not true. What they meant probably is that I haven't lost a game in 90-minute plus the full time control, FIDE time control.
So a classic game,
yes,
as opposed to blitz you've lost or rapid you've
Not
lost.
blitz, but more like small open tournaments where you have 1 hour or something like that.
But in this kind of time control where you got time on the clock, no losses in how long? How much would you say?
I'm not sure, but the reason is because I don't play much.
No, we don't want to point that out. That just kills the whole
Okay.
vibe of it. At any rate, you're really comfortable in this tournament. What did you think of your game today?
Today I prepared this opening that I've never played before, so I was actually quite happy to equalize and make a draw.
And as far as the standards are concerned, you feel like that's a solid result?
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't ask for a better result because I already played 2 favorite players, Anna and Tatev. And yeah, I like my position.
As far as the youth movement in the tournament, what is your thoughts on how the young players are just drawing blood in some cases and also drawing games, nicking their older counterparts in this tournament?
I'm actually really happy we have so many young players. They make this tournament so much more interesting. And I'm expecting some big upsets.
Well, we're looking forward to that. Not necessarily with you, but best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Naji. Well, I mean, I'm sorry that my eyes are,
You're a
glued.
vulture. You're a vulture.
Yes,
waiting
exactly.
for the blood to spill here.
Exactly.
But he did play. Fabi did play the simplifying move. B takes A4, just snapping up material. And is White up an entire rook?
As we speak.
Yes. White's up a rook here. So
and then G2, G3. I'm sure this is shutting down Black's. Oh, I see it now. Gosh.
Just in case, what Black wants to play.
Well, I was
Bishop
thinking
G3
that
or something?
if I had played Queen F3, there is,
Yeah, a little bit
Bishop
of fun after
G3.
Bishop G3. And it looks like the game is over. Nakamura surely has just resigned after G3. There's no more counterplay for him after this move, just shutting it all down. And
right.
looks like actually for Hikaru, he's taking this pretty well. Normally, it's the massive head shaking.
and body grading.
Because he doesn't lose that much. So
No,
when
he
he
does
does,
not.
he often gets very emotional about it, which is actually one of the fun things about watching him. But today, actually, surprisingly, he seems to be really taking it like, I'm not going to say like it's no big deal. It's a very big deal. But perhaps he's not being too hard on himself because he thinks that, Fabi played great and Rook A3 was hard to see.
Right.
What do you think?
No, exactly. I do. I think sometimes you have to tip your hat to your opponent and say, you just outclassed me today. You played a very good game. And that's really what happened. It was a very well-played game by Fabi. And, you win when your opponent makes mistakes.
Well, we'll see.
Maurice, your thoughts?
Yes, you do win. You need a mistake. And he made a really big one, as you pointed out, Jen. This move, Queen B4, was the start of the whole downhill process. The Indians don't like that move at all. They think any other move, getting the queen away from over here. But even after Queen B4, the Indians thought Queen B5, Queen C8, a slight edge for Black. Full compensation, maybe not, but it's not slight edge for White. Maybe not full compensation, but still something to play for, a full game ahead. But when he played this move, Queen B4, and allowed Knight D5, Knight takes D5, Bishop takes D5, a fine move because you can't touch anything on this side. Now the Indians are starting to like White, especially because of this Rook B3 threat, which is why you shouldn't have put your queen over there in the first place. But this move was the key. That was the biggest culprit of all, taking that pawn on a4, thinking he was stopping this move, rook to b3, only to find out that the only move that keeps an edge, the only move, rook a3, was on the board. Very paradoxical move to swing this rook over as opposed to using this rook. And by using this, now he gets to play c3 and b3, and that's what cost him the game. A one-move hit, and now he's done. But it did start with the queen b4 culprit. Only, you know how they say, mistakes come in pairs. And he played queen b4, and then he followed up with this move, bishop takes a4, and ended up costing him the game.
God, I thought it was mistakes that came in threes. Like bad things that come in threes.
When it pours, it rains. When it rains, it
when
pours.
It pours, it rains. I
when
like
it
that.
Rains, it pours.
You know, that it happens.
But no, I must say that I wanted to grab this pawn on a4 as well. I wanted to play the move bishop takes a4, wrongly believing that I'm stopping rook b3, because, again, it is a very paradoxical move that you move your rook from the centralized d file where you've been playing for the control of d5 to suddenly play it to rook a3, and the whole point is the bishop on a4 is terribly embarrassed, and there's nothing you can do to prevent this rook coming back to b3.
Exactly.
An easy move to miss, but a beautiful, well-played game by Fabiano. He really looked great today.
That's right, and we do have Grandmaster and defending champion Nakamura with Maurice Ashley to talk about what went wrong today.
I see.
Indeed, a tough result for the reigning U.S. champion. Hikaru, where did it go wrong? I mean, we saw the move queen b4 was a challenge, and did you just miss rook a3?
Yeah, I missed that, but it's already, I mean, objectively it's losing there. I mean, basically, to put it simply, you know, it's a second tournament in a row where I've had black against Fabiano with an unfavorable tournament situation, and you know, I played something that, you know, normally I wouldn't do, but I thought I had to at least try today, and you know, probably was just a bad risk-reward situation. But still, I think somewhere out of the opening I should have been fine. But I don't know, this queen c5 move I think was bad, and after queen c5, I mean, I just started missing a lot of things. Like what happened in the game basically after knight g5. I mean, I was going to play f4 instantly. Then I didn't do it because I saw some line which something besides rook d3, which I thought was quite good. And then as soon as I moved, I also saw rook d3. And I mean, from that moment on, I mean, it's you know, I just wasn't seeing things. So I mean, it happens, but. It's a bit unfortunate because I have a feeling that out of the opening I probably was okay, even though I think the opening is dubious.
It was a very complex position. We were trying to understand it ourselves, especially when he played this move f4 and allowed you to go after his bishop. When you say you're missing things in the game, what does that feel like for an elite player like yourself when you start looking and you go, wait a minute, why am I missing these moves? How do you stop it from spiraling?
Well, I'm not sure there's a good answer if you start missing a lot of moves in a row, because I mean, one bad move generally is too many, and when you make more than one, I mean, especially against an elite player, I mean, it's not going to be a good result. So I think you have to keep trying, but today at least, I mean, once I played g6, probably queen c5 and g6 after queen e2. I mean, that's where maybe I could have done something differently. But already I was starting to miss things. I mean, I already had a bad feeling at that point, and maybe I could have done something different. I mean, even at the end, I should have played queen a5 instead of queen b4. And I mean, it's losing, but there are some practical chances at least. But yeah, just I mean, just not my day really.
Now you're a point and a half behind the leader. There's a lot of tournament left to go. How do you set the ship right to start a real chase for defending your title?
Well, you know, it's hard because obviously against I think both Fabiano and Wesley, I have black, so it's difficult. I mean, I felt like at this point in the tournament I already had to try and do something, and it was obviously the wrong decision. That being said, there are many more rounds left. You know, you just have to play chess. I'm not really thinking about winning the tournament. I mean, that's you can't go into a tournament thinking about winning. You just have to play good chess. And between yesterday and today, I definitely have not played good chess. So I haven't been getting the results, obviously.
Well, we hope you find your form and stop missing moves and make a run at the championship.
Easier said than done.
Hikaru Nakamura, after a tough day at the office, we'll see what he can do to bounce back in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Hikaru. Thank you, Maurice. And where would you like to go in the championships now.
Well, let's see if anyone can catch up with Fabi. Ray Robson against Varuzha Nakobian. That game actually looks like kind of imbalanced and interesting now.
Rather heated game, wasn't it? Now let me see if I can bring it up on my screen. That was the game of Shapala.
And meanwhile, as we're getting Fabiano Caruana set up with Maurice Ashley, he is now number 2 in the world. So that victory has propelled him over Kramnik and behind, of course, only Carlsen.
Right. It's nice to be number 2 in the world. Let's see how nice it is. Fabi, tell us, how nice is it?
Well, we are with the new number 2 in the world. He's actually had this position before, even more so when his rating was way up in the stratosphere. But still, it must be nice to defeat a main rival in a key round in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a very important result. And, I mean, important in general because I think I had quite a good result against the 2 top players. I mean, yesterday and today, and also very important in terms of the tournament situation. Although I think that Hikaru had just a very off day today. He had probably a good position and slowly or quickly messed it up.
He did give you a number of opportunities. Let me ask you this one position. You played F5. Did you consider E5 as a possible move right in that position? We thought that E5 led to some good complications for you. You hesitated in playing this move, instead going for the more explosive F5, but E5 looked pretty dominating.
E5 is pretty explosive.
Yeah, I guess it is explosive.
No, I don't know what I actually overlooked, but yeah, I can just take on F7 and I'll probably have a good position.
Is it that the train was going F5, 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 and you just went that way?
Generally, I didn't want to play E5, so maybe I just wasn't open to the idea.
I see. You're standing in the tournament. What do you do? You're at 3.5 out of 4. You're clearly the favorite right now, having put Nakamura really so far back at 1.5 behind you. What are your thoughts going to the next few rounds?
Yeah, so far everything's going pretty smoothly. I would say very smoothly, like the ocean under the moon.
The ocean under the moon. Oceans can be pretty roiling, but the romantic side coming out. Please don't tell us about your undying love for Lawrence Trent again.
No, I would.
You guys been reading poetry back there?
No, I would. That's actually a favorite song of a very close friend of mine.
Is this the Alexandra?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. You going to tell us about Alexandra? What's her last name?
Wiener.
Oh, yes. Okay. Now we get specifics.
Okay, that's it for now. What was I saying?
Yeah, you're like blushing 3 different shades right now. We want to know about this Alexander Wiener, guys. We got to do some research. Research team, get that going, please.
Right. Yeah.
Lawrence is going to be jealous, by the way, hearing that kind of talk.
No, I have enough love in my heart for him as well.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no,
so
it's been going very well.
We were talking about your standing in the tournament right now. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, it's been going very well for me. So far, I've had 3 whites, but I think I made the most I possibly could of the whites, and yesterday was quite a good result as well.
Do you feel that maybe you shouldn't overstate then your situation in the tournament with the 3 whites, because that means that a number of blacks will be coming your way from now on?
I'm ready to play with white or black. And I think that, these last 2 days were extremely important. I did get through my 2 main rivals in terms of rating without any hiccups. So,
you seem extremely relaxed for a man who just missed fighting for the world title. Have you put that behind you already, and now it's time to just think about the future?
Yeah, what can you do? I had a lot of time to relax before this tournament, so I just spent it sunbathing.
In Miami, I assume.
In Tampa. But
in Tampa, where your home is. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate all the insights, and you can know that there's a lot of broken hearts out there, especially with your talk about Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
A relaxed Fabiano Caruana He can be relaxed. He just played a wonderful game against one of his main rivals, Hikaru Nakamura.
Fabi, if I can't just pick your brain for a second, because I thought this was a critical key moment in the game. You had just essayed the move rook on d1 to d3, and this move king b8 really came as a big surprise to us. I don't feel that that was the right move. Could you just take us through what moves you might have expected by Hikaru, and what did you think about the h4 move in particular? But explain to us what you felt was happening exactly at this moment.
Actually, I thought during the game, at least, that king b8 was an excellent move.
Okay.
The problem is that white is just playing knight d5 at any moment. And then after knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, I'll have ideas of rook c3, winning the queen. So at some point, black may have to play king b8. I mean, I don't see him living without that. And I was looking at, I mean, bishop g4 doesn't help him because queen e1. The bishop is probably needed on d7. And if he tries to save the exchange, like instead of bishop g4, let's say, I don't know, rook dg8, knight takes f7 and rook h7, which is very greedy. I saw, I mean, many strong moves here, but knight d5 in particular looked pretty strong. Knight d5 and bishop d5. And then I'm attacking him. I'll also have knight takes e5 stuff in there, so it's probably winning. I thought that he had some chances in the game after king b8. Yeah, take queen f2. I mean, queen b4 looks like a serious mistake, but if he had made another move, he mentioned queen a5 after the game, which might have been a better option, because now I guess I can't play knight d5 because of knight e4. And then queen e2, knight g3 check, I assume, is very unclear.
So that was the difference. This knight d5 came with tempo, and he couldn't take on e4.
Also, someone mentioned d5 here after queen f2, d5, which I didn't see. It's just a pawn stack to get the bishop out. I can't take with the knight, which I ideally would like to. And so black
Again, because of the e4 pawn.
Yeah, yeah, this is a problem. So bishop d5, and then queen f2, rook f2, bishop c5, and black will try to get knight h5 in. With counter chances.
Decent counter, but that bishop is a beast.
I would say the game is really not clear here. So this was probably his best chance.
And had he not played the move king b8, but gone for h5, h4 immediately with the similar ideas to what you've just been describing?
I assume that knight d5 was good.
Knight d5 is good because you like this position.
Yeah, I mean, I'll continue attacking after I win the queen. I don't see black's compensation for it. I think I just have an enormous attack. Yeah, let's say rook c5, dc5, and g3.
And keeping it under control on the king side.
Yeah, take, and then queen c4 is coming, rook f7 is coming.
Interesting. Lovely. Well, congratulations, Fabi. Really a very, very, very impressive game. Well done.
Thank you.
Say hi to Lawrence and Alex for us.
We are getting a lot of...
Caruana, our current tournament leader, explaining how simple chess really is.
Yeah, like the ocean under the moon. And we've gotten a lot of tweets about Fabiano, of course, in that, hilarious interview. Patrick JMT, our math guy, said that Fabiano was so funny and classy. Congrats on a great win. And Josh Friedel, grandmaster who's played in this competition before, says that Fabiano played a sweet game, though given the bets he is looting, somebody needs to stage an intervention. I hear that. Of course, he's referring to the funny things that Fabi is saying on air, that perhaps instead of just being funny, he's only saying them because he lost a bet. Hey guys, maybe he's just funny.
Yeah, maybe he's just funny.
And we've got a grandmaster, Irina Krush, who is off to her winning ways. To now she's got 3 out of 4 after beating Agata Baikatsev in an endgame that I think Nakamura would have died for in this game.
Oh, without question.
Well, Fabi might be coming out of his shell. One woman who doesn't have to come out of any shell, the ever-buoyant Irina Krush. Irina, today's game was classic Najdorf Sicilian, all the advantages you could dream of. Considering yesterday's near miss, this must have been what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's nice to have a game where it's basically decided in the opening. You know, unfortunately, in the Open Sicilian, you just don't have room for just general moves, you know, let's say as white or as black. You know, you have to be very precise, and this was just a case where my preparation worked out, and Agata was always, you know, defending and drifted very quickly into a poor endgame that was just objectively better and also quite in my style.
Did yesterday feel like a miracle, a gift from above almost, the way that was just busted completely? Now time to turn things around and make a run at your 8th title?
Well, of course that was a gift from above. That's, to me, that's clear. But yeah, you know, there's no way I was going to, you know, continue playing like that and hoping for luck. You know, you can't rely on that kind of luck in your games, and you just want to play good chess and try to win in convincing ways.
Still, you're not in clear first. You're tied for first at the moment with some powerhouse players. Tatev and Nasi drew their games. We're not sure what Carissa is doing at the moment. How do you estimate the tournament moving forward?
You know, I'm not even looking so much at scores now. I mean, the important thing is obviously to try to win your own games because there's so many games left in the tournament, and I still have a lot of big games coming up. I'm playing Anna tomorrow. I still have Nazi and Tatev. So a lot will be decided in the individual encounters, you know. So how they do, it's fine, but, you know, I can't, you know, count anyone else's points.
Well, we appreciate that professional advice, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Irina Krush, the 7-time champion, starting to make her move in this tournament.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Irina. And Irina, welcome back. Well, big result. I'm still in shock about how well Fabiano played. I mean, you know, we've been talking and we will talk for the whole tournament about how difficult it is to win a winning position. I mean, Fabi won that game with, you know, elan. I mean, he really, really did it. And I can't point to any single move that I might double question or say, yeah, well, you F5 or E5, F5 or E5. He really played a great game.
It's almost reminiscent of the technique that this one guy showed in a tournament where he started with like 7 points against the best players in the world.
I know who that was. It was another guy. His name was Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most impressive things about that was his technique was masterful.
It really was.
And one thing that does is save you energy. So instead of winning anyway, but it taking longer and you know, more emotion, more time, he's able to relax, hang out with Lawrence and Alexandra.
There you
Listen
go.
to some Santana.
And there you go.
And let's take a look at the results now.
Yeah, bring it up for us. How do we stand at this moment in time?
Well, we've got a couple games pending. The big one is Ray Robson with black against Jacobian, because Ray could actually catch up with Fabiano. Now, that is a bit misleading because remember, Fabiano's played all the toughies. So, of course, his result will still be stronger even if Ray manages to win. But let's see, can Ray do it? Finally, we also have Akshat Chandra, who is playing Alexander Shabala. Those are the only 2 games still going on in the championship. Meanwhile, in the women's, we've got a lot of games still going on. The big question is, how is Carissa Yip doing? She's playing against Jennifer Yu, so we're gonna have to keep a close eye on that game. If Yip does win the game, she will be in clear first in the women's championship. So we haven't seen that for a little bit, so we'll see how she's doing. Meanwhile, Anna Zatansky still battling against Alyssa, Akshita Gorty against Foyger, and Ashrita Aswaran against Katerina Nemtsova. So let's take a look at some of the games, starting with Ray Robson, who has a chance to catch up with Fabi.
Exactly, and as we pick up the action here at move 27, there was a rook check, and clearly, I wanted to pick up the action here so I could show you that in fact Ray declined a repetition. He could have played the move rook f2 and forced a repetition. Clearly Ray, with this move, queen takes f3 check, is playing for a win, and with good reason, because although there's 2 pieces for the rook, over here. Look at the number of pawns. This pawn is basically dead on g7. Black will always be able to, whenever he wants, in fact, be able to rope it up by playing rook f6 and rook g6. So at the moment, Black essentially has 2 pawns for the rook, 2 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces, but also this is a position for Black's rooks. These minor pieces on b3 and c3 aren't in the game. It would be a big difference if that knight was, for example, already on d6 or the bishop was already on e4. And from Black's point of view, it's very easy for him to activate the rook. You can see that he just wants to play rook to d8, d8, d2. But whenever we talk about Ray, you always have to mention one thing. What's the time? Oh, yes, I know, Ray's in time trouble. And there you have it, 7 minutes for VAR, 1.5 minutes for Ray. I think that Ray has a big advantage, but time trouble. Maurice.
Meanwhile, we got Maurice on Carissa's game.
Oh, yeah.
And she's in trouble as well, big trouble, in fact. The next 2 moves will decide the entire game if the youngster Jennifer Yu finds a continuation. In this position, remember we talked about f6 and f5. Those 2 moves opening up the 7th rank did not seem very promising. And when she tried to get her knight through to d5, well, she couldn't get it there. She got it to e5 and then traded off for this bishop. But in this position, the rook on the 7th already collected a pawn. That was a solid pawn by itself. But then just a couple of moves later, after rook b7, queen e6, rook c2, she played this move c4, a very bad one, it turns out, takes, and now the engines are going insane. And it looks like Jennifer has found the first move in the line, takes on c4. And now the problem is no way to oppose this rook on the 7th rank. We all know about rooks on 7th ranks, especially with the king here. The most important thing in a game when you have queen and rook versus queen and rook is, first of all, king safety. How are the kings looking before you start looking at the passed pawns, which, by the way, she also has, does white. So she's got the safer king, she's got the delicious pawn that's powerful, but she also has this body blow that will end the game. Queen to f4, and that's going to be lights out. The threat of queen h6 is so horrific that there's really nothing to do about it. This move literally cannot be stopped. Queen h6 is coming. If you challenge the rook by playing queen to d5, then queen c7, and what are you going to do in this position? If you try to defend the h7 square, now queen d7, and you're just being toyed with. Here's going to come under attack. The dark squares are being hit. It's mate in 4 according to the engines. If you try this one, another shift, queen e7 and f6 and e5, it's impossible to defend both and the h7 square. This one is all over, and she just has to find queen f4, and as I'm looking at the monitor, I see that she has played queen to f4, and Jennifer Yu is going to take down Carissa in this game, showing that she's a youngster to be contended with as well. So many talented ones here. This game, unfortunately for Carissa, will be her first loss here at the championship.
That's right. So let's take a look
at the update, Maurice.
Let's take a look at the drama going on in the game between Ray and Varuzhin again, because we have seen just a couple of moves.
Okay, again, when I left it, I really liked Ray's position. We just saw the
Bishop
queen
C2.
sacrifice. Bishop c2, rook came to f2, bishop, whoa, what's going on here?
Well, if rook b2, I think knight e4.
Certainly, rook b2, knight e4.
Knight
was
e4
his
and some
nice
checkmating ideas are coming into play.
Nice little cheapo for sure there, as you got a big checkmating threat on tap. So that was after bishop b1, h6. I find that move intriguing, h6.
Remember, he doesn't have a lot of time here. Now you wonder what's going to happen with the attacking ideas anyway. Oh, you don't have h6 on your board right now.
Well, I do. I'm just, I don't, pardon me. I'm just thinking why he
h6,
played.
knight e4 anyway.
Yeah, I would want to do my best to keep that knight out of the game. I was thinking,
maybe
why?
bishop a2.
Certainly, bishop a2.
So now you can't really play king f7 because I could queen anyway. But and now, do I have knight d5 here maybe? Little trickies?
Oh yes, oh
Trying
yes
to
you
get
do,
tricky on
Jen.
you.
Definitely, that's a nice one. I like that very much. I can't take because the bishop takes d5, and I can't play rook to the 7th because again, this knight e7 or knight f6 is on your agenda.
That's right, and I'm gonna make a queen with that g7 pawn. So h6 played, but now knight e4, and somehow these pieces are managing to coordinate, even though
Definitely are, yes. So kudos to Ray there for finding some nice, tricky moves.
Rook F4 was played just to try to keep
F4.
that knight at bay, and now Varuzhin played the strategic move B4. So perhaps seeing other pastures for the knight, just sticking on C5 and trying to limit that rook's mobility. Now they are playing fast and furious because Ray is down to little more than increment here.
And there's a very important point. Don't forget that the back rank would be terribly weakened after a move like Rook C4. There's a double piece sacrifice that, whoops, and the pawn would promote to check and mate. So Ray cannot afford to activate his rook from the 8th rank. He has to keep an eye.
We do have a couple moves, B4, Rook D8. Okay, a couple moves meaning
B4,
one more.
Rook D8.
And now Varuzhin's on move. So yes, the rook can't move, like Rook D4 as you mentioned, or
It always runs into a kind of a knight F6 check.
Always runs into knight F6, and unfortunately the F pawn can't move either because of knight F6. So especially in time pressure, not the funnest position to defend. I mean, to try to play.
Right, but it's kind of strange because at the moment White's kind of maximized the situation. He can't really improve his position that much more, and Black needs to try to activate his rook if he can. And Maurice, please.
Well, we've got to watch on the Carissa game. Carissa definitely about to lose the game. She played very quickly here and played rook takes on E2 and queen B8 check quickly by Jennifer. Queen back to G8 and now queen to D6. And the F6 square and the D4 square both under threat. The engine is giving mate in 4. No way to stop both threats. The rook on the 7th just devastating. That move way back when she played F6, just the wrong idea, and that cost her pawns. Don't go backwards. She played F6, then she played F5, and she will learn from this game not to make those kind of weakening moves, particularly in that position. Looks like she's going to have her first loss, and Jennifer Yu scoring, I believe, her first win of the competition.
Wow.
That's right, but 2 draws by Jennifer Yu, so she will have an even score, and lots of championship left to play. Much to look for from Jennifer as well. I was reading a Boston Globe article about Jennifer, and she was featured in a piece where she defeated the Grandmaster Kore. Okay. And that's one of the reasons her rating has shot up so much lately. She's been having some really strong results. So she won against a 25-60 player in the George Washington Open recently.
Wow.
So yeah, we still don't know which of these youngsters is actually going to do the best in this tournament. Carissa to the early start, but it could be Gordy, it could be you, right? Yeah. And more update from our star from yesterday. Gordy won after a tough 2 rounds. How's she doing today, Maurice?
Not looking good either. Taking it on the chin of the youngsters this round as Gordy is in trouble against Sabina Feuser, and not just trouble, she looks dead lost. Down a pawn in the position, dominant pieces past a pawn, steaming down the board. Rook penetrated already. She's on the defensive, and it looks like she's going to lose this game. 99% sure that she will lose this game. She's in so much trouble. So that is not looking good for her, and neither for the other youngster in the women's competition, Ashrita Eswaran, who is also trying to survive in this position. Her pawns scattered, well, not quite scattered, but just not cohesive, showing no power. She dropped this H pawn in the position, so she's currently down that pawn, if you count them, 6 to 5. And with Black to move, Black can just pick off this A pawn and go up 2 pawns in the position, and nothing at all, showing real compensation. Maybe she might dream about playing the move knight E4 and knight F6 and get something going, but it looks like Yip has resigned her game. Young Carissa taking a loss in this championship. She still has plenty of rounds to go, of course, and lots of lessons to learn. And you see there the 2 players signing the score sheets. Looks like the young players are learning from this round, taking a few lessons from the veterans.
That's right. We see Carissa suffering in a couple of games because of positional errors. So
well, I see a little bit too much of a material factor in her games. Like today, she was really trying to keep her pawns. She's showing she doesn't like sacrificing, and especially against Tatev when she played bishop b5 to avoid sacrificing a pawn. And today too, she compromised her position too much in her effort to keep material equality. she clearly doesn't feel comfortable being behind in material.
But already smiling and laughing with her buddy Jennifer Yu. So before the game, after the game, smiles during the game, and not so much.
Let's get an update on the Ray Robson position when we had left it, and not much has happened. After knight c5, Ray has just played the move rook on f4 to f3. Clearly his idea is he does not mind to swap off these a pawns, and I suppose he was planning to just come back and then target this pawn on b4. So
meanwhile, we've got some tweets coming in.
Yes.
Evan Wong says in regards to Yu Yip from the U.S. champs, Ben Feingold, one of our live commentators over at the Kingside Diner, likes to say, "Never play f6. Never, never, never." Ben Feingold likes to make these fun exaggeration mottos to really instill in students concepts. And of course, if you're a Ben Feingold fan, check out the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel, because you will have days, literally, worth of Ben Feingold. And just you can play him on loop all day, and you will definitely learn that you shouldn't play f6, and that whenever your opponent plays b5, always play a4. Those are two of his big things.
really?
Well, you know, it's
I
like,
know.
it's like a joke.
I understand.
You know what I mean? You know what?
Ha, ha, ha.
A joke.
A joke. I get it. I get it. And we have a special guest in our studio.
It's a joke, but it's not a joke. Carissa Yip with Maurice Ashley. Today, the first big disappointment of the championship for her.
Well, after 4 rounds, Carissa has finally lost 1 game. Carissa, it was a very tough game today. It seemed like you were uncertain of how to handle the position. Were you familiar with the opening?
It was like prep until she played rook b1, and I kind of had a general idea, but I think c6 was a bad move, allowing her to open up the b file. I could have just played like b6 and h6 and move my bishop away and play f5 to try to get the knight away from e4, but after I played c6, I feel like that was kind of a mistake, and then she got the c5 square. So I wanted to play c5, but then it just ended up being weak.
There was a position, even with c6, it looks like you could have taken on b5 and put your knight on c3, even if you had to sacrifice the b7 pawn. We've seen this in your game. What is your feeling is your style? Are you more tactical, willing to sacrifice, or are you more of a solid player who likes to grind down your opponents?
I'm not really sure. I mean, I can grind when it comes to that, and sometimes I'm an attacking player, but I didn't really see anything for black in that line where I sacked the b7 pawn, so.
I know Yasser Seirawan, he's definitely a pawn grubber. He steals any pawn he can. But, so this game, tough to play against a fellow junior. What were your thoughts going into the game against her?
I mean, I have a feeling like I have to beat the juniors, I guess.
So you were thinking you had to beat her today even though you had black?
Yeah. And like maybe a draw would have been okay too, I guess, but I just really wanted to win.
Wow, great fighting spirit. Well, how do you bounce back now? You'd still have a great score, anybody's dream at 2.5 in their first U.S. Women's Championship. What are your thoughts going into the future rounds?
I don't really like cling on to my losses, I guess. I mean, there's this one time where I lost this really low play and I cried for like 10 minutes and then it was over. So I really hope like nothing will change with my play except like it becoming better, but I think I'll be able to bounce back from this.
Well, we appreciate that. I've cried after a loss against a low-rated player. I'm not sure I recovered still. Well, thank you so much, Carissa, and keep up that great attitude for the rest of your games.
Thanks.
Well,
Guys,
sure.
Max.
I haven't recovered from my losses. I'm still working on it. But a tough one for Carissa today, because she did have her chances and probably didn't recognize the dynamic value of the pawn on c3 in this particular position. She was just explaining that though she had seen the move rook takes a b7, this variation, she didn't see how to continue the attack. And it's a little bit a hidden line, But once you get to a position like this where you've sacrificed 2 pawns and you recognize that there's a lot of energy behind that pawn on c3, and we have her victor in the studio.
That's right. We've got Jennifer Yu with Maurice Ashley.
Jennifer Yu, after her first victory in the tournament. Jennifer, you've been here before in this tournament. Do you think that experience matters?
Yeah, it did, because last year I was really nervous. I mean, it's always good to be a little nervous, but I was like up to the point where I calculate like every variation at least 3 times, so it burned out all of my time. And then this year, in the beginning, I think I was too casual, like, so I don't know, but yeah, it didn't help me.
So a different year, second year, sort of like a little bit of a veteran right now. But Carissa was playing really well in the tournament, having scored 2.5. She even said she came in to beat you today. What were your thoughts going into the game?
Well, I don't really look at the standings that much. So like I always try my best in every single game, because my goal in this tournament this time is just to play good games. I mean, of course, I like it if I like win or get like top 3 or something, but I just wanted to play a good game. Yeah.
Well, you did handle yourself well here. There were some complications in the middle. Were you worried that there might have been something you couldn't control, or did you feel like it was okay?
Yeah, at one point I was a little nervous that I would, because I lost a little bit of my advantage, but I think she misplayed a bit in the end, later on to end, and then I got it back.
Well, you had a huge position.
Well,
how often
yeah.
do you get mate at the end the way you did? You're at 50%. What are you feeling going forward?
There's still so many games, and I don't want to say anything like, because I know last year I said I had 1.5 out of 3, same thing, and then I said I felt really good, and then I didn't do really well in the end. So, yeah, I'm gonna just go every game by game. Yeah.
Oh, we could probably record that and make $1 million just on those lines. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it, Jennifer, and hopefully you play great in the rest of the games.
Yeah, thank you.
50%, and she's a veteran now. Her second championship, she knows the routine, guys.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Maurice. And big developments in the game between Anna Zatansky and Elisa Melekina. Anna has just slurped a second pawn, and she's basically challenged Elisa to find compensation. And it looks to me it's a case of all or nothing. Elisa's going to have to go for a line like Queen F2, hoping that the counterplay based on the move Bishop F1 will be good enough to maybe force her opponent to give a perpetual check. Do you see anything else for Black to do here? Otherwise, it's just 2 pawns, right?
Yeah, she's got to try this for sure.
Okay, and how would the line go, you think, Jen? I'm looking at Queen E5 check, a pretty reasonable start, right?
Yeah, let's try that.
We'll drop back. Now, you could stop the bishop from coming to F1 by dropping back here with the queen, but you don't want to do that too soon because that would leave the E4 pawn open, right?
That's
For
true.
capture.
And then if we play Queen F1 in that position,
So let's have a quick
it'll just
look.
be a total dead draw. You just capture an F1 and take on D5.
Right. You can defend the mate threat, but having done that, whoops, excuse me.
We could play Queen G1 instead, though. That's a better move.
Okay, Queen G1 and oops, excuse me. I'll get it. Queen to G1 instead, but I still think it's a dead draw in this case. Queen comes back to D2,
and
right?
after we take on E4 and play Queen D1, yeah, it's our own. But then you can start our King. Oh, I can't take right away. Yeah, so I have to start with King H1, and you're just gonna win my pawn.
Right. That's what I
Yeah,
thought. Or Queen
so-
takes D5. Sorry. So still some troubles. It's not cut and dry, is it? Or am I missing something that's really
Let's see.
cut and dry?
Do we have a move yet from the game?
I have another. No.
Queen F2 was played, so let's see. Yeah.
I was looking.
Oh, can we play? Can we go for the attack ourselves, perhaps, with like
F5?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, essaying F6. Whoa.
Yeah.
How is this This may not work out well, actually.
And then after F6 check, King H6.
My king's going for a walk,
I
right?
didn't calculate it. I was just hoping for the best. Unfortunately for me, that's not a good strategy because after King Queen F8 check, you just have a.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we should go to the end of the variation.
Okay, sorry.
So after F5.
What did you say? Bishop F1,
Bishop
F6
F1,
check.
F6, King H6, Queen F8 check.
Right.
So you just have King G5 or.
I'm not sure. King H5. I'll give you one. I'll give you one more spike check to make you happy, right?
Right, and now there's no real checks because H4 is obviously just getting just going into the fire here, right?
Yeah.
So F5 doesn't work.
No.
So
well, let's turn it over to Maurice and see, does Anna Zatonsky have a way of stopping the counterplay at Lisa's hope and a prayer, a Hail Mary, Queen F2?
Yes, in fact, the ancient is kind of interesting, having trouble coming up with the simplest way to do this, but does seem as though Queen to B4, though, is a great move, and it stops the threat on the E4 square. If you play Bishop down to F1, well, now suddenly Queen C3 check, your king moves, and then just Queen F3, and end of story. So they're debating which way to refute it, but that looks like, to me, the most human way to pull it off. So Queen B4 would be really strong. A move, though, a game that I wanted to pay attention to because this could signal something really important as far as the young player is concerned. We know that Akshat Chandra had a winning move against Wesley So and he missed it. But yesterday he drew Nakamura, which was not a good sign for Nakamura and the way he was handling this tournament as evidenced by today. And now he's affecting yet another player, a Hall of Famer and 4-time champ. So he drew a 4-time champ yesterday, and it looks like he's defeating one today in his game after the 40th move was played, and he's all over Shabalov in this position. He can go to an end game, not totally clear what is happening after this takes, and this one, but it does look as if it's white for choice here, but this H-pawn is looking to giddy up down the board, so he might be afraid of going into this line just because of this H-pawn alone. There is some pressure on his F-pawn, so he can play H5, and I think that white would be very concerned about what could happen despite having these two pawns. So a sharp position for Akshat Chandra. He's going to have to really debate what he wants to do next. Looks like he has at least a draw, though. It'll be pretty cool when you're 16 years old and drawing 4-time U.S. champions back-to-back. That's a little bit of a statement for the future that he'll be able to hang his hat on and say, you know what, give me a couple of years and I'll be coming back at these guys.
Very good. Thank you, Maurice. I don't know if we announced it, but Ray Robson and Varuzhin Akobian did make a draw. It was a very intriguing position at the very end. What had happened was White managed to play knight c5, targeting this pawn on a6, and Ray returned the favor. And Var set up a really pretty trap. I'm sure you're going to love this, Jen. We've seen ideas like this that you have shown us as well. This move, Bishop e4, saying, go ahead and take my pawn. The naive player who thinks grandmasters love to give up pawns, take that back. Knight d7, with the idea of propping your knight into f6. And there's no way to cover the f6 square other than to play f7, f5. And that would cost an exchange. So Ray couldn't grab the pawn. He moved his rook to f2. Now the bishop dropped back. Again, this pawn on a6 was hanging, and we saw a repetition and a draw. And a very important draw for the tournament leaders. I mean, I'm sure Fabiano is going to be happy with Varuzhin for playing a good game today, as one of his contenders falls a half a point behind.
Maybe. The way Fabi's playing, I don't know if he cares.
I like being in clear first, okay? Just a second. Hold on. Time out. I care.
He might care a little, but I think he might have the same approach as who Irina Krush, our defending champion, that it's like a little early and he's just like playing so amazing and played most of the tough players already. So like
he's not like got a great score against a great schedule.
It's not like he's not going to be sweating it. I don't think he's back at the hotel like, hey, look at Akobian. No, he's hanging out in the Central West End, enjoying his like half-free evening, most likely. Coming coming up with his confessional for tomorrow. You know, a little trivia. This was the only round Fabi did not use the confessional. So there's no pattern, is the point.
Okay.
He
No
wins when
superstition.
he wins when he uses it, and he wins when he doesn't use it.
Wow.
Lack of pattern.
Nice.
So I did want to make one announcement that we have, like, it's so exciting that we have so many young women who are doing so well in American chess. We have one who wasn't here. She was on the bubble for getting invited by Rating, Maggie Feng.
But
she did just become the only woman ever to win that K9 Open Championship.
Wow, and with what score? You told me she was 6-0.
I'll check on it. I'm sorry. I'm
but
sorry.
you got the announcement that she won.
I saw a photo that she won, and it was very exciting because, of course, we announced earlier in the show that none other than Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura have won that honor. There are other players actually who won as well. Akshat Chandra, Alexander Lenderman. So you really, Greg Shahade.
So the players, the future U.S. champion contenders have really won under K9.
And it's nice to see a woman win it, that's all. A girl.
Well, it's fantastic. I mean, nothing but hearty congratulations to her and her family.
That's right. I mean, anytime a female wins a tournament that's open to men and women, because there are so many fewer women playing in the tournaments, it's notable. I mean,
definitely.
And we'd like to see more of that.
Yes, absolutely.
Meanwhile, we're waiting for Maurice to get set up for his interview, so perhaps take a look at any other games that are still going on. We've got
well, let's see what the current
Akshat Chandra, I think, is the only
with Shabalov, yes.
Yeah, and I did get a funny tweet about that also, so I'll read that out loud. This is from our friend Howard Staunton, back from the dead.
All right.
And he mentioned earlier, like before this exchange, that Mr. Chandra is loading Mr. Alekine's pistol. Of course, referring to Alekine's gun, because earlier in this game, Chandra had his 2 rooks on the e-file ahead of the queen.
Right.
And that's referred to as Alekine's gun.
Well, tripling up, yes. Right here, this pattern on the open file. 2 rooks, and the queen is like the trigger behind the rooks as the rooks barrel down the e-file. In this ending, is this really that bad for black? I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe it's just simply bad for black. But what has transpired is that white has just snapped off this pawn on g7. And did we see the move h5, or that was the move that Maurice had referred to?
Let's see where we got. No, just bishop takes g7 on the board now.
And we're up to date with the play.
Well, 2 results here for white, right?
It sure looks that way, and it may be only 1 result. I mean,
you think black's busted?
That may be strong, but it sure looks very promising for white. Because essentially what white wants to do is just post his bishop up here on the e5 square. From the e5 perch, that bishop will control both of these f5 and h5 pawns, and then from the e5 perch, there will be d6 check coming, and the bridesmaids on g6 and d6 I think are too far apart. I don't see how black can save that.
So Akshat Chandra availing himself well in this game, but meanwhile we do have a guest, Varuzhin Akopian, about today's very exciting draw. He's with Maurice.
Yes, a very interesting game to be sure. At least it exploded at one moment, right in the middle game when you sacrificed on d6. What were your impressions as you played this game?
Well, I think it was interesting. I played bishop b3, which is kind of a, almost like a novelty. Usually they go bishop d3 or bishop b2, but I want to just, play something, take him out of the theory. I mean, objectively, it's not a better move. It's just at least we're playing something. So I was kind of happy because I got him really low on the clock, and this bishop takes f6, knight f6, rook d6 idea is pretty. I've seen it before. It's a typical idea in this setup, and. But then he surprised me when he allowed me to take on g7, and it became very sharp. In fact, I thought I'm just winning after I played queen e4. I missed rook takes f2, rook g1, queen h5, and that's threatening double attack. It's a big difference if he just attacks on h2 or he attacks on f3 and h3. Well, after rook g2, maybe you should have just repeat to make a draw, because looks like maybe at the end I have some chances, but I'm not sure.
It looks like
with knight d7, knight f8.
It was very close, and the engine wasn't giving any win for either side at this point. So it's kind of one of those things where the position just burst open, and then, hey, wait a minute, where's the win?
No, it was very exciting because at some point Ray had like, on 2 occasions, had like he was playing on the 32nd, and he was just thinking very calmly. And at some point, I realized he just had like 1 second left. When he made a move, it's like just like another split second, and I would have just won the game on time. I think once he had 1 second left, maybe another time 2 seconds. But yeah, it was very close. I mean, he could have easily blundered, and I would have just won. But at the end, he played this rook f2 move. I didn't see anything, to do. I think I have this knight d7 idea, which I actually missed. Knight d7, knight f8 with bishop h7 threat. But I think it's some kind of draw there anyway. I don't think I can win.
We didn't find anything winning for winning for white in that position. You mentioned that it's hard to win a game here. Why so hard?
I don't know. I just I felt like I had maybe a little bit of chances, but I think just the level is very high and everybody's playing really well, and it's really hard to win. I mean, you just have to just make sure you don't lose. I mean, maybe you'll have some chances. I'll have some chance later in the tournament, but it's just very hard to win. And I mean, with black, you're under pressure. With white, you're trying to do something, but it's not always working out. So it shows that how strong this championship is compared to the previous ones.
So you actually feel the difference. We're lauding it as the highest rated U.S. championship of all time. How many have you played in now, and why? And do you really feel that difference at this tournament?
I've played in every U.S. championship since 2003, and this is definitely stronger. I mean, 2014 I was seeded 4th, and now I'm 10th by my rating. So I mean, I understand that we had Wesley changing and Caruana to the U.S., but still the other guys are getting a lot stronger as well. And if you're not making progress, like in my situation, I'm kind of where I am, for the last couple of years around my rating. So it's just the younger guys are improving, and it's becoming more difficult. So this is definitely a much stronger championship than any of the tournaments before.
Wow, that is a very important assessment, given that we are saying it is a record-breaking championship. That data you just gave, that's that 4th to 10th with the same rating.
Yeah, just
that's
2 years ago. Yeah.
Pretty amazing in 2 years. Great perspective. Thank you very much, VAR, and let's hope the game solidifies and you start winning some.
Well, hopefully, yeah. Thank you, Maurice. Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. And for VAR, it's just been victimized in very unfortunate ways, because I think that he's had some really good positions that he's achieved, and just not getting the results. Sometimes you just have great positions and bad results, and other times you have bad positions but great results. This is very strange how it happens. At the moment, things are not coming up roses for the veteran.
No, although there is some correlation, I think. We do have some tweets coming into our hashtag US Chess Champs, a really good Photoshop of Fabiano Caruana, which we'll try to bring up on the screen for you at some point.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Definitely going to follow that hashtag US Chess Champs. We've got also Grandmaster Susan Polgar saying Ray, of course, rooting Ray Robson on.
Of course, for the Webster program.
And just pointing out that he's now 3-1 with 3 black games in 4 games. So we've been talking about how Caruana has played such a difficult field, but yeah, that is an important point as well. Robson with a lot of whites left to play in this tournament, and he is with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley now on his draw today.
Yes, we're with Ray Robson, who was leading the tournament, at least tied for first, now a half a point back. Ray, today it looked possibly shaky, possibly not, and then somehow it all worked out. And we heard that you were at 1 second twice, or 2 seconds. VAR was saying, what's up with that?
Well, I thought I'd had a good position basically the whole game, and I was fighting for the advantage, and I was really disappointed that I didn't find anything clear. And I thought going to this endgame with the basically rook versus 2 minor pieces, I thought I had some chances before, but I knew the g7 pawn is dangerous because he always has checkmate ideas with knight coming to f6, or even if my rook leaves the back ring, bishop takes h7 check and g8 queen. So I knew it wasn't easy, but I didn't think I had any real losing chances. But then when he put his bishop on b1 and then his knight started to get into the game and I saw I can come to f8, it became very tricky, and I realized that I'm the one fighting for a draw at that point. And so I was spending some time at the end just trying to survive.
Well, survive you did now at 3 out of 4. 3 blacks gone behind you. What do you feel about your chances going forward now that you have a bunch of whites coming at you?
Well, I still feel pretty good. I mean, two draws with black and a win with black and white, so not bad results by any means, but I still have to play the top 4 players, so I still have a difficult road ahead of me.
VAR said that he's played in every U.S. championship since 2003. You've played the last 9, well, this one counting this one. Have you felt the difference in strength in this competition? Do you see it now as a veteran of the competition?
Yeah, I actually played my first one, I think, in 2007, and I didn't make the one in 2008, and then I played every one after that. And see, in 2007, obviously there was Hikaru, was the favorite, but now we have a much stronger Hikaru, and we have Wesley, Fabi, and also Gata, I don't think was playing that year either. So, and we have a lot stronger lower end of the table. So yeah, I've definitely felt the increase in strength over the years. But it makes for a much more interesting tournament, I think.
Does that motivate you to see this kind of competition, rising young players, the top players? Do you feel like this is exactly what you need to stimulate your game?
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, when back in like 2006, 2007, like the American Olympiad squad was nowhere near as strong as it is now. So the way we've just been getting stronger overall has been motivating for me to try to do better and also like be on the Olympiad team.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and keep it rolling.
Thanks.
Ray, some people call him Lucky Ray. In Vegas, he was pretty fortunate, but now he's just Tough Ray.
Ray, where did that nickname come from?
I don't know.
Whenever
I liked it. I may have actually introduced it inadvertently because I like Ray. Ray is just so cool.
Well, I think the funny thing about nicknames is they make a 1-syllable name into a 2-syllable name, and anything longer than 2 syllables goes down.
Right, you get shortened. Yeah.
It's either making it longer or shorter. And we've got a.
I always like Gingy Hashvili's nickname.
Exactly.
Jin.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Gingy.
Or Gingy. Jin.
But as we try to make nicknames for everyone in the 5th hour of the show, we do have Akshita Gorti. She's with Maurice.
Yes, we are with the 13-year-old Akshita Gorti. Akshita, they have nothing to talk about now, my colleagues, and they're looking for nicknames. So I'm going to ask you, do you have a nickname your family calls you?
No.
No, not at all?
No.
My brother used to call me Big Head. It was not a really good nickname. Although it's factual, but still. So, you had a tough game today. Tell us what happened.
I didn't know the opening, and I think in the eminent exchange the queens, instead of bishop d3, I should have played king d2. So after rook b, I can play king c2 and control the b3 and b2 squares. But after she got control of the b file, I don't know exactly what my plan was, because I couldn't really invade anywhere, so it wasn't that good.
So you got caught up and lost in the action. Yesterday you mentioned to us that you wanted to play quickly, and you actually won your game yesterday. Did you feel momentum coming into this game, or not quite? Or what was your mindset when you actually sat at the board to play against this opponent?
Well, I was like, I just wanted to play the game and try to play faster still, because yesterday, at the end, I wasn't playing. I got time pressure still, so I wanted to improve on that more, but it didn't really work out.
So you're sitting at 1 out of 4. Still a lot of tournament left to go. But tell us about Akshita. What are your hobbies? Do you like hobbies other than chess? Do you do anything else just for fun?
Yeah, well, sometimes I swim, and I also play table tennis.
Table tennis? Yasser, I think Yasser plays table. Yasser, do you play table tennis?
No,
not at all. So that means we should have a bet: Akshita versus Seirawan.
I knew it was coming. I was trying to get out of it before I even set him up.
I feel like Akshita is very fashionable. I think it takes people a lot longer usually to develop that kind of fashion sense. And I know I might be accused of being sexist for saying this, but I do talk about Geary and Magnus and what they wear as well. But props. I don't know if you do that yourself or if somebody assists you, but you look great.
Thanks.
Well, Jen is into your clothes. Usually we don't talk about clothes on the air, but now that she brought it up, I'm sure our viewers are like, can we get back to the chess, please? But I won't talk about your clothes. So your hobbies, what are your thoughts? Let's just get to that. What are your thoughts moving on from this round?
Well, I'll just try to do the same thing, try to play faster, but not too fast either, and just try to play the best chess I can.
We like that advice. Thank you so much for joining us. Akshita Gorti, after a tough loss, but lots of lessons to learn here at the championships.
That's right. Well, people are going to love coming down to us after a loss if we just talk to them about hobbies and clothes and nicknames. Let's not talk about your game at all. Remember, like the scene in the Searching for Bobby Fischer, where like the last set, he's like, "Let's just play Monopoly."
Yes, right. That was nice. That was nice.
Or whatever game it was. I don't think it was Monopoly. Or Parcheesi, maybe?
No, I thought it was Monopoly.
It wasn't? Okay.
Yeah. There we go.
But that was a good movie.
Yes, I enjoyed much about the movie, but I also really hated the factually inaccurate parts, like Bishop takes H2, I resign. G3, I resign. You don't look so well, Bobby. They actually played that till adjournment.
Oh, of course, because it wasn't even he didn't blunder Bishop H2, he blundered Bishop D2.
Right, at
Clearly.
the end, right.
Yeah.
But it was sort of like, why did they not just be factually accurate? It just made me cringe whenever I caught these really glaringly obvious factual inaccuracies. That was a big turnoff for me.
All right, we've got Anna Zatansky with Maurice about today's victory.
Yasser Seirawan, the director of movies, yes, indeed. I think Jen is asking me, Sabina, to ask you about that beautiful top you have on, because we shouldn't be talking about chess, we should be talking about fashion.
Okay.
But I'm going to avoid that and just say, you have a great top on. Now, that's out of the way. You played a youngster today who won yesterday. The young players have been playing really well, but today it was difficult for them. Tell us about your game.
I prepared this line, and she played 95, which is something I didn't really look at, so I was a little bit surprised myself, and I thought I played a good game throughout. Maybe it wasn't that great of an idea to give my bishop in c6, when she played 95. But my mom is really into knights. She loves white knights. And so before
Why
the game,
the white knight? What's up with that?
Because in Romania, seeing a white knight actually brings you luck. And so
what kind of knight? Of chess piece?
No, actually like horse. In Romanian, knight and horse is the same word.
Okay.
And so it kind of got into something like that. And every time there's a position with knights, she loves it. So I thought I will try to play to see if I can play like her. She plays, I think, really well with knight against bishop. So I thought I would get.
You had a black knight.
I know. It's still a knight.
It's not working out here. Mom is. I don't know how this.
I know. In my mind, it was.
Tail is working.
It was going on. So I wanted to, try to.
And your knight worked, and your black knight worked out really well.
Yeah.
And then you got this great position, and she was just in trouble.
I think she had at some point the possibility of trying to get the B file at some point, but I think because of the move order she didn't manage to, and she chose a passive approach. And a passive approach, I think I'm better, specifically if I manage to play C5. Maybe she had some C4 at some point and tried to trade, open up the position a little bit because she had the bishop, so it had to go. But I thought I don't have very much to worry about in that position because of the way her pawn structure was on the king side. There was no way she would ever get a passed pawn because I can play h6 and f6, and then there's no way to get a passed pawn unless I let her rook get active. So I was playing without much risk.
Now, you had said earlier you haven't been playing much. You were coming into this tournament just kind of trying to settle yourself in. How do you feel now after 4 rounds?
Same thing. I haven't changed. It's just, a good game, and I have to keep doing game by game.
There we go. Well, we hope you keep it up and keep up the fashion sense for Jennifer. Otherwise, what will she have to talk about?
Okay.
And your mom, who's happy right now that you played with the Knights, even though the Black
was
Knight
the black.
was
It's okay.
more the story. This game, we see a beautiful Black Knight there on the screen. Sabina Foiser after a good victory.
That is a very nice night. House of Staunton chess sets.
I
And
love the wooden pieces that the players are
Very
using for
nice.
this U.S. Championships. So really, and they've got girth too. I mean, real weight. They feel really nice, triple weighted ebony wood sets. I always felt very good as a professional playing with a really beautiful chess set. And you see,
you're a little much of a collector, right?
oh yes, I love chess sets, and especially the professional sets, not the design, you know, frilly stuff. I mean, sets that and pieces that I really want to play with, you know. And the Staunton designs are still my favorite, and I think of them as works of art, especially, you know, the kings and the queens, the bishops, knights, how they groove away from each other in the pawns. It really is good feeling playing with great pieces.
Yes, I totally agree. I do like some of the art ones as well. We always have shows over at the World Chess Hall of Fame, which
And they are beautiful, don't get me wrong. But then I feel like I can never play with them because
Right.
I'm so afraid that I'll break them. You know, just holding them in my hand might be enough to, you know, squeeze them in some way.
they're more for display purposes. But we do have a very special guest, one of Fabiano Caruana's true loves. Can you guess which one?
Lawrence?
he's with Maurice.
Well, it seems they let anyone into this building, apparently, and one of Fabiano's undying loves, I should say, he pledged undying
what is this
love.
one of? What is this one of?
Well, because he seemed to express some affection
Well,
for a young lady.
that might be
AW was
true.
were her initials.
That might be true. But, you know, his real, we have something a bit special.
You guys have something special. Well, what the heck's going on? I mean, whatever you guys are doing when the games are over, it's actually working out for Fabi.
Well, it's kind of, we're going to dinner with you for most nights and hearing stories from Yasser, and, you know, all of this seems to be inspiring him. So, no, I don't really know what's going on either. He's actually just playing very well.
But he seems, I've never seen him this relaxed, though. I mean, after Moscow, you would think that he'd be despondent, to just still worried about this tournament. He's not going to be able to play for the World Championship for 2 years. And he's talking about sunning in Tampa and totally relaxed, making jokes. He looks like a transformed young man.
Well, I think we just came to the conclusion, and this is what everybody should do, is that it's happened. There's nothing you can actually do about it. If you remember the very famous case of Bronstein, if Yasser will correct me if I'm, was it Bronstein? I don't want to get the wrong guy. One of the guys who came very close to winning world title, it haunted him forever. It was Bronstein, wasn't it, Yasser?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, and he basically didn't recover from not winning the world title because I believe he came equal on points, lost the last game to Botvinnik.
Especially with an embarrassing loss when he allowed a king to come in.
So, and that just completely destroyed him. And not clinching that title, he never really recovered. And so it's really important for Fabiano just to realise that A, he's 23 years old. Soon he'll be 24, but he's 23. B, he's going to have another shot. C, clearly this time wasn't his time. He missed too many winning positions, and you can't not convert those. And so we just said, okay, we've got the US Championships coming up. It's a massive tournament. It's a great chance for you to prove yourself and establish yourself as US #1. And obviously the result today was just, well, I couldn't have asked for more. It was a super interesting game. I don't think it was a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination, but he handled himself great, and now he's got obviously excellent chances to really, you know, make strides.
Do you suffer with him during the games? You sit, you know, he looks calm and cool and focused. When you're watching, are you like yanking your hair out and thinking, why'd you play that move?
So a little story is, I used to watch all of his games in play until Moscow, and then after Moscow, so believe it or not, I only saw the game as soon as it finished today.
You don't want to watch anymore.
I don't watch his game. It's just too much. For me, it's just too much because too many swings. It just kills me. And so I just think, well, there's nothing I can do anyway. I might watch the other games, but I don't watch his game. during.
So what are you doing?
Well,
5 or 6 hours.
Well,
your
today,
boy is
see, this is
suffering.
the thing, right? So sometimes, like the other day, I came up after 3.5 hours, I think, and he was still playing. And if I join the action then, that's fine. I'll be walking around, I see Joy, and I go to Kingside Diner and whatever. And so I normally have a gym session in the afternoon, just chill out.
You're being paid for all this.
I'm being paid, not for that. I'm being paid for the other things, I hope. I don't remember that being in my contract. But yeah, basically, you know, I just try to just hang around because I'm with Fabiano all the evening, all the morning. I'm there, you know, waiting on him hand and foot, were he to need anything.
You are his manager. We should let. I was remiss in mentioning that you are actually in official capacity as his manager. And good friend, and not just his undying love.
No, I mean we have a bit of a unique relationship. It's not a super formal arrangement, as you can imagine, and I'm very happy that it's that way because I do know Fabiano very well, and I see him much more like a friend. Than just I'm his client or he's my client or whatever you want to call it. And you know, we can be very comfortable around each other that way, and we hang out and it's almost like we're buddies, but I try and help him out off the board as much as possible as well, make him a few extra Benjamins and help him organize his life. And then he is able, as a result of all of this, to do what he does so well, which is play chess. And I think you know, today was just such an important win for him.
That was a really big win. The win.
Yeah, it's just a huge win.
Nakamura, after all, does it matter? You mentioned this. Does it really matter to him, heartfelt, that he's the #1 player in the United States?
Yes.
How has he articulated that to you?
I can't I can't say how he said it to me on air.
Yeah,
let's just say he said it in a strong
meaningful.
way to me, and obviously the rivalry with Hikaru and with Wesley, that's very alive, and he's a competitive guy, and even though perhaps he doesn't show his emotions and wear them on his sleeve like perhaps Hikaru or other players do, I can promise you inside he's got as much ambition and drive and determination as anybody else. And he does have something to prove after Moscow. So winning this is definitely the first step. And
sounds like Moscow is helping him then propel him forward as opposed to pulling him back.
Well, ironically, you know, despite being so close and, you know, being within touching distance, especially given the games that he should have won there, we're all super optimistic because you just think Fabiano got that far. He was within a game of winning it, and that's when he essentially threw away 3 winning positions. So just imagine his potential if he irons out a few things, which is what we're working on, all aspects. The great news is he also knows that chess-wise he can improve massively still. And this is what astounds me. We've got a guy who now is over 2800 live, but knows that he can just improve his chess so much. Not just the psychological aspect, the fitness aspect, but his chess. And you just think, wow, imagine he just works on all areas of his game. He's a sort of guy who, with a bit more maturity and a bit more development, can actually become unplayable. He has got a style that can soon become unplayable because he just plays any position. He calculates better than anybody in the business. And if he avoids getting into time trouble, which we saw was, you know, and manages to convert the wins that he knows he should, and get in some kind of rhythm, he just becomes unplayable. And you get things like Sinkfield, which, of course, is
2014.
So that's a very rare occurrence.
Yes,
that's obviously a very, very rare occurrence. But he is one of very few players in the world who can actually do that, because when he's on form, he doesn't care if he's white, if he's black, he just plays. And when he's comfortable and he's happy, and he's on form, he's just really difficult to play against. And people often ask me, you know, what's his style? And I just can't reply. He doesn't. It's his style. It's the Caruana style. If you try and compare him with previous top players or world's number 1, 2, whatever you want to call him, who do you compare him with? He's not a Fischer. He's not a Tal. He's not a Who is he? He's just Fabiano. He just plays
just Fabi.
Damn good chess, you know.
Absolutely.
And,
now, there, you know, you're saying all this about unplayability.
Yeah.
There is one big name sitting in Norway right now. I'm sure some Norwegian fans are watching and saying, we already have one of those guys. Does he really feel that he could take down Magnus Carlsen?
But this is the great news. So out of all of the top players, who are the top players who can genuinely make Magnus not look like a world champion on occasions? And it's Fabiano.
Well,
I mean,
Anish Giri hasn't lost to him.
Anish Giri hasn't lost to him, but Anish also hasn't really pressed Magnus in the way Fabiano. I mean, look at the game from Norway last year. If you looked at that game, Fabiano just completely took him to part. I mean, he just had no. It's very rare you see Magnus Carlsen without any chances. And if you put that game without the names of who was white and black, a lot of people would say Magnus was white in that. And that's the beauty of it. I mean, on his day, he can be unplayable. And so, you know, going forward, we're just going to keep on working. We're going to keep on improving. And we got a lot of support from here, the chess club. I want to give a shout out also to the Liberty Science Center, who have been extremely generous, and Paul Hoffman in particular, who has been a chess lover, as you know, being from your neck of the woods, and who's you know, who with his contribution, we're gonna hopefully get to the very top. And the first step is becoming US champion. That would be really sweet. That would be very nice.
Absolutely. One last question. I don't know if I should bring this up, but you know, it's my journalistic responsibility.
Do it.
To ask who this Alexandra Weiner is. I mean, he just shouted it out on the air.
Do you know what? I'm going to just stay away from that question because do you know what? It's not actually any of my business for a start. I'm here to help Fabiano win the US Championships, and whatever he wants to do in his private life, that's his call. But all I can say is, look, he's happy. He had a great result today, and the other thing is, you know what Fabiano's like when he gets on a run. He's one of these guys, when he gets a bit of momentum, he just can win game after. And tomorrow, Black against Shabalov, I mean, that's a game we're going to try and win. That ain't a game, you know, we're not going to employ the old Russian system of draw with Black and win, because he's won his 3 with White games and he's drawn his Black game. But he was pressing against Wesley. We just don't believe in that. We're just going to try and win every game. And he's seeing a lot. You saw today, probably in the interview, he's on point, and yeah, we're just confident. But long way to go. We're not going to get over our heads, and we'll see what happens.
Well, thank you so much, Lawrence, for sharing so much insights into the
You're welcome.
Fabi team, and whatever you guys are doing, keep it up.
Yeah, we'll try.
Lawrence Trent, the manager of Fabiano Caruana. Yeah, we may have a lot of fun, but it's deadly serious that this young man is making a run to try to eventually be the champion of the world.
Thank you, Lawrence, and thank you, Maurice.
Great interview, and a master of spin. He gets asked a question and he answers another one. I love that. You know, that's what you know a good manager, a good gabber does.
Yes.
And,
yes.
And he did it so smoothly too. Like, oh yeah, what about Alexandra? Well, you know, when Fabi gets on a roll, he just keeps winning.
Well, he said he wanted to stay away from it.
Forgot about the question.
Private life is private life.
And we do have some tweets coming in. Josh Moss Chess says that funny stuff from Fabiano Caruana, but in my opinion, the most incisive comment comes from Varuzhin Akopian in pointing out that in 2 years he fell 6 spots with the same rating.
Exactly. It's like he's flatlined, but so many players are coming up, and the two, Caruana and Wesley.
We also got a tweet in from Paul Hoffman, who was just mentioned by Lawrence Trent, and he, of course, is following Fabiano Caruana's games and, you know, taking screenshots of the the final positions, and of course, happy moments for all of Fabi's fans right now so far in the championship. But it's only 4 rounds in. We also got a question that we get quite a lot from Bishop the Queen Knight 5, who says, the elephant in the room, why is there a WGM title or separate women's championships? I don't think it's an elephant in the room. I think people talk about it constantly. If it was an elephant in the room, it would be something that people like don't talk about.
Right.
Whereas I think it's actually like the first question any journalist asks when they see the women's championship.
Right. Why do you have a women's championship?
Exactly, and of course we've mentioned many times before there are way fewer women that play chess on a serious level than as men, and therefore we would have no women participating in this grand event if we didn't have a separate women's championship. So it's a really nice occasion to support the women who do decide to take this game seriously, and also provide role models for youngsters who probably are here partly because they wanted to make this championship. So somebody like Jennifer Yu and Carissa Yip have pointed out in their interviews that they wanted to gain rating so that they could get into this championship as a wild card. And of course that's also making them the strongest in their age group for both females and males. So it really can go hand in hand, trying to become the best girl in your age group and also trying to become one of the best players. Again, Maggie Feng proving that this weekend, winning the junior high school championship, which was an open.
Well,
and
perhaps in a future utopia, there won't be a women's championship.
I know, even then, like, you think occasionally it might be fun to have a separate women's event. I don't see it as a negative. Like, yeah, if it was like almost 50-50, you would have very few. But even then, maybe once in a while, just like, you know, there's women's conferences, or you might have a girls' night, you still might want to have a tournament with all women, even if it was close to 50-50, just for the fun of it, the media. So many tournaments are exactly the same, so having something different, I think, is always good. Meanwhile, we've got Grandmaster Ashley with a game from the Women's Championship.
Yes, well, Girls' Night Out, that sounds like fun, but we are looking forward to the day when women are just flooding the top 50 in the world. There's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't have that. That'll make it a lot more interesting for sure, just having diversity among the top players instead of the same players, the same blood over and over again. So it's a thrill to see these women play chess and fight it out. But this position itself, Ashrita Seirawan is playing against Katerina Nemtsova, and young Ashrita was in trouble for a long time. She's been in trouble for the longest time. But I got up from the interview and got to this position, and I was checking it out with the engine, and the engine's giving one move as best, and not only best, but as the only move to maintain an advantage right now after this move, knight to g5. Note that black has 6 pawns on the board to 3, so that's a bit shocking to think that you only have one move in this position. But the problem is that black is to deal with this knight and queen combination and potentially this rook, and this king could come under some danger after the move e6. So how to handle that? The engines give the move queen to a2 of all things as the only move, which is just simply shocking to me in this position. A move like queen to e7, for example, would just allow queen takes g3, and suddenly we see this thread along this h file. This bishop is out of the action, and white is actually gaining some initiative right now. In this position, queen to a2, however, instantly ties the queen down to the c pawn and says, don't move. But when I saw the queen a2 move, I thought, I don't know if she's going to find that move. It does seem paradoxical to send your queen all the way into the enemy camp just to tie down a piece. I'm not sure that's a move she's going to see, especially since white could play queen to e4, and it looks like white is improving the position, threatening rook to d7. However, rook to d8 shuts down white's attack. But come on, e6 coming. It's not easy to make that move in this position and just allow all this to happen. And what happened? She didn't find it. She shut down white's attack with queen to d5 check. But now the engine says, wait a second, this position is fine for white. Suddenly, the g3 pawn is dead. You're going to have 4 against 3. Your bishop's under attack. The knight's going to hop around. The c3 pawn might go as well. And we know if the knight goes here and here, there are going to be some mating ideas if you're not careful against the king. Suddenly, young Ashrita Seirawan is back in the game. She was lost before, but now it's equal, and she has a great chance to save this position against her veteran opponent.
Thank you, Maurice.
That's right. So we just got a few games left going on here, and I think we are going to be back with more quite soon.
We'll take a short break.
Yeah, and we will be back for the conclusion of round 4 of the U.S. Championship.
Wonderful.
that.
and welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championship here in round 4. We've had an exciting round so far. Fabiano Caruana defeating his main rival in the United States, Hikaru Nakamura, and really making him the man to beat in this championship, and the man to beat besides Magnus Carlsen. He's number 2 in the world right now.
Absolutely, a fantastic result thus far for Fabiano, and I was a little bit worried that Hikaru and Fabi coming into this championship may have been exhausted by their efforts in Moscow, but that's not been the case with Fabi. He played a marvelous game today.
Yes, and we've got some comments coming in at our hashtag US Chess Champs. Damian Garrell, who was watching the interview with I am Lawrence Trent, who is Fabiano's manager, said that, man, this guy really can't make a case for someone. Impressive. Made me fall in love with Fabi. Well, I know a lot of people have fallen in love with Fabi because of his games over the years, but of course, I really did like the way that Lawrence put some of that. It's true that he has a gift for gab and a gift for sales.
For sure, and he's putting it together for his client, definitely. And his client is making his manager very happy with his success. In the women's championship, by the way, we do see that in Kate's game, that game is now headed for a dead draw, and I think Anna Zatansky is putting the finishing touches on her first victory here in the women's championship.
That's right, Alyssa is on the ropes. Meanwhile, Akshat Chandra has drawn against Alexander Shabalov. Now, we thought he had some serious chances in the games. He is with Maurice to talk about that.
With a 2015 U.S. Junior Champion, Akshat Chandra, the lowest rated player in this event. But Akshat, after 2 tough games in the tournament, one where you missed a win against Wesley So, you've now drawn Nakamura and now another 4-time champion, Shabalov. How does it feel to be playing, finally getting into the U.S. Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right, I guess. Just a little disappointed with today's result because I felt like I was much better. Might have missed something. Maybe you can show me if I missed something.
Well, there was a moment in the game we saw you, when he played f6 attacking your knight in the opening, you could have played the move c5. I don't know if you considered this. I think you played knight g6 at this point.
On the board?
But we can pull that up just in a moment. But I think Yasser, are you able to pull it up on the screen? We'll be getting that position up shortly. So here it is on this screen right here. In this position, you played the move knight to g6, but the move c5, did you consider this shot? It was quite a powerful position for you if he had taken on e5 here, then take on d6, and then he takes with the rook, and then you take with the pawn, and you have this 4-3 majority with your superior minor piece as well. Looked quite strong for you.
What's the point if he just plays bishop e7?
In this position, bishop e7, then I believe the correct move is knight back to c4
I see.
with the idea of bishop a5.
Oh, yeah, that looks dangerous, yeah.
That looks like munch.
No, I just totally missed c5. I didn't even consider it.
So c5 was the missed move. Okay, so you ended up getting a slight edge, but couldn't quite even then at the end, it started to look like maybe you would have something, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the endgame was winning. I didn't probably create most trouble for him.
The endgame wasn't winning according to the engines, like completely winning. It had a slight edge for you only.
Yeah, it's probably a draw. Yeah, I just actually missed that. After h4, I thought that I can bishop f6 and promote, but then I realized he's one move faster. He just plays h3, h2, so I would lose then. So, yeah, after that, it was just a draw, I think. But
all right, so a missed opportunity, but objectively at the end, you were still equal.
Yeah, it's just a draw.
What are your thoughts? You feel like you're starting to play against these guys?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I thought I was playing well from the start itself, although I didn't get the desired results. But at least I've consolidated, so hopefully maybe tomorrow I can do even better.
Absolutely. One last question about what it's like to be in the first championship. The young players playing, there's a lot of rookies here. What's the biggest challenge?
Well, I guess the biggest challenge is being psychologically prepared to play these guys. It's easy to just, over-respect your opponents here and not play the best move in the position because you think that they might see something you don't. So you just have to be confident, I guess, and trust that, the other guy's not better than you or anything.
There's the one place we'll tell you, don't respect your elders. You got to play chess.
Yeah.
Well, Akshat, thank you so much for joining us, and keep playing good chess.
Thanks.
And the game is over in Katerina Nemtsova not being able to defeat the other youngster. So the other youngsters are still acquitting themselves quite well in this tournament, guys.
Yeah, true that. Big save here in this game of Kate's. I thought that Kate was going to win it, but big fight back by White.
Yeah, that's right, indeed. And I do think, though, that in general, probably about, like, we should keep in perspective. I think, like, it's kind of probably rating expectations. Like, you know, Akshita Gorta is 2,200, and she lost to Sabina, who's only 60 points higher rated than her. You know, we had Agata lose to Irina Krush, which is an expected result. So I don't really think the youngsters are doing better than expected in general so far in the tournament. Probably rating-wise, it's about what it should be, I'd say. 2.5 out of 4, maybe a tiny bit better, but I think probably about performance rating.
I have to look at it.
Well,
I've
in
just
the
been very
championship,
impressed.
Zhang definitely, obviously, because he's
Jeffrey,
with all draws. Obviously, he's one of the lowest, the second lowest rated players, so for
Right.
sure. But in the women's, I think it's like we might even see more. Is my point. I don't. I think what we've seen so far might just be a preview
Of what?
of somebody actually stringing together like a second or a third place result, rather than just like
that.
something in the middle. You
Yeah.
know, like +1 or even score.
I've been very, very impressed myself. I just thought that I was so impressed by Carissa's performance thus far. And today, okay, she had a bad game, but
then you were impressed with Jennifer Yu.
Yes,
so
exactly.
As long as it needs to be the same person who starts winning a lot of games, because then at the end they'll be right there at the top of the cross table.
Yeah, with the medals.
And we do have another guest, Grandmaster Alexander Shabalov, U.S. Open champion. He's with Maurice.
We're with Shaba in the house. Shaba, listen, you were playing some wild chess. Anything could happen in your games. And today you could have lost. He was pressing you terrifically. What were your thoughts going in as you played this calm Caro-Kann like Yasser Seirawan plays it, nice and boring?
Exactly. I mean, it's, I guess, Yasser's cup of tea, you know. Slow position, the black is probably slightly worse, not much. But the problem is I cannot really do much. If I'm trying to open the position with either c5 or e5 or f5, I'm worse. So I was waiting, patiently waiting, keeping a little bit more time than Akshat. And then finally when he had, I think he left 1 minute for the last 7 moves, I just, you know, couldn't keep myself out.
Lashed out.
I just played f5, and that was a gamble. I knew it's dangerous move to play. I knew. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, like,
once a gunslinger, always a gunslinger.
Yeah, and well, he reacted precisely. So I understand that I was lost.
You were lost in the position.
Oh yeah, both.
Show us this position. Pull up this position, Yaz, because I wasn't aware after this move f5 that he was actually lost. This position, was it? No.
Yes, when I played f5. So I think he reacted in the most precise way. So he took once and played d5. The best reaction. Anything else, I have time, you know, to attack pawn on g6, but d5, and I have a problem here, and unfortunately, yeah, bishop c5, rook e5 was pretty good. Queen d6, b4. Now I made a mistake, of course. Bishop b6 was better, but after bishop a7, he took, and yeah, this endgame is lost. So
engines don't give you losing, though. I was wondering what your thoughts. How do you win this?
h5, bishop e5, h4. He started pushing pawns. That was a mistake. I mean, he should have just bring the king over. So my only counterplay is to do the same thing I did in the game, which is to play h3 and f4, but then just king d3, king d2 doesn't matter really. Yeah. So f4, king on d3 probably better because it goes to e4. Yeah. So king on d3, f4. I'll take it. And no, I mean, that's it. I don't have time to take on f2 because bishop e5. Yeah, I have to go there. And what's the most precise here? Basically, it's position from the game. Only the d pawn is on the board, right? So it has to be winning. I mean, I don't know how exactly, but got a feeling it.
All right, we'll take a look at that one.
You're pessimistic.
There was a point made by Varujan Akobian. He said that when he started this tournament, playing in the U.S. Championship in 2003, and he's been playing for a number of years. Then, in 2014, just 2 years ago, he was number 4 in the tournament. Now with the same rating, he's number 10. What do you feel about that? You've been a veteran of this for maybe 20 years now. What do you feel about the difference in strength as the U.S. Championship has gone on over the years?
Oh, it's increased amazingly. I mean, the fact that I'm it's no longer making it, other than winning the U.S. Open, tells. I mean, it tells the whole story. I mean, it became like a world-class tournament. That was like before it was the U.S. Championship. Okay, there were like no dominating people. There were like everyone could have won. At least half of the players were like contenders. Now it's a little bit different. Okay, now we got like people from top 10, and that makes well. What do you want? Such a strong grandmaster as Timur Gureyev doesn't make it. I mean,
pretty shocking.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Good for U.S. chess.
It's fantastic for U.S. chess, right? Look at the Chandra and look at the Sionk. A couple of years from now,
it's going to be ugly. It's going to be on.
They're going to be top 100 for sure, but probably more. Especially Sionk, very impressive. I mean,
he hasn't lost the game so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and the way he plays, I mean, he holds every position, no matter what, best, worst. I mean, it's just like plays like really a seasoned grandmaster. But my opponent today, I should give him credit he really deserved. In the opening, I don't know if anyone wondered what this Queen E1, Queen E2 was. It's the most precise way to counter my, idea, and he found it over the board, which was really, really impressive.
Amazing. Well, we look to the future of U.S. chess, but we're still waiting for you to uncork some shabba moves.
Okay. Well, like I said 2 days ago, that I'll try to play the slow chess for a little bit, and well, maybe it's time to get back to start smashing pieces.
Shabba smash. We like the sound of that one. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Alexander Shabalov. Always in good spirits here at the U.S. Championship.
Wow, Shabba smash sounds like a very good tropical drink.
Exactly. It sounds like an wonderful title for his autobiography when he does his best games. Shabba smash.
Alcohol drink.
And just when he was mentioning Jeffrey and how fantastic it is for the United States and what's going on in the United States, I'm thinking, Sam Sevian, Caden Troll, a wonder.
Yeah, and we don't even have them here.
There's a lot of guys coming up the ranks that will make this championship even stronger and even more youthful. So right now we are in a golden period in the U.S.
I totally agree. Although the championship is small, so who's going to get kicked out to make room for them? That's always the big question.
Yes, exactly.
And that's why the junior championship is so important, because that does give away one of those very coveted spots.
Precisely.
And we have Ashrita Iswaran. She's with Maurice.
Ashrita Iswaran in her second championship. Ashrita, today's game looked really tough. What happened?
I thought I was better at some point, and then things just opened up, and it was crazy. And I think maybe she was better, but I wasn't entirely sure of what was happening at that time.
Seemed like you were much worse at some point. Yeah. It looks very difficult for you. What were you thinking during the game? Were you scared you were going to lose?
Kind of, but not really, because I was believing in myself, and also I thought my knight was pretty good. Very
strong knight. You ended up coming back in this game. She traded queens, and it just suddenly looked like everything was a draw.
Yeah.
now what is your score? You're one out of 3. Not a bad score in the championship. Do you feel like the butterflies are gone and you're just playing now?
Yeah.
So what does it take to get into that mindset?
Just to like forget about the previous games and think of it as like a new start and a new set of games ahead.
Now, how do you do that so young? I mean, you're still a babe. How do you get that kind of wisdom as a fighter in chess? What do you accredit that to?
I would give credit to like my coaches and my parents, like my dad, who told me that, and yeah,
so you've internalized that lesson, basically.
Yeah.
Great. And what about the rest of the young players? Are you inspired by seeing how they're playing in this tournament?
Definitely, because like each one is like a very good player, and all of them, like all the other 11 people, are also very inspiring.
Do you feel like it's young against older in this tournament, or it's like you against everybody else?
I think it's like young versus old, because there's like half of it are like youngsters this time.
Well, we hope that the youngsters rise for sure, but I'm sure there are a lot of veterans who don't want to see you guys rise. So best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Seirawan showing that future of American chess is quite bright.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. The veterans, however, are putting the finishing touches, as I'm referring to the game of Anna Zatonski versus Alyssa Malakina. Anna Zatonski has just captured Black's last pawn in the position king takes h5, and she's about to escort her g-pawn up the board to a coronation.
That's right. This game is kaput for Alyssa Malakina, who's clearly had a rough couple of days playing against the top 2 rated players in the tournament. Huge disappointment yesterday and going down today. But we have Katerina Nemtsova with Maurice.
Yes, with Katerina Nemtsova, who had a very tough game yesterday. Katerina, what happened? It looked like you were just dominating the position, and all of a sudden, everything evaporated.
Exactly. What do you say? I don't know. I don't know where I misplayed it. I thought I just kind of outplayed her and it was better, but then I just couldn't finish it up.
There was a moment in the game, actually, we were looking at that I thought would be a very difficult move for you to find when you played the move Queen D5 and traded queens, but you could have played Queen to A2. Did you consider this option? Because Queen A2 freezes her queen from being able to leave the C2 pawn.
No, I was considering Queen F5, but I thought that she takes and then Rook D7, so I didn't see Queen A2.
So you didn't want you saw threats for her, basically, with the idea that maybe she'd get her rook into you didn't want to allow this to happen.
I was thinking to just leave it this way and play a Rook H8 or something like that, but I didn't see win there.
Yeah, well, we have the position here on the screen. Queen to A2 was what the engine gave as clearly advantageous for you. So a very tricky thought, as we see. It looks as though Alyssa has resigned in her position right there, giving Anna Zatonski a win. How hard is it? I mean, we keep talking about this over and over. How hard is it to play these youngsters? Is it psychologically tricky, or is just you're sitting there playing a game?
Yes, but I think I didn't have really problem in my game, so I think today was just fine. Just it has to be like played accurately at the end as well.
How do you put this behind you? You had a tough loss yesterday. This one now today, it feels like you're leaving points on the table.
Yes, I'm leaving the points there, but I think today was a tough game and it's not as bad as yesterday, so it's okay. I'm getting back there.
Okay, well, we'll let you get a chance to rest and hopefully find your form for tomorrow's game.
Thank you.
Maurice.
It's great to see the positive attitude of so many of the players who have all these words of wisdom, putting losses behind them, and I really love it. And Chaba, like, back to smashing pieces. It's beautiful. Well, we do have our final result end of the day. Anna Zatonski has emerged victorious against Alyssa Malakina, and the 4-time champion, showing that she's back in it to win it.
Absolutely. And bring us up to date with now the results in the women's competition.
Yeah, we're
because
getting
we've got
together.
We've got all the games decided now.
That's right.
So how many people are tied for first?
In the championship, there's just Fabi, right?
Because well, for Fabi,
Ray
Robson
wasn't able to win, and in the
Naji
women's championship,
and Tatev, and Irina has joined us.
So I think that's 3.
All right, so we have a 3-way tie.
But let's look at the U.S. championship standings after 4 rounds first. So, well, the results one decisive game, but it was quite a decisive game.
But what a game.
Indeed, and Fabiano Caruana really showing why he's #2 player in the world now.
Yeah, that marquee matchup, such an important win as he pushes his key rival, one of his key rivals, Nakamura, backwards. And only Wesley So, well, I don't know. Maybe it could turn into a race between Fabi and Wesley at this coming into the halfway.
Because as Susan Polgar mentioned, he has started the tournament with 3 blacks, and for such a theoretical player in particular, him having those extra whites to play with is going to be good.
He'll have an extra white in the remaining games, yes, that's right.
And so we've got an interesting contest here in the championship, as always. Meanwhile, the women's championship even tighter, which is not actually what we usually have, because for many years we had more of an Irina and Anna show.
Exactly.
And now we have plenty of contenders, with Tatev Abrahamian getting much stronger, Naji Pigidzi moving to the U.S., and many young players also coming up.
And what's on tap for tomorrow?
On tap tomorrow, we got some big games. Nakamura versus Shanklin, that's a biggie. Ray Robson, one of the other players in contention, is against Alex Landerman. Shabalov playing against Caruana. Caruana playing black, but with Shabalov's style and his promises to show the Shabalov smash.
Right.
That game could be quite exciting indeed.
Exactly.
And finally, So versus Akobian. Is So going to come out guns blazing tomorrow? I have a feeling he is, but we do have a special guest, Alyssa Melakina. She is with Maurice.
Yes, after a serious miss, actually, yesterday, today, Alyssa, you weren't able to stop the other player in this tournament who usually contends for the title. You missed the win against Irina Krush yesterday. What were your thoughts coming in? Was it easy to bounce back from yesterday's game, or was it still on your mind?
Right, see, when you miss a win, like the way I missed a win yesterday, the next game you play, you feel like, oh, I need to prove myself, I need to come back and win it, and you know that's the wrong mindset to have, because every game is different from the previous game, so you have to come in fresh. And I was feeling confident in the opening. She spent a lot of time. At one point, I was up an hour over her, so I felt like I was doing pretty well. And you know, in the Benko, you kind of have to sit back and maneuver a bit, and so I probably pushed too hard. I thought that I had to play C4 at the moment that I did, and you know.
Yeah, C4 turned out to be a critical mistake, giving her that D4 square. We have it on the screen right there, the C4 move. Any other move, just keeping the tension in the position, but C4 weakened D4 and allowed a knight to show up on that square. But this is an interesting question you brought up about when you miss a win, you want to come back and prove something. A lot of the top players, the Russian players, for example, usually say, if you play a bad game, you should clean it out your system by a quick draw. And you had the black pieces, yet you played quite ambitiously.
All right, well, the mentality to come back with the draw, that's more so when you lose. Yeah, so even though I missed the win yesterday, still a draw, you know, I still drew the defending champion, and I was feeling really good about the way I was playing. So, you know, I felt like I should just go for it.
So now, the tournament is sort of not going your way. What do you do to right the ship?
Well, I had a tough first few pairings, 2 blacks in a row, then Krush and Zatonsky consecutively, and it is a round robin, so you know, for me the tournament is just beginning. We have a game tomorrow, then we have the rest day, and I'm going to come back. Yeah.
Fantastic attitude. Well, we look forward to seeing more good moves, good chess from out of you. Rest up for tomorrow.
Thanks, Maurice.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alicia and Maurice.
We've got a pairings for tomorrow in the Women's Championship. Carissa Yip versus Agata Baikatsev, and Nazi Pizkidze is playing against Jennifer Yu. That'll be a big one. Jennifer coming off a win and Nazi tied for the lead. Katerina Nemtsova against Tatev Abrahamian.
That'll be a big one, because I kind of think of those two ladies as favorites for medals. So can Kate turn her tournament around?
But of course, the big game, Irina Krush versus Anna Zatonsky. We are going to have that one tomorrow before the rest day, so.
Wow, there you go.
Tighten your seatbelts.
That's it, that's it. Before the event, started, we had the Fabi Naka match as one marquee matchup we definitely wanted to take to look at. And if we're having Anna and Irina playing, oh boy, there we go. That's going to be it.
And we do have Anna with Maurice.
With four-time champion Anna Zatonsky. Anna, you finally scored a win.
Yes, in the fourth round, yes, and I'm happy about it, so finally.
You're happy about it. Usually you're winning games before then. Is this tournament tougher than it has been in previous years, or are you just finding your form?
Probably I'm just finding my form, I hope. But still, I think competition, it's every year it's stronger and stronger, I think. And
that's fantastic. In this game, you seem to be under a lot of pressure on the clock, at least. You managed the position okay, but your clock time, you were actually an hour behind, if not more.
But actually, it's a story of every game, unfortunately. I have to learn to manage my time.
So why do you think that is, that it's happening for you in this tournament?
I'm not confident in my calculations, maybe, and today I played new variation, and speaking honestly, bishop b7 is either I forgot something or it's a new move.
I see.
So, and I think Alisa should play more actively. I think she should play f5 instead of rook b8. But I heard then she played like c4 is a mistake, but I think white is clearly better. There is no compensation for the pawn. I think it's...
Yeah, by then it was clearly white game,
better, yeah.
But not an easy game. C4 just gave you everything you could want.
Yes, but I think it's, even if not c4, so what can black do? So I think it's already a good position for white. And I think instead of rook b8, she could play f5. That's what I was afraid of, yeah.
Play more dynamically.
Yeah.
So tomorrow's game, we journalists like to look ahead. So you've got a game against a lady named Irina Krush. When Nakamura played against Fabiano today, he felt that by being behind Fabiano, he really had to play for victory in the game, even though he had the black pieces. You find yourself in a similar situation behind the leader with the black pieces. What are your thoughts going into this game?
I don't know. I will just play normal chess. There is more games, and Irina must play more. Also, she didn't play Nazi Paikidze, or did she?
No, I don't think she's played Nazi yet.
Yes, I think she will. She has also very strong opposition, so I will not probably push too hard. Yeah. So I will try to play normal chess, and I will also try to manage my time.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, and give me some advice how to do it. Yeah.
Well, I'm not your coach. Maybe you can talk to Lawrence Trent. He's got a lot of advice for everybody.
Okay.
Well, the ever ebullient Anna Zatonsky, thanks so much for joining us. Best wishes in the rest of your game.
Yeah, thank you.
I have some advice for Anna. It was offered to the players of the Northwest Chess from Dr. Elad Mashkasi. And Anna, he would say to you, same move, faster was better.
Love it, yeah.
Love it. Great advice. Same move, faster was better.
That's true. Time is an element of the game as well, which we see in the championship, but maybe not as much as we used to see. And I do think that people are getting a little used to this time control and realizing that the increment is not as much time as they think it is.
It's an adjustment, and for Anna, a little rusty, hasn't played as much as she had in the past. She's rounding into form just at a time that she needs to, as she's going to face the severest rival of hers in this year's U.S. Championship, Irina Krush.
That's right, and we've got our final thoughts from Maurice Ashley.
Well, it's always nice to see a tournament rounding into shape. We start seeing some themes, some stories, but not what we expected for this round, as the youth movement seems to have stalled today, and the veterans are starting to show their stuff. Irina Krush winning her game, Anna Zatonsky winning her game, but there was this one of Fabiano Caruana who showed his elder that he's making a real bid to be the #1 player in the United States, and he's serious about it, but seeming extremely relaxed while he's doing it, just simply having a good time. Well, we're having a good time here after 4 rounds. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's game.
Yes, you're not going to want to miss it. We've got Krush and Zatonsky and plenty of action in the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's here, 12:50 Central Standard Time, 1:50 over in the East Coast. This is Jen Shahade signing off with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Maurice Ashley and the whole crew at Spectrum and the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Absolutely.
See you guys tomorrow.